strategic planning session to speak in-house first, to say what are the ideas, how do we streamline, so that when we come to this conference and engage with the private sector, with academia and so on, we are able to come out with something coherent. And I think the minister and I were talking this morning is to say, in the final analysis, the president must today come and give the marching orders on the vision and mission that we have presented for ourselves, so that the sector can understand what is the expectation in order for transport to achieve for the country what we want.
As I prepare to let you go, you've touched on the maritime industry. That industry has been crying out for years now for support, for the exploration of opportunity, for capacitation. And it seems like it's an industry that we have, as a country, have simply been sleeping on. We haven't given it the attention it deserves. We haven't resourced it well. Okay.
No, because Kathy, we have, I can assure you that maritime is a key tenant and focus priority area for the department. You would know we were at the IMO last year, December, to fight for a South African seat onto the 40-member Maritime Council, and we have been successful in that, representing now SADC. So it's important for us. We have done an audit of the fishing vessels. We are 10%, and what we're trying to do is understand the needs and demand of the maritime sector. Our strengths and capabilities on search and rescue, our maritime center in Cape Town is world class. We're dealing with quite a lot of work on our waters. If you look at it, our capabilities are expected to stretch up all the way to Angola on the west and all the way up to Mozambique on the east and down to Antarctica. So we are a maritime nation, and we are replacing it at the center. Lastly is to say that from a jobs driver point of view, just last year we signed a mutual recognition of competencies with Sweden. So we are training seafarers in South Africa, but because of the limitation of ships and the register, how do we provide opportunities for those young people around the world? And that is work I'm continuing to do. So we are refocusing on maritime, and I fully agree with you. It's got opportunities, and we are working towards their realization.
All right, Minister, we'll leave it there for this
Thank
morning.
You, I know you've got to go. Happy Monday.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. That is the Transport Minister, Mkhuleko Hlengwa, the Deputy Transport Minister, that is Mkhuleko Hlengwa. It is quite a busy morning out here, and yeah, I see we have really represented some of the biggest players in our transport industry as a country. They are all here at Gallagher Convention Center. Now, it's a big undertaking to bring in alignment, to break the silos. It certainly is not the kind of work that happens over 3 days, but this being the inaugural conference, perhaps this is the start that the country is looking for, the start that the country will need. But we know there is also the risk, right? Conferences and events can become just that yes, it was well attended, yes, all of the key players were there, but what are the tangibles that people are able to take out of the moment and build and feed into the broader ecosystem that helps the country to move forward? Because that's what's at the heart of the matter, that we need to help the country move forward. We need a clear plan that is communicated clearly as well to South Africans about what the future of transport across the board is. So this is, one of those stories that we're going to continue keeping a close eye on. Of course, we're live from Gallagher Convention Center for the rest of the day, where the National Transport Conference is taking place. All right, let me get my bearings. It's 26 after 9 o'clock. What will we do? Let's do this. I'll probably only have time for just some of your WhatsApp voice notes before we have to take you to the 9:30 news headlines. The number to use this morning, 0614 104 107. That's 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your WhatsApp voice notes and text messages. Of course, if you want to get in touch with us on the studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. Let's take a couple of your WhatsApp voice notes. I know the National Roundtable this morning. It is a national roundtable, but perhaps, what shall we say, there's been a takeover, a takeover of the conversation by the National Transport Department. So we'll bring in some of your WhatsApp voice notes on the different issues you've been raising and then take you to the 9:30 news headlines.
Get to the Deputy Minister of Transport there. This is the platform that they must be preaching peace. Because these transport sectors should be coexisting. Your Uber, e-hailing, your meter taxi, your buses. Look what is happening in Eastern Cape. Intercape being burned down. Taxi, e-hailing, these people fighting, scholar transport, all these shenanigans going on. Please, let this be a place where they find peace amongst each other.
Morning, Kathy. You're speaking to Sanele from Dundee here. Kathy, just a point of dissatisfaction with the Transport Department. To me, it sounds hypocritical in a way for the minister to say transport is the backbone of our economy. But you find that in most towns, transport is no longer available after 7, and this is the time that most people that are coming from work are actually going back home. So transport, as rightfully said, it plays a huge role in how the economy is opened up. But unfortunately, our transport system is not conducive to growing our economy. Thank you, Kathy.
The chairperson of Culture, Linguistic and Religious Issues is correct to say any pastor who claimed to have heard God's voice should be taken for psychiatric observation. Cannot stand by when pastors are lying and even robbing people. They want you to donate money and give it to them. They will pray for you to get miracle money from God. Why can't they just get miracle money, lot of miracle money from God directly to the pastor, so that they can give even the congregant money? The indigent and the poor people be given 1,000 every Sunday. But we can't stand by and watch while people being robbed. Paul Kagame is in charge of his country. That's why he closed all these churches. So, but the guy from KwaZulu-Natal is complaining. Why are we only picking up the church? But the chairperson of religion deal with exactly the church. The others will have a division of labor and deal with the area of responsibilities. After all, there's going to be a national dialogue which will deal with all other issues outside. But the chairperson of church deal with the churches.
All right, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. And I think the issues that were raised around transport are all relevant issues. We can't talk about powering South Africa's economy beyond its current capacity if there is no transport, ease of access to.
Just making sure that my cell phone is off. Good morning, Mr. Shaskelson. Good
morning, Chair.
Good morning, Mr. Ngwato. Your microphone, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair.
Please pull one of them closer to you, whichever. Yeah, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Sergeant Gorsi.
Good morning, Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Perhaps I should start because I don't think the presence of Sergeant Gorsi has been publicized. If it has been, that's not to my knowledge. So perhaps there's a need to explain that publicly. Well, on the 13th of March 2026, I made an order that recalled the order in terms of which Sergeant Gorsi has been testifying remotely and off camera. Reasons were to be given at a later stage, and these are the reasons. On 13 March 2026, I made an order directing that Sergeant Fani Ezekiel Gorsi, who until at some point between my order of 30 January 2026 and 13 March 2026 was identified as witness F, should appear physically in open session when his testimony resumes before the Commission today, that is Monday, 16 March 2026. The order of 13 March 2026, which was not accompanied by reasons, varies the order I made on 30 January 2026 and repeated on 3 February 2026, in which I ordered that the testimony of Sergeant Gorsi be presented without mention of his name and publication of his image. On 3 and 4 February 2026, Sergeant Gorsi gave evidence on the Microsoft Teams platform from an undisclosed remote location with the evidence leaders and commissioners present at the Commission's hearing venue. His evidence could not be finalized on those dates. This resulted in a postponement to 16 and 17 March 2026. Below are brief reasons for the order of 13 March 2026. On 26 February 2026, Deputy National Commissioner for Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Shadrack Sibia, testified before the Commission. At the commencement of his testimony, he sought a ruling that the Commission's evidence leaders should not examine him on issues relating to his relationship with Sergeant Gorsi until the latter had concluded his evidence. I refused to make that ruling, as at the time the Commission's term had not been extended and was to end on 17 March 2026, and I held the view that if General Sibia's testimony regarding his relationship with Sergeant Gorsi was deferred to a later date, there was a real risk that the Commission's term would end before General Sibia had testified on what I believed to be a crucial part of his evidence. Previously, General Kumalo's testimony revealed that Sergeant Gorsi fetched a paper bag from the home of Mr. Katiso Molefe, one of the accused in the murder of Mr. Armand Swart. During that testimony, a video clip depicting this event was played, showing both Mr. Molefe and Sergeant Gorsi. Sergeant Gorsi was identified by name. The effect of that was that the public was put in the position of being able to connect the sergeant's name and his face as depicted in the video clip. Crucially, the video clip was played during a public hearing which was live streamed. When Mr. Ngwato, Sergeant Gorsi's attorney, subsequently made submissions in a postponement application, he inadvertently alluded to this video clip and mentioned that it depicted Sergeant Gorsi carrying a bag. In his submissions on that occasion, the evidence leader who was to lead Sergeant Gorsi also inadvertently mentioned the sergeant's name in so many words. If truth be told, the proverbial cat was out of the bag. That notwithstanding, Sergeant Gorsi was still allowed to testify off camera and from a remote location. General Sibia's witness statement was replete with mention of Sergeant Gorsi's name, and Sergeant Gorsi was central to the events in respect of which General Sibia was called upon to testify, including the meeting held at General Sibia's office between him and Mr. Vusi Ket Matlala during or about February 2024, and a party held at General Sibia's house at which Mr. Matlala was present on 14 September 2024. This led to numerous references to witness F in General Sibia's testimony. In one of those references, the general accidentally mentioned Sergeant Gorsi's name. At that point, I took the view that it had plainly become farcical to continue with the facade of hiding Sergeant Gorsi's name. Thus, I directed that Sergeant Gorsi's name should henceforth be mentioned without qualification. What remained of the order of 30 January 2026 was the question whether Sergeant Gorsi should continue to give his evidence from a remote location. On 26 February 2026, the Commission notified Sergeant Gorsi's legal representatives that I intended to recall the order of 30 January 2026 and to issue a new order that Sergeant Gorsi attend physically at the venue of the Commission hearings and testify in open session. Sergeant Gorsi was invited to make representations showing cause why the order of 30 January 2026 should not be recalled and replaced as stated. On 3 March 2026, Sergeant Gorsi delivered an affidavit to the Commission. In the affidavit, he set out reasons why his evidence should continue to be heard in camera. I have considered Sergeant Gorsi's witness statement filed at the Commission dated 16 December 2024, as well as the transcript of his evidence given on 3 and 4 February 2026. The witness statement is only 4 pages long. In his witness statement, Sergeant Gorsi deals with his relationship with Mr. Jotham Sibi, Mr. Matlala, Mr. Katiso Mulife, General Sibia, and General Shibiri. He does not implicate any of them or any other persons in criminal activity or wrongdoing, which falls within the Commission's terms of reference. In his testimony, he did not incriminate or implicate any person, and there is no suggestion that he intends to do so in his further evidence. The fear expressed by Sergeant Gorsi, which was meant to justify testifying remotely and off camera and without mention of his name, was that if this were not allowed, he could easily be identified by spotters who would then relay his whereabouts to persons that might want to harm him. Based on what I have said above, Sergeant Gorsi's name and physical identity are now out in the public domain. Having heard his name, any would-be spotters need only look for the video clip that was played during General Kumalo's testimony. That will give them the sergeant's physical features. Continuing with having Sergeant Gorsi testifying remotely and off camera is no longer justified by the facts before the Commission. In the affidavit dated 3 March 2026, filed to show cause why the order of 30 January 2026 should not be recalled, Sergeant Gorsi states, open quote, "It is quite presumptuous to suggest that I have not implicated anyone yet, as I may implicate more people as the testimony progresses," close quote. He goes on to claim that since he last appeared before the Commission, his safety risk has increased tremendously after he allegedly received calls or texts from, open quote, the African National Congress, Parliament, Portfolio Committee, ANC Soshanguve branch, close quote. He also mentions a few high-ranking members of the ANC, an unnamed girlfriend of one of these members, an unnamed member of parliament, and unnamed friends of some of these persons. Supporters and loyalists of two of the high-ranking members of the ANC. He says these persons have contacted him to discourage him from testifying further. Sergeant Gorsi does not take the commission into his confidence as to what he could possibly say about these people and why they would not want him to testify further. I have taken the conscious decision not to mention the names of these people because mentioning them without any substance having been given on what Sergeant Gorsi says about them, that will serve no purpose other than being sensationalist. Sergeant Gorsi also claims that as a result of his past relationship with the late Mr. Jotham Msibi, whom he claims had a fair share of enemies, he met a lot of senior government officials, politicians, and parliamentarians who visited Mr. Msibi and who had a close relationship with him. Sergeant Gorsi does not say that any of these relationships with politicians are relevant to the Commission's or terms of reference. His witness statement does not implicate any of these politicians in any wrongdoing, and he does not allege that he intends to implicate these persons when his evidence resumes. Accordingly, it is not apparent on what basis any of the grounds on which Sergeant Gorsi relies are relevant to the question whether he should continue giving evidence remotely and off camera. Importantly, he does not state how, if at all, attendance at the Commission's venue poses a risk to his safety. This must be viewed in the light of the fact that he states nothing in his affidavit, witness statement, and oral testimony so far that implicates any person in conduct which falls within the Commission's terms of reference. The order of 30 January 2025 only serves to shield Sergeant Gorsi from the discomfort of testifying in public. This is not the purpose of full or partial in-camera hearings. The Sergeant will be questioned about his visit to Mr. Gatiso Mulife's house, during which he was seen leaving with a paper bag, evidence already presented by an earlier witness, which showed his face and identified him by name. His image and name are therefore known to the public. While the Commission takes the safety of its witnesses seriously and will take all reasonable measures to ensure that its witnesses are not put at risk, it is clear to me that Sergeant Gorsi is no longer justified to testify, or rather, the order that he continue testifying remotely is no longer justified. There is no cogent basis for believing that any of the evidence he intends to present will place his life in danger. It was for these reasons that I made the order of 13 March 2026. Thank you. Mr. Shazarsin.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure if Sergeant Nkosi has been sworn in.
I do not think I should swear him in again. Sergeant Nkosi, you remember that you are still under oath.
I confirm, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Sergeant, when we left on the 4th of February, there were 6 topics that you undertook to consider, look at your records, and get back to us on. The first of those topics was 5 topics. Was why you sent Mr. Matlala the warrant of arrest for Mr. Kawula on 21 October 2024, and in particular whether it was to ask his assistance in the arrest of Mr. Kawula because you were on your way to arrest Mr. Kawula on a Saturday and there was a shortage of SAPS officers. Would you like me to run through them all, or do you want to take them one by one?
I think I'll take them by one.
Okay,
Before you do so, Mr. Shaskalson, can you please advise us which files, because there are 10 files, can you please advise us which ones we should have in front of us right away, please?
Commissioner.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Ngwado.
Thank you, Commissioner. Before we started, I spoke to Mr. Chakalson in terms of which method he intends to start with, so that I can allocate the files to the witness. The witness has not been allocated files as yet, as we do not know which file he's going to start with. I thought he was going to start with that aspect because as we're still busy with it, that's when the commission started. Can I therefore be given an opportunity to provide the witness with the files that he might be referred to? Otherwise, where he's seated, he doesn't have any file.
Yeah. May we perhaps just adjourn very briefly then and be advised when to come back?
Certainly, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The Red Bulls and the Krijgkouwers are on a mission to finish the season as high as possible, with ambition driving every pass and every tackle. The question is simple: who wants it more? This is the Bundesliga, football as it's meant to be. Witness the thrilling battle between RB Leipzig and TSG Hoffenheim this Friday, 20 March at 9:30 p.m. live on SABC Plus and SABC Sport on DTT Channel 4. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
For the love of the game. There is no room for mistakes for the Cottagers. They need victory to pull away from trouble.
Oh, yeah! He's done it again! Harry Wilson for Fulham. It's 2-1.
But the Clarets are ready to command possession, control the tempo, and spark moments of brilliance.
And Burnley are ahead. It's Bashir Humphries. Oh, what a turnaround we've seen here. In time added on, Burnley are ahead.
This is the Premier League. Don't miss out on Fulham FC versus Burnley FC on Saturday, 21 March at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the
game. Wherever you are in the world, SAFM 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAFM 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
All right. Apologies for that. We had a bit of a break in transmission. We are still live at the National Transport Conference set to take place over the next 3 days. The Madlanga Commission, of course, adjourning for a short while to allow for the witness to be given the relevant documentation that he needs. But the important thing there is that Justice Madlanga was explaining the ruling for why witness F, which is Sergeant Fanning Gorsi, is no longer a protected witness, and why he's now in full view of the public and giving evidence in that witness box. And that's because he has been identified by way of the evidence given. His name was also accidentally mentioned, and the connecting of the dots unfortunately meant that the cat was effectively out the bag, and so he's going to continue his evidence before the commission. For now, let's take some of your WhatsApp voice notes, and then we're back live into the room.
Good morning, Sisketi. Major General Richard Shibiri last week. He is the highest occupying post in the police service, but he himself actually wrote and mentioned the name of the big five, and all of a sudden he just didn't want to mention them anymore. He is even scared now. Now what about the civilians? And when you check, when you connect the dots, Matala is already been mentioned, but there is this one person, Morgan Mahungela, who are they afraid of him? What's going on? I thank you.
Hi, Siskeve. Siskeve, just a quick one on today's roundtable, and happy week. Siskeve, last week, I think it's the president of India, landed in Israel, and he was having a meeting, I think, with Benjamin Netanyahu, and he said they support Israel in what they're doing. But we had less of media touching base on that. Even in South Africa, callers who've been condemning Israel and all that. Some of our brothers in South Africa, they never said anything. India is a BRICS country. They're not commenting on it. And it's one of the top BRICS countries. So why are they quiet? Is it because it's Israel?
Okay, thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes that you've been sending through. Let's take you back live to the Madlanga Commission.
Good morning, Honorable Katie, and good morning to honorable listeners. Katie, so I'm just confused, really. Can someone explain what is going on with these churches? What they were doing there by Mkunu's house? They were praying for Mkunu. They were praying Mkunu to become innocent, or what actually real they were doing there? Can anyone explain to me? Yes, those people look like they don't have something to do. Anyway, Kathy, so I'm still waiting for the guy from Home Affairs. Ever since he said he's gonna phone me back, it's almost a month now. I'm really, really disappointed with them. It's Honorable Magweka Kubana. Danko Wekapa Welgazile.
They are afraid that Mkunu will spill the beans as much as he's not yet accused, but he is not fit for this job. He must go immediately to USA to be an ambassador, because all these wrongdoings, most of them happened during his leadership. They must not treat him like a premature baby. Thank you, Kathy.
Good morning, Kathy. At this point, I think the public are no more looking for the truth. If you listen and judge by comments, people are just looking at heroes and villains in this whole thing. And that's where the problem really starts. It means that those who can control the narrative will win the public sympathy, and whatever NPA does or uncovers later on wouldn't matter much in the eyes of the public. That's a problem I have with South Africans. We normally do not follow facts and evidence. We just I mean, like pick people and say, yeah, I believe this one because of reason A and B. Meaning that one person can be good and
I can eliminate two for now. The two that I won't refer to, certainly not this morning and probably not today, are files 1 and 2 of 3 of the additional exhibits. But unfortunately, I have to move between the other 6 files on and off today.
No, that's fine, Mr. Shaskalson.
Good morning again, Sergeant.
Good morning, good morning, good morning.
And as I was saying, there are 5 issues, not 6, that you undertook to get back to us. And the first one was why you sent Mr. Matlala the warrant for the arrest of Mr. Kawula on 21 October 2024, and in particular, was it to ask his assistance in the arrest of Mr. Kawula because you were on your way to arrest Mr. Kawula on a Saturday when there was a shortage of police officials available? So if you can answer that question first, then we'll get to the others.
Can you repeat that question, Commissioner?
Which is why you sent Mr. Matlala the warrant for the arrest of Mr. Kawula on 21 October 2014. So that's the basic question. There's a sort of sub-question, which is the chair had engaged you over the issue of whether it was, as you had earlier indicated, because you had been suddenly called to arrest Mr. Kawula on a Saturday and there weren't SAPS officers available for the arrest, and it was to secure the assistance of Mr. Matlala if you needed it, through his private security firm.
I did not say there weren't enough police officials to arrest Mr. Kawula. I said I sent the warrant to Mr. Matlala because whenever he goes to the pubs or places to have fun, he sees or he might see Mr. Kawula, and then he will effect the arrest or call the cops and show them the warrant so that they must arrest Mr. Kawula.
Sorry, I just want to get your explanations now. I'm not going to interrogate them, but I just want to find out what they are. So, is your explanation that you sent the warrant to Mr. Matlala because he was someone who frequented similar places or similar pubs to those that Mr. Kawula was known to frequent, and you were hoping that he might spot Mr. Kawula at one of the places where he was attending, and then that he could come back to you and the arrest of Mr. Kawula could be effected?
That's true.
Sorry, that's correct.
That's correct.
Then the second question that you said you would come back to is whether you had received any further payments from Mr. Matlala beyond the 20,000 that Mr. Matlala paid you, 20,000 rands, on 27 October 2023, the 5,000 rands that he paid you on 23 May 2024, and various amounts drawn in cash on Mr. Matlala's card for repairs to his boat and the jet ski of Mr. Msibi that he was using. Did you receive any other payments from Mr. Matlala beyond those payments?
Not that I remember.
Not that you remember?
Yes.
The third issue that you were going to come back on was the location of Mr. Matlala's Limpopo farm.
That's correct.
Do you have the location of Mr. Matlala's farm?
That's correct. It's in one of the files. I'll check it now. But I've got is in not exactly in Limpopo, but before Limpopo is Mokopane.
So it's in the Mokopane district?
That's correct.
And you have an exact location?
That's correct.
And how can we get that? I mean, can your attorney make that available to us at tea time?
Definitely.
Thank you. The next issue that you were going to get back to us on was when you brought Mr. Msibi's jet ski back from Mr. Matlala's farm to Mr. Msibi's farm.
Yes, it was around September, but I'm not quite sure. But I'll just confirm now with the attorney.
When you say you're not quite sure and you need to confer with your attorney, are you capable of finding an exact date in the record somewhere, or why would you need to speak to your attorney?
I'm not capable of finding exact date, but the month I can try, yes.
But your estimate is September 2024?
That's correct.
And the last issue was the exact date that Mr. Matlala came to visit General Sabia at SAPS head office when you took him upstairs to see General Sabia in his office.
Can I repeat that question?
The date of what you said was the first meeting between Mr. Matlala and General Sabia when Mr. Matlala came to visit General Sabia at SAPS head office, and he met you downstairs and you took him upstairs to General Sabia's office.
Yeah.
What that date?
Okay. I think that was around August, September.
2024.
That's correct.
And you're saying that that was to the best of your knowledge, the first time that Mr. Matlala had met General Sabia?
That's correct.
Let me then start with that last date, because your earlier testimony was that it was much earlier in 2024. I don't have my exact note here, but I seem to remember January or February 2024 was what you were saying. Let me get the exact date and come back and ask that. But it was certainly well before September 2024. How did you establish that it was in September 2024?
Okay. As you recall, when I testified, I said it was around 2023 or 2024 earlier, but when Commissioner Kumalo reminded me that the project was granted in around June, if I'm not mistaken, then I went back and recalled that it must have been around September, because of that was when Mr. Matlala had issues with his payments.
So your memory, you've determined that date inferentially with reference to the contract that Mr. Matlala had with SAPS, not by any other means. So you've used the fact that his contract was only awarded in the middle of 2024 to estimate that this meeting must have taken place in September because it was about problems with the contract.
That's correct.
You don't have any other means of specifying the date for this meeting?
No, I don't have.
But you are clear in your mind that that was the first meeting?
According to my knowledge, it was the first meeting in my presence.
And was that meeting before or after General Sabia's Thanksgiving, what you described as a Thanksgiving celebration, what General Sabia described as a celebration for his son?
I think it was before.
Because we have a date for the Thanksgiving meeting. That date, if you bear with me for a minute,
14 September?
14 September 2024. So would how much before 14 September 2024 would your first meeting with, would Mr. Matlala's first meeting with General Sabia have been?
I would say the Thanksgiving came after the meeting, because of that is when I started to communicate more often with Mr. Matlala after their first meeting that I was aware about.
But how often, how much before that meeting at SAPS headquarters how much before the Thanksgiving meeting would the meeting at SAPS headquarters have been?
I can't be exact.
Is it plausible that that meeting could have happened in September, and already on the 14th of September, General Sabia was inviting Mr. Matlala to a Thanksgiving celebration at his home?
There are possibilities that the meeting occurred before the month of September or in September, but I can confirm that the Thanksgiving came after the meeting.
And we know also that as early as March 2024, you were making arrangements for impalas to be delivered at General Sabia's home by Mr. Matlala. Are you saying that the impala exchanges on the 21st of March 2024 were 6 months before Mr. Matlala had met Mr. Sabia, General Sabia?
Point of correction, Commissioner, I was not arranging for Mr. Sabia to get impalas.
Sorry, you were not arranging?
For Mr. Sabia to get the impalas.
Well, we've been through that previously. What happened is you got a voice call forwarded to you by Mr. Matlala on the 21st of March, asking for details as to where the impalas should be delivered. You then forwarded that voice note to General Sabia, and you then received back saying it's from CAT. You then received a screenshot from Mr. Matlala that reflected that the delivery would take place at General Sabia's home address, and said, okay, everything's been arranged. He will catch the impalas on Sunday and transport it Monday to that location. Is it good? That was Rudy, farm manager, on the screenshot, and Mr. Matlala said, no problem. So that exchange all took place on the 21st of March, 6 months before you say General Sabia first met Mr. Matlala. How do you explain that?
I'm explaining that by saying, in my knowledge, Mr. Matlala sent me the voice note I sent the same voice note to General Sibia. General Sibia sent me feedback. I sent it to Mr. Matlala, but I did not take part on the set arrangement as you are saying that I've arranged.
What was the feedback that General Sibia gave you?
He gave me, he sent me a location to give to Mr. Matlala.
And you understood that to be the location at which the impalas were to be delivered?
That's correct.
And that happened in March 2024. We know it did. We've got the cell records and the WhatsApp records and the screenshot.
I will revert back to my files and just confirm.
And your message to General Sibia on the 21st of March at 7:25:24 in the morning was, morning, it's from Cat. That was the message that went with the voice note that you sent 30 seconds previously. So you understood that on the 21st of March, General Sibia would know who Cat was.
I'm not sure that I'm getting what you are saying. Can you repeat that?
Well, maybe we should go to the document so that you can see what they are. And if it's page 214 of the exhibit file, file 104. 214.
I found it.
So at 7:24:55, you forward the voice note, and you recall what that voice note says. It broadly says, what address must we deliver the impalas?
That's correct.
Immediately after forwarding that voice note to General Sibia, you say, morning, it's from Cat. You see that at chat number 5?
Yes.
So you assumed that General Sibia knew who Cat was.
That's correct.
So by the 21st of March 2024, General Sibia knew who Cat was.
That's correct.
But you say the first time they met each other was 6 months later.
I've never said the first time they met each other. I said when I collected Cat downstairs, he was at General Sibia to complain about his payment, not that they met for the first time.
So you accept that they must have met quite some time before that meeting in September?
That's correct.
And in particular that they would have met before you sent this voice note on the 21st of March?
Possibilities, yes.
Well, why would you refer to Mr. Matlala as Cat if you didn't know that General Sibia and Mr. Matlala were well acquainted?
If I understand the question correct, you say, why do I refer Mr. Matlala as Cat?
Yes, you're sending a note, you're sending a text to General Sibia, and you want to explain that the voice note comes from Mr. Matlala, and you don't say, good morning, this is a voice note from Mr. Matlala. You say, morning, it's from Cat, which suggests that General Sibia knows who Cat is, which suggests that General Sibia and Mr. Matlala are well acquainted.
To just rectify that issue of Cat and Mr. Matlala is one and the same person. And myself and General Sibia knows that who Cat is, what the name Cat belonged to.
And, but does that not suggest that he and Mr. Matlala had met at some stage prior to the 21st of March 2024?
That's correct, it's possible.
When you forwarded this voice note to General Sabia, you'll see that he called you back at 8:39 in the morning.
That's correct.
In the course of that call, did he ever say to you, I don't want impalas?
No.
Sorry, was that a no?
Yes.
And did he say to you, I certainly don't want anything from CAT because CAT is a supplier?
No.
Can I take you to General Sabia's evidence? It's in that additional file 3 of 3.
303.
3 of 3. So the additional file, and it starts at page 1258. Let's go to 1261.
I'm on it.
So at 1261,
Just bear with us, Mr. Cheskowski. Yes.
and he is talking about the meeting where you brought General Sabia, where you brought Mr. Matlala up to General Sabia's office. He's got that date as December 2023. And the chair asks him, are you saying that in December 24 you called witness, either 23 or December 2023, you called witness F to your office and asked him to fetch someone who was downstairs. Are you saying that did not happen? He says that did not happen. Lower down, he says he denies that he asked witness F, who's yourself, to be the go-between between you and Mr. Matlala. He says, I never made such request. Over the page, Commissioner Kumalo, at about line 15, so when witness F says, on my arrival to General Sabia's office, I delivered Mr. Matlala, then General Sabia said to me, I'm reading line 20 on 230, that never happened. General Sabia says that never happened. He's not being truthful when he says the three of you were in the office together and you gave him this instruction. From where I'm sitting, I say that never happened, Chair. And then over the page on 1263, about line 16, witness F was never in my office. He was not working in my office. So can we take this evidence of General Sabia one step at a time? Let's start at the end where we've just picked up. 1263. He says you were never in his office, you weren't working in his office. Is that true or false?
That's false.
How often have you been in his office?
Many times, more than I can count.
And when he says, let's go back up a page, 1262, Commissioner Kumalo puts to you, on my arrival to General Sabia's office, I delivered Mr. Matlala. Then General Sabia said to me, and he says that never happened. So he says you never delivered Mr. Matlala to his office. Is that true or false?
That's false.
Let's then move to the to what he says about the impalas. And you've answered some of it already. If you go to page 1267, same file, lines 9 to 11.
And here.
He says he never allowed the impalas to come to him because even if he said, and if you said, when you said from Mr. Matlala to me, I realized, look, I don't want anything from anybody. Did General Sabia ever say to you he doesn't want to receive anything from Mr. Matlala?
He never said anything.
If we go down the page, or actually to 1271, 1271. Line 12. If the message proceeds immediately, say from CAT, and it was about that because I don't have any devices over and above, I was not going to receive anything from a service provider. Did General Sabia ever tell you that he didn't want to receive anything from a service provider?
No.
Then on 1272, line 9. I think I indicated earlier that when they sent the pin drop to where the animals, the impalas, must be delivered, I did send it. So he admits that he sent the pin drop. Is that correct? Did he send a pin drop to you?
That's correct.
I also said, but when I got a break or during lunch or whatever the case may be, I called in Gorsi and I said, please make sure it's not impalas because I don't need impalas. I cannot keep them and they die. And did he ever say that to you?
He said he called me.
He said he called you and he said, make sure that it's not impalas because I don't need impalas. I can't keep them and they die. Did he ever say that to you?
No.
So what he says in this passage is also false.
Correct.
Can we then go to a further part of General Sabia's evidence? Now he's talking about the Thanksgiving celebration or the function for his son on the 14th of September 2024. And his evidence was that when he asked you to ask Kat to make a turn, he was asking you to ask Kat not to come to his Thanksgiving celebration, but rather to fetch his wife who was drunk. Is that correct?
At which page are you now?
I'm at page 1281.
Thank you.
And you can see the record of what General Sabia says in his statement is not complete in its in its quotation there, but his version in his statement and indeed in his evidence was that he didn't want Mr. Matlala to attend the function. He wanted Mr. Matlala to fetch his wife who was drunk. And that's why he asked you to ask Kat to make a turn. Is that correct?
That is his vision, but to me he never stated that. He just said, tell Kat to make a turn, and I did that.
So he never communicated to you that he needed Kat to come to the function to pick up his wife who was drunk?
I don't recall him saying that.
If we go to page 1306,
(1306).
1306. And if you start at at line 15, Ms. Hassim says, okay, and this is about the Matlala urgent application and the exchange of WhatsApps between yourself and General Sabia in relation to that urgent application and what Mr. Matlala had said about General Sabia. So Advocate Hassim says, so the content of this message to you is about Mr. Matlala naming you in the court documents. Yes. Why did you forward it to Sergeant Gorsi? I might have to say, look what this man is saying, and it's not true. Did you have any conversation with Sergeant Gorsi about it? No, he says. When he says he never discussed with you what Mr. Matlala had said in his affidavits in the urgent application, is that true or false?
Can you repeat that question, Commissioner?
When he says that he never discussed what Mr. Matlala discussed with you, what Mr. Matlala's affidavit in the urgent application said about him, is he being truthful or untruthful?
Untruthful.
Can we then go to page 1292? There you'll see that Advocate Hassim at around line 15 says, you would agree that it is improper for Sergeant Gorsi to be sending this to Mr. Matlala, and he's talking about the warrant for the arrest of Mr. Kawula. So the question is put to to General Sabia, would you agree that it's improper for Sergeant Gorsi to be sending the warrant for Mr. Kawula's arrest to Mr. Matlala? And the answer is, fully agree, says General Sabia. Did General Sabia ever communicate to you that he thought it was improper for you to have forwarded the warrant of arrest to Mr. Matlala?
No.
Sorry, Mr. Skalson. In fact, you said when you testified previously that it was General Sabia who instructed you to forward it to Mr. Matlala, correct?
I still confirm.
Thanks.
So can I, just picking up from Commissioner Kumalo's question, that is put specifically to General Sabia at page 1288. Line 18, and it's from Commissioner Kumalo. When Sergeant Nkosi says to this commission, you told him to forward the same warrant to Kat Matlala, you're saying Sergeant Nkosi is lying, he's not telling the truth. Did I understand you correctly? And Lieutenant General Sabia says yes. And he then repeats that 2 pages down.
Sorry, Mr. Shaskelson, we are not picking that up at 1288.
298. 1298. 1298.
Thank you.
Line 18.
129.
1298. Did I say 1288?
Yes.
I apologize. 1298. Let's do it again. If you go to 1298, line 18.
Okay.
When Sergeant Nkosi says to this commission, you told him to forward the same warrant to Kat Matlala, you're saying Sergeant Nkosi is lying, he's not telling the truth. Did I understand you correctly? And General Sabia says yes. And if you can read that with 1300, where your evidence is put to General Sabia, line 7, on our way we received a call from General Sabia telling me that I must forward this warrant to Mr. Matlala because at that time Mr. Matlala had a security company. According to Mr. Matlala, to General Sabia, Mr. Matlala and his security company always have the provision where Musa usually goes on the weekends. Now, do you stand by that evidence?
That's correct.
And it was General Sabia who told you that Mr. Matlala will know where Musa goes on the weekends?
That's correct.
And lower down, you see that in 252, so let me not misquote anybody. I've read it for you. This is the reason Sergeant Nkosi gave us the instruction that was coming from you, and he says, I deny the allegations made by Sergeant Nkosi. It is not correct, Chair. So is Lieutenant General Sabia giving false evidence when he makes that denial on page 1300, and when he says on page 1298 that you were lying when he said that he told you to forward the warrant to Mr. Matlala?
Maybe he forgot, but according to me, he did give me that instruction.
Then in relation to your evidence, let's start on 1294, line 20, so that you can see your evidence. Your evidence was, after 45 minutes, I received again a call from General Sabia telling me that, or confirming to me about what already General Ramangwa had said to me, that this is a matter of importance. The person involved there did not mention who he was, but he mentioned to me he's getting pressure from head office. Head office, the office of the Deputy Minister, is getting pressure from them. I then asked Deputy National Commissioner, what's so important about this charge? Because according to me, there's no sense of urgency. He said this guy insulted a member of Parliament. He told me now the member that he created a crime against is Fikile Mbalula, the secretary of the ANC. The other is Mr. Z. So basically, they were the complainants. So this matter was putting him under pressure. That's the reason we had to leave everything and attend to it. So at 1296, lines 18 to 20, he says, Sergeant Nkosi at his level, he's 5 levels below me, 5. He'll never ask me a question that says, what's so important about this thing? What's your response to that?
That's not true.
You're saying it's not true?
No, that's not true.
Have you asked him on other occasions what's so important about a particular operation?
Many occasions.
Many occasions?
Yes.
And then on 1297?
Before you leave that, Advocate Chaskalson, still on the same point, 1295.
1295.
Remember, Advocate Chaskalson read the quotation, and then where General Sibia responds, he says, I think, Chair, that I must tell you that Mr. Gorsi is not telling the truth. Do you see that?
That is 1295.
Yes, 1295 from line 18.
Okay.
So you see, remember Advocate Chaskalson read the quotation for you?
Yes.
And then General Sibia is asked to respond. So the question is, what is your response to this? Your response to this? And General Sibia says, I think, Chair, that I must tell you that Mr. Gorsi was not telling the truth. Do you see that?
That's correct.
What is your response to that?
I've got no reason to lie about General Sibia.
So it is General Sibia who's not being truthful.
To put it in a respectful manner, I'll say maybe he forgot.
Okay.
Then on 1297, line 11, all I'm saying is I don't remember calling Gorsi specifically and say I have pressure from the Deputy Minister. It never happened. What's your response to that?
When he called, I was with Captain Zungu in a vehicle, and General Sibia was on speaker. I still maintain my words. He said that.
And Captain Zungu would confirm that?
That's correct.
While we're on the saga of the arrest of Mr. Kawula, when you testified in February, you said you weren't aware of Z's surname. You said Z was one of the complainants, but you didn't know his surname. Do you stand by that evidence?
Can you repeat that?
When you testified in February, you said that there were two complainants. One was Mr. Mbalula, and the other one was Z.
That's correct.
And you knew Z, but you didn't know his surname.
I was not sure about his surname.
Okay. You weren't sure about his surname?
Yes, but I knew him. This is what I said.
Yes. Are you now sure about his surname?
That's correct.
And what is his surname?
Umalo.
Z's in your phone book, isn't he?
That's correct.
And you communicate with him on WhatsApp?
That's correct.
And what name do you use for him in your WhatsApp communication?
Zenzile EFF.
Zenzile EFF.
That's correct.
Why Zenzile EFF?
This is how I saved him, as Zenzile EFF.
But why would you associate him with the EFF in how you save him?
I just felt like that. Zenzile EFF.
Come, Sergeant, of course, you must have a reason.
No, Commissioner. That is Zenzile EFF.
I hope I'm not saved in your phone book as
Chaskalson. I will tell you how I saved you.
Something else. Let me not name a party. Why Zenzile EFF?
It's Zenzile EFF. No, I just saved him like that. It's Zenzile EFF.
I see.
But Sergeant, what I sometimes do, say I'm meeting somebody for the first time, and I'm not sure that I would remember their name down the line. What I will do is save the name, but also save something that will remind me of who they are. And when I search and I have indeed forgotten the name, I will search for what I used to remember the person. Surely, it must be because you were doing something similar. And what Mr. Chaskalson wants to know is why your something similar referred to the EFF.
Hey, no, I think Mr. Charleston is pushing me somewhere. I saved him Zenzile EFF because I once saw him wearing an EFF hat.
I see.
Is his full name Zenzile?
I think so, Commissioner. I know him as Z, but I know these Z's, they call him Zenzile.
Or some people call him Zenzile?
That's correct.
For the record, perhaps we should spell Zenzile, because we've seen that the transcript usually misspells some names. Zenzile is Zenzile.
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Chaskalson?
What nickname does he use to address you?
00.
00 or 007?
No. 00 or double.
I'll ask you to go to 1177, the same file. 1177.
1177.
Sorry, you said 1177 on the same file.
Same file. Do you have it?
Would just wait for me. Thank you.
Can I ask you to look at chat 2 at, not chat 2, chat 3, 17 March 2023. There, Mr. Nwalo says 007, and you respond, my man.
I see it.
So he calls you 007, does he not?
Yeah, he called me that.
And we saw last time out that Jerry Kazi and the nephew of former Deputy President Mabuza also called you 007. You remember that?
I remember.
Why do you seem so reluctant to admit that people call you 007?
I think it's because the way you painted the word or the name 007, as in a license killer, and you painted this name on a script, acting script that says 007, it's a license to kill person. So I don't want to distance I don't want to associate myself with a license to kill person, no.
But I think
it was on those bases.
You're right, I did mention that, but it was only after you showed some reluctance to admit that people call you 007. So your reluctance preceded my reference to license to kill. Who is 007?
I don't know, Commissioner. Who is 007?
You don't know that 007 is James Bond?
Can you repeat that?
You don't know that 007 is James Bond?
Yes, I know. It's James Bond.
And what is James Bond?
It's an actor.
Oh, it's not an actor. The character James Bond. What is that character's profession?
Hey, I don't know, because if I don't watch that movie, man.
You've never seen a James Bond movie?
I know. No, Commissioner. No.
You see, James Bond is an undercover agent of military intelligence in Britain with a license to kill. The 00 means license to kill. And undercover agent is what James Bond is.
Okay.
So why would people call you 007?
Maybe it will. In my profile there, I've said myself as zero tolerance to crime. So now these people, they take this zero, add another zero, and say 007. This is what I'm saying.
And where does the 7 come in all of this?
Hey, you know, commissioners, some they call me 10,111, some they call me 458. You will see the charts as it goes. So I would not control on how people call me, even though I don't object to that. As long as it's not insult to me, but 007 is not me.
You are also Night Rider.
Night Rider, that's correct, Commissioner Kumala. You see.
Well, let me put to you that Zenzile EFF seems to have regarded you as his secret agent. What do you say to that?
No.
Well, let's look at your chats with him. Can we go down to 1178?
1178,
the next page.
Okay.
And 18 March 2023. At 2:49:14, Mr. Nxumalo as Zenzile EFF sends you 2 documents. And you'll find those documents on page 1219 and 1220. So can you go to 1219 and 1220? 219.
On the same file?
Same file.
Let me be sure. You said 112?
No, 1219.
Ms. Yes, if there's nothing to be redacted, can you please project it? The lettering is very small on here.
So 1219 is particulars of a vehicle. You see that?
That's correct.
And 1220, there may be a need to redact here because particulars of an individual, they may have been redacted already. 1220 is particulars of a person.
Yes.
It's got his cell number, his date of birth, full name and address. It says move or merge restricted, allowed to move or merge. It's got a home address. So after he sent you these 2 clips, Zenzile EFF says, go back to 1178. You there? 78.
Yes.
And at 2:49:35 in chat 5,
Yes.
he says to you, let's please get them intercepted and dealt with ASAP. And you see that?
That's correct.
So on what basis does Zenzile EFF give you instructions to intercept vehicles and people?
Okay. He did not necessarily maybe give me instructions. I think it was people, if I can recall better, it was suspicious people that were roaming around It was suspicious people that were roaming around his area, or he suspected that they might have following him for quite some time. So he took note of that particular registration. Then he sent it to me.
Why would he send it to you?
Because of, that I'm flexible, or to ask or seek help around the nearest police in that area where he was at that time.
He knows that you're flexible. What did you mean by that?
I'm flexible in my work. I'm flexible in responding to things of agency during my line of work, obviously. So I think he sent me on those bases.
So if I ever need urgent help from the SAPS, I should call you?
Definitely.
Let's look at other aspects of your chats with him.
You do that, Mr. Chaskalson. Sergeant, at which point would he have told you or explained to you that these people may be people that are following him? I mean, you look at the chats in 117. This is on the 17th of March. Then the chats at page 1178, they are on the 18th of March, and there is no telephone call in those exchanges on the 18th of March. So at which point, in fact, at 1177, the very last chat is you have called him and you say no answer, so right at the bottom. So we know from chat, in fact, all those chats at 1177, there is no telephone call between the two of you, at least not on this number, on the 17th. And then on the 18th, by the time he sends you those personal and motor vehicle details, there's still not been a telephone call between the two of you. So at which point would he have explained to you that these vehicles are following him?
It was never a WhatsApp call, but it was a straight call.
When was that?
On the very same time.
On the 18th?
I can't just recall, but we spoke telephonically on the phone.
So he was saying these cars on that day are following him on the 18th?
He said it was a car, not cars, yes.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chaskalson.
So how would you have called him? Would you have used your cell phone or your SAPS phone?
I can't recall.
And where would you have called him? Would you have called him on his cell number or on a different number? Do you know any other numbers for him?
No, I only know this one.
Well, we aren't in a position to check that answer now, but we may be tomorrow, because we can see if there were calls between you and him on that day. Your evidence is that there would have been.
Yeah, because of you, I do usually talk to him a lot.
Have you visited Mr. Nxumalo at his home?
That's correct.
For what purpose?
He's my brother.
And you weren't sure of his surname?
That's correct. Maybe I can maybe elaborate on that. You know, we African males, I can call you my friend for a long time, not even knowing your name. In our nature, it's like that. Most, the one that I know. So, to me, the surname was not an issue as long as I call him my brother. That is how we address each other.
You see, Sergeant, I'd accept that if we were dealing with someone who doesn't have a high public profile. But Mr. Nxumalo does. So your evidence is still that despite the fact that Mr. Nxumalo, his face is all over the media, you didn't know his surname?
I wasn't sure, not knowing, I wasn't sure about his surname, so I was just avoiding to give.
So when you
false
saw his face in the media, did you think that looks like Z, but it may not be?
I don't know.
Have you seen his face in the media?
Yes?
And did you recognize it as Z?
Yes?
But you didn't notice his surname at the time?
No.
I have to say that sounds extremely implausible to me.
To me, it's possible. You just check a face, I know this face, then you don't even bother to check what's below that.
Let's go back to why you visited him at his home. He was your brother. How often have you been to his home?
I can't remember.
1 time, 5 times, 10 times, 50 times? What are we talking about?
I'm just skeptical on saying how many times, because I'll be closing myself in. When I say 3 times or 10 times, you find that I went there 80 times. So
I just want to get a sense of it. You know, is his house a place you have visited often? Is it only on a very rare occasion? Give me an estimate. I'm not going to hold you to it.
I can't give you.
But many times.
Yes, average, yeah. I can say that, Commissioner.
I don't know myself what many times is.
Second, when I'm not sure, I usually say between 10 and 20.
I'm afraid, Commissioners, that it will bind me that, hey, you said. So I'm not sure, Commissioner.
Well, let me ask you about one time. Can we go to 1180? It's the 22nd of March, 2023.
Yes.
And if we start at, let's actually start on the previous page, 1179. Chat 5, 22nd of March, 9:22 in the morning. He says, I'll call you shortly. Your response is agent. What do you mean by agent?
I can't recall. What did I mean?
Then he says...
Did you mean agent, perhaps?
Hey, that agent, I can't recall what that agent all about, Commissioners.
Having regard to the rest of the chat, I think the chair's suggestion makes a lot of sense. Is it possible that you meant urgent and it was just misspelled agent? Is it possible? I put it no higher than that.
I don't know.
Okay, well, let's continue. 10:24, he says send. 10:57, you said got it. 10:57 over the page on 1180, you send him a question mark. 10:59, he says nowhere, question mark. 11:03, you send another question mark. 11:06, he says 1 minute. That's 11:03. At 11:06. At 1:03, he says, "Can I call you later?" And by this stage, you're getting a bit irritated. You say, "You said 20 minutes an hour back." That's at 1:03. At 5:06, he says, "Can I call you later?" Did you have the sense he was trying to avoid you?
Can you repeat the sense of what?
Did you have a sense that he was trying to avoid you?
No. You know why? Because of he's always busy. Sometimes I'll pester him and he's always busy. So I would not say he was avoiding me.
Well, let's continue. He says, you say to him, when he says, "Can I call you later?" "On my way to your house." So he wants to call you later, and you are saying, "I'm coming to your home."
Yes.
You see that?
Yes.
His response is, "Wait, Boetie," at 5:25. You say, "Aish." An hour later, he's saying, "Wait, Boetie," at 6:13. "Just awaiting delivery," he says at 6:13:37. "Did you speak to Ndlondlo?" Okay. Who is Ndlondlo?
It's Jotham Msibi.
So it's Mr. Msibi.
That's correct.
Ndlondlo spelled Ndlondlo.
So he's saying, just awaiting delivery, did you speak to Mr. Msibi? Your response is, "I'm with him when I call you." So you were with Mr. Msibi as you were calling.
That's correct.
Mr. Numalo says he's awaiting delivery. What was he having delivered?
Okay. At that time, Mr. Msibi was suffering from arthritis, or, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, if I pronounce it correctly. So Z had ordered medication in Cape Town. So he promised Mr. Msibi that he would deliver. But I think according to him, due to unforeseen circumstances, then I had to collect.
Sorry, what was the condition for which this medication was necessary?
He could not eat. When he was eating, he was vomiting. So that is the reason I was pestering him.
So Z has sourced medication from Cape Town for Mr. Msibi's condition.
That's correct.
Is he a doctor?
No.
Is he a pharmacist?
No.
But he deals in medication.
Yes.
How did it come about that Z was offering to source medication for Mr. Msibi?
I would not know. Maybe he might have had a similar or known someone with a similar sickness to Mr. Msibi. Then that is when maybe he made calls so that they might find such medication in Cape Town. I don't know exactly what was the arrangement all about. All I knew, I was ready to collect such to Mr. Numa.
Let us take the adjournment at this point and come back at 20 past. Let's adjourn.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay's Future Food Stars, Wednesdays 6 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
There is no room for mistakes for the cottagers. They need victory to pull away from trouble.
Oh, yeah! He's done it again! Harry Wilson for Fulham. It's 2-1.
But the Clarets are ready to command possession, control the tempo, and spark moments of brilliance.
And Burnley are ahead. It's Bashir Humphries. Oh, what a turnaround we've seen here. In time added on, Burnley are ahead.
This is the Premier League. Don't miss out on Fulham FC versus Burnley FC on Saturday, 21 March at 4:30 p.m. Live on SABC Plus and SABC 3. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Investing shouldn't feel risky. It should give you security and good returns. Earn up to 7.25% interest per annum with an ABSA Cash Invest Tracker for an investment of 100,000 rands or more. Your capital is guaranteed with immediate access to your funds. That's minimum risk, maximum benefit. ABSA Private Banking customers can invest from just R1. Open via the ABSA Banking app, a branch, a private banker, or 0860 111 515. Your story matters. ABSA is an authorized financial services provider. T's and C's apply.
On the top stories, 2 people killed in Bishop Leveson this morning, and KZN police attend to a hostage at Ntuzuma police station. For SAFM News, I am Onde Lambana, and a very good morning. 2 people have been shot dead in Steenfontein in Bishop Lavis on the Cape Flats this morning. Police spokesperson FC Van Wyk says the victims, aged 18 and 22, sustained multiple gunshot wounds. And he says the motive for this attack is believed to be gang-related.
According to reports, 3 unidentified males walked up to them and randomly fired several shots at them and fled the scene. Crime scene experts are currently on the scene, combing the area for clues.
Police in KwaZulu-Natal are attending to a hostage situation at Ntuzuma police station on the north of Durban. Details around the circumstances of the incident are still sketchy. More updates to follow. Commission Chairperson, retired Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, has explained why Sergeant Fanny Gorsi, previously identified as Witness F, will no longer be testifying in partial camera. Sergeant Gorsi has been identified before the Commission by Crime Intelligence Head General Dumisani Khumalo through CCTV footage at the home of murder-accused Katiso KT Molefe. He was also identified by his legal counsel, Hartley Ngwado, in an application to conceal his name before the Commission. Madlanga has argued that it has become partial to continue hiding Gorsi's identity.
This led to numerous references to Witness F in General Sibiya's testimony. In one of those references, the General accidentally mentioned Sergeant Gorsi's name. At that point, I took the view that it had plainly become farcical to continue with the facade of hiding Sergeant Gorsi's name. Thus, I directed that Sergeant Gorsi's name should henceforth be mentioned without qualification.
The family of Marius van der Merwe, also known as Witness D at the Madlanga Commission, says they're still searching for answers as the suspect in his murder makes a first court appearance today. Van der Merwe's sister, Natasha van der Merwe, was speaking to the media outside the Brakpan Magistrate Court where the suspect is appearing. Van der Merwe was killed in December last year after giving testimony at the Commission. Police say the suspect is a former police officer. Van der Merwe says the family has not found peace since her brother's death.
The trauma was definitely quite bad. I've been diagnosed with PTSD and severe trauma that causes depression and anxiety. That's why I shake so badly. So it affected me badly in a way because of a mother being strong for the family. No one came to us and told us it was an arrest made, nothing, if it wasn't for social media. Concerning, but as I've said 3 months ago, and I'm going to say now, it's someone my brother knew.
The eThekwini municipality has formally opened an objection process for property owners seeking to contest new valuations following the release of the general valuation roll. Municipal valuer Diren Govender has confirmed that residents dissatisfied with their assessments can now lodge official appeals through the Property Management Directorate to ensure tax accuracy. Govender says directive aims to provide transparency and a clear path for homeowners to navigate potential discrepancies in municipal property billing.
Once the general valuation roll is completed and published, it's open for public inspection, and we're currently in that inspection period. During this time, property owners are encouraged to check the valuation of their property together with other property details recorded on the valuation roll. The roll can be reviewed online at the municipality's website or at designated municipal offices. In addition, we sent out formal notices, including emailing notices where owners are registered at e-services.
Officials in the United Arab Emirates say there will be a gradual resumption of flights at the Dubai International Airport after they were suspended following an Iranian drone strike nearby. The incident caused a large fire at one of the airport's fuel tanks. Emirati officials say they are continuing to respond to incoming missiles and drones. The BBC's Azeda Mushiri reports.
This is the third incident since the war began that has affected the Dubai International Airport, a major transport hub, the world's busiest for international passengers. It handled about 90 million passengers last year. And this is, of course, a city and a country that has prided itself on the work it's put in to show that it is a safe place amidst a volatile region.
Recapping the top story, 2 people have been shot dead in Kalksteenfontein in Bishop Lavis on the Cape Flats this morning. Police spokesperson FC Van Wyk says the victims, aged 18 and 22, sustained multiple gunshot wounds. I'm Mondela for SAFM News.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors. Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up. S3. This February, love staying informed. As your day winds down and the evening begins, Primetime News moves to a new home. Weekdays at 6 p.m. The stories that matter, the context you trust, the news that connect you to South Africa and the world. Because loving what you watch also means trusting what you hear. Primetime News is weeknights at 8 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
The Talking Point with Kathy Motlatlana. Weekdays, 9 a.m. till midday.
14 after 11 o'clock. Welcome to the third and final hour of the show. Of course, we are still going to be tracking what is happening at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry once they come back from that tea break. I did say earlier that we are live from Midrand today at the National Transport Conference. You heard the Deputy Minister earlier on in the show trying to tell us why it is that they have convened this sectoral conference and what they aim to achieve by having all transport stakeholders under one roof. Well, let's hear from some of those stakeholders that are here today. Joining me now is Mr. Anand Mudlia. He's Director, Barbary Train Operating Company. Anand, there's a lot of people like you here today. Very important people who do important things, but naturally there's a level of skepticism, right? Yes, this is important that we have everybody under one roof, but what does this national conference mean to you? What does it signal to you as an industry player?
Thanks so much, Kathy, and thanks to the viewers for allowing me to be on this. I think the President was very clear about the message. When an industry costs the economy 1 billion a day, of lost efficiencies, it's some of the critical sector that needs to be addressed. So logistics, unfortunately, is a binding constraint for the growth of South Africa. And we know if we don't create growth, we don't create jobs, and we don't take ourselves into this inclusive journey that we're all trying to go on to. So the coming together of all stakeholders to solve a national issue, which is how to unlock the various facets that will make us achieve a very clear objective. Minister Creasy asked for marching orders from the President, and the President was very direct to say, your marching orders is speed, because the national imperative of saying for freight, we need to fast-track 250 million tons onto the rail network from the current 160-odd million that currently exists. So that choice of action is what we all here to deliberate and find opportunities to fast-track the collective effort that needs to be put together for this ecosystem that we're all part of.
We are seeing markers in the right direction, as I was saying, to Minister Hlengwa earlier on, that depending on what you're looking at, so if you look at PRASA, you see signs of progress. If you look at Transnet, which is where you'll come in shortly, you see that there are these policy interventions that are seeking to break some of the deadlocks that have been experienced and to, I think, improve efficiencies. But often it seems to be happening in silos, Anand, that yes, we're thinking, if you're thinking of a turnkey solution, how do you move goods effortlessly from road to rail to port, to wherever it is that they need to get to? And I wonder, what do you believe a gathering like this then accomplishes in that regard?
I think you're 100% correct. If we don't have an integrated view of the seamless movement across the various modes of transport, then we don't really solve the country crisis. But what is clearly knowledgeable for all parties concerned is the amount of bulk product on our main arterial routes on the N3, on the N4, going down to Cape Town. We can't have that amount of modal split for heavy stuff sitting on the road network and putting strain to it in terms of the unfortunate situations that happen, like high accidents rates when you have large vehicles on the road. So that modal split is what we are all trying to solve today. Now, yes, silos is an issue, so coming together is what we're all after to try and debottleneck those silos. One thing that we're very excited about by the Minister Creasy is the clarity of the journey. I think the journey has been well articulated now, that the time is for action, and the action is this 250 million ton movement. Now, how do we do it is what we're after. And we've got a few ideas, but I think the real critical element, unless we all come together and talk the issues as a collective, we then tend not to realize that this is a symbiotic environment. We all are working on a shared network. We're all on the road together, or we're on the train tracks together. We share these common national infrastructure, which are government owned, and we need to come on board now by crowding in private sector that can speed up the operational units that I call them, these things that move volume. What are those in rail? Locomotives and wagons.
You are, as a group company, I think, really at the precipice of history making. South Africa has long been speaking about the availability of some of the Transnet lines being taken on by private players. Now, we know there were, how many, 42, 44 slots available?
41 slots.
41 slots available. And of those 41 slots, you have been awarded or pointed to
21 of those 41.
21 of those slots, and that is no easy feat. Firstly, let's talk about just the significance of that.
So I think rail is all about scale, and rail is all about densification. Those things are the two things that make rail efficient on the freight side. So when we tackle the problem, we've been in the rail space for many years, running freight stations. These are freight stations where traffic is loaded onto rail wagons. Up to now, our only modus of evacuating on the rail network was Transnet through TFR, the incumbent train operating company. And the objective was that they lacked enough rolling stock, which is wagons and locomotives. So we, given our pre-investments in these freight stations, had spare capacity. We had customers that are already trucking to the various ports, and they then asked us to find solutions of crowding in locomotives and wagons now to be able to improve the amount of volume on rail. That's why we were successful. We were at the existing freight stations, and we had customers who were already on road that were wanting to move back to rail, and we were offering them the solution through our freight stations.
What does all of this mean for Transnet? And I want you to really break down the numbers for us. And I know this is a position you're able to articulate well as somebody who's been part of the industry, part of AREA and all sorts of other organizations, because the challenge here for Transnet is really in its inability to move a certain metric of goods on the rail network, and what then this change does for the rail industry.
I think we've seen it in the energy sector firstly. If we think of load shedding and we think what has made major changes, it's been the opening up of the of the energy reform journey, which crowded in private sector contributors onto the network. So on the energy sector now, 25% of all volume or all energy capacity creating in this country
you've said that you were with Mr. Msibi when you called. Zia said okay. And then he says, in other words, Mr. Msibi, said he told you to come back in the morning. I'll call you, and that's at 6:57 p.m. on the 22nd of March. Then you hear nothing from him for 4 more days. Now, this medication that Mr. Msibi needed, presumably he needed it quite urgently. Why didn't he go to his doctor to get it?
I would not know.
Did he ask you to organize it through Mr. Nxumalo?
I don't understand you, Commissioner.
Well, how was it that you came to be involved in the delivery of medication dispensed by Mr. Nxumalo for Mr. Msibi's condition? How did this happen?
I'm always with Mr. Msibi. Mr. Nxumalo frequently come to Mr. Msibi. That's on those bases.
And did he offer to find the medication on one of those frequent visits to Mr. Msibi?
I wouldn't answer that, because when they were arranging, I was not there. I just came in the part where they said I must just go and collect those medication.
So how was it that you ended up being involved in this collection of medication? Who gave you the instruction? Who asked you to do it?
Okay. As I said, I'm always with Mr. Msibi. Then he just say, Ngaliam, go to Ze, collect medication for me.
But you've now been unable to get the medication on the 22nd, and he hasn't come back to you for another 4 days. But on the 26th of March at 4 p.m., he says, I'll call you in 2 hours. What happened over those 4 days with Mr. Msibi and his need for medication? Did he not ask you to ensure that the medication was collected?
I don't know what really happened to him, but I believe maybe he got the temporary medication to keep him going before this medication could be collected.
So Mr. Msibi had access to medication from ordinary medical practitioners.
Definitely, yes.
And you speculate that in those 4 days he was depending on medication dispensed by medical professionals.
I'm just assuming, yes.
So on the 26th he says, I'll call you in 2 hours. Your response is, I'm so frustrated. Why were you frustrated?
I can't recall why I was frustrated. But I remember I was frustrated, but I can't recall.
Well, let me put a possibility to you. You've been waiting for something for over 4 days. It was fairly urgent, and you were still waiting. Would that not cause frustration?
I wouldn't confirm that.
Anyway, his response at 5:07 p.m. is, please wait, I'll call you back. You say, okay. At 7:02, he still hasn't called you back. And you say, my man, till what time? What was going on there?
I can't remember.
Can I suggest that you were getting increasingly irritated with Z, who kept on putting you off, kept on avoiding you?
I would not say that.
Well, he continues with that pattern at 7:03. When you say, my man, till what time? He now says, please come in the morning tomorrow. The guy will only drop off late tonight. So now you've got progress and you say, I'll be there at 9 o'clock in the morning. He says, no, come around 11, please. 1181, you say, sharp 11, same place. And lo and behold, the next morning, at 11, you get a message saying, running late, let's say 1 o'clock. $11:26, you say, okay, we'll be around the area. And then he pushes you back further. He says at 12:49, I'll tell you once drop-off is done, and then you can come. Eventually, the drop-off finally takes place. It's at 2:23 on the 28th of March. He sends you a text saying, it's ready. Did you collect the medication?
I can't remember, but I think I did.
You think you did? And what did it look like? What was the size of the package?
Something like this big.
Can you just describe the dimensions, because the record won't show the distance between your hands.
Maybe say a box, half of this, because of it was couriered, if I'm not mistaken.
So it was a couriered box,
yes,
half the size of a file.
I'm thinking, yes.
And when did you deliver it to Mr. Msibi?
I can't remember whether on the same day or on the following day, because now it was no longer agent, because of this is why I said that I assumed that I might have got another.
So you say it was no longer urgent because he now had got different medication?
I assume that it might, because of I can't remember if I deliver it the same day or the following day.
Let's move to a different topic now, but still with Zenzile EFF. And let's look at the Kawula arrest. Can I ask you to go down to 1188? And now we are on the 16th of October 2024. Maybe go up one page, because the conversation starts at the bottom of 1187. Z writes to you, brother, at 9:02 p.m. on the 16th of October.
What page is that? Is 1188?
1187, the bottom line on 1187.
Okay.
Brother, at 9:02 p.m. You got it?
Yes.
9:05, you say, my man. And at 9:05, he says, how far is, and there's a military helmet icon. Does that military helmet mean general?
I think so.
I think you're right. Let's see what the chat say. You say, let me check him. Were you checking with General Sibiya?
That's correct.
And your answer is in fact confirmed, because if we go to file 4 of 4 of the original, file 1 of 4, file 1 of 4. At page 254. Do you have it?
Yes, I have it.
You'll see that on the same day at 21:08:03, chat number 1, that's barely a minute after you said, let me check him.
Yes.
In fact, it's less than a minute, it's 30 seconds, you phoned General Sibiya.
That's correct.
And then at 21:28:37, you sent him a screenshot. And that screenshot you will find in file 3 of 4 at page 132.
Same or is another one? Or is this one? Is this one or is this one?
File 3 of 4, page 132. Do you have it?
Yes.
And you'll see what you've sent him, what you've sent to General Sibiya is your screenshot with Zenzile EFF, which ends with how far is General, and you've said, let me check him. You see that?
Wait.
Page 132.
Yes, I see it.
So why was Mr. Nxumalo so keen for you to contact General Sibiya?
I don't know.
Well, let's look at what happens the next day. And for that, we need to go back to the new file 3, new file 3 of 3 on 1188.
Okay.
You see at 1:54 p.m. he calls you. At 1:57, he sends you a contact card for Mr. Kawula. If you want to check that contact card, you'll see it at same file, page 1222. But maybe before you check them, let me tell you, I'll take you through all of the stuff that he sends you, because you can then check them sequentially without jumping backwards and forwards. At 1:57:42, he sends a profiling report for Mr. Kawula. At 1:57:44 over the page, on 1189, he sends a consumer trace report for Mr. Kawula.
Okay.
And then at 1:57:45, he sends a document providing identity details of Mr. Kawula, and including an address. And underneath that message at 1:57:58, he says he works from this address. Now you'll find all of the documents that he sent you from page 1222 to, sorry, 1122. No, 1222. 1222 to 1231 of that same file. 1222 to 1231 are the documents that he sent you. And while you're at it, look also at 1232, which is a contact card for Sergeant Mabunda, who was the investigating officer in Mr. Kawula's case, because that's going to be sent to you a little later. You have them all? Have you seen all of those documents?
Yes, I have.
And those were what Mr. Ngumalo sent you on the 17th of October 2024?
That's correct.
The contact card for Sergeant Mabunda was sent, in fact, on the 21st of October 2024. You'll see that at the foot of page 1189,
Okay.
chat number 6.
Okay.
And you confirm that Sergeant Mabunda was, in fact, the investigating officer in the case against Mr. Kawula.
I confirm.
Then over the page, also on the 21st of October, Mr. Ngumalo sends you a copy of the warrant of arrest,
Yes.
1190. And he helpfully points out to you, in case you couldn't recognize what the document was, that it is warrant of arrest.
Yes.
You see that?
That's correct.
So this, in fact, is how you received the warrant of arrest. You received it from Mr. Ngumalo.
I received it from Brigadier Ramangwa. Normally it was an extension, but Brigadier Ramangwa.
Sorry, you received it from Brigadier Ramangwa.
Yes.
But you, at the very least, you also received it from Mr. Ngumalo.
I confirm.
And you received it from him at 11:39 in the morning
That's correct.
of the 21st of October.
That's correct.
And if you go to the warrant, you see that it was only issued by a magistrate on the 21st of October.
That's correct.
So on the day that the warrant was issued, Mr. Nxumalo had it, and he sent it to you.
Yes.
Do complainants normally have access to warrants of arrest?
That's correct.
They do?
That's correct, if they are complainants, according to me.
Which other complainants have you seen in possession of warrants of arrest?
None.
None.
Yes.
This is the first time you've come across a complainant who had a warrant of arrest.
Yes.
What's your answer? Sorry?
This was my first time, Commissioner.
Can we go down to 1193? And there, you'll see that on the 22nd of October, at 8:04:56 p.m., you sent Mr. Nxumalo details of a phone number for Mr. Kawula with the heading Natasha SABC presenter. Can you go to 1253 to see that document? 1253.
1235.
1235. Sorry, 1235.
1235. Yes, I see it.
Is the number there a phone number for Mr. Kawula?
No. Oh.
The number that says Musa, and then there's a number.
Yes.
And why does it say Natasha SABC presenter above it?
I think it is the person that gave the number. She's a friend to Mr. Kawula.
So Natasha, the SABC presenter, who is a friend of Mr. Kawula, gave you that number for Mr. Kawula.
That's correct.
How did you get it from her?
Through the WhatsApp.
Through WhatsApp.
That's correct.
And what is her name, apart from, we know her first name and her status as an SABC presenter?
I know her as Natasha.
I see. So you have now established a contact number for Mr. Kawula, and you share that with Z. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why?
I can't remember exactly why, but I think it was in connection with this investigation. He wanted to give it to the investigation officer.
But if he wanted the number to go to the investigating officer, he could have asked you to send the number to the investigating officer. Why are you sharing details of a suspect with a complainant as opposed to with the investigating officer?
I think the reason Mr. Nxumalo or Z felt that the investigation is not going according to him. So most of the things he wanted to do by himself. So each and every information that he will get, he will just send in, please verify. I've spoken to the IO, and I think that is the reason.
But I want to put to you a difficulty with that. You are using police powers or police status to gather certain information, which you're then making available to a complainant to drive his own investigation. Do you not see a problem with that?
I did not use any police powers on this contact or on this investigation to give it to the complainant.
Well, do you think Natasha of the SABC would have given you that information if she didn't know you were a police officer?
That's correct.
You think she would have?
That's correct.
On what basis? How would you have asked for it?
I would ask her, because if I know her.
And she would just hand out somebody else's cell phone number to a civilian or to a non-police officer for the purposes of investigating that person. Do you think she'd do that?
I think it will depend on the circumstances of the request of those particular numbers.
When you say you know her, in what capacity do you know her?
She used to be a student in TUT, and I know her from there.
Well, my question really is, do you know her, you as a police officer, or socially is the kind of distinction I'm looking for?
No, just as a civilian, not as a police officer. I knew her even before I was a police officer.
Okay, thank you.
Did you pay her for this information?
Can you repeat that message?
Did you pay her for this information?
No.
Are you sure about that answer? Are you sure about that answer?
I'm sure about the answer.
Why did you hesitate?
No, the way he's asking, this gives me doubt on.
You see, we haven't given you your chats with Natasha SABC, so I won't put anything to you, but I'd invite you to go back and look at your chats with Natasha SABC and see if you did pay her.
What page is that, Commissioner?
I don't want to confront you with materials that we haven't given you, but I would invite you to look at your chats with Natasha SABC presenter to see if you did pay her for this information or not, and we can maybe go there tomorrow.
Okay.
Sergeant, can you please pull the mics closer to you and also speak up? We just received word that you are not that audible.
Sorry, Commissioner. I'm just afraid that this mic is too loud and my voice is higher. So I'm trying to.
I want exactly that loud voice.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chaskell.
If we go back to your chats with Z, we see he does seem to have taken over the investigation. If you go down to 1194, 10:23:20 a.m., chat number 7, he tells you presumably referring to Mr. Kawula, he's now in PMB. You see that?
That's correct.
Was he referring to Mr. Kawula?
Yes.
Did you do anything about the fact that Mr. Kawula was in PMB? Peter Maritzburg?
I've contacted the IO to check with him that does he know that Mr. Kawula is in Peter Maritzburg? He said he's following that up.
And then on 1201, 1201, if you go down to 1201, you see chat 6, he sends you Mr. Kawula's status on X, and that status reflected the fact that he was at an award ceremony the previous night, and Mr. Ngumalo says, "Were you scared of Musa? He was busy presenting awards yesterday. You could have fetched him." You recall that?
Yes, I recall it.
Were you scared of Musa?
No.
And then on 1202, the 1st of December, he sends you a number and says, this is Musa Kawula's number that he's using. You see that? Chats 1 and 2.
Page is still on 1202.
1202.
Where is that? I can't see.
First, top 2 chats of the page, 1 and 2. First
okay, yeah, I see it. The one of 0, what, yeah.
What did you do with that information?
Nothing.
Didn't you send it to the investigating officer?
No, I don't recall sending it. Maybe I was too busy at that particular time. I can't just recall.
Did you at any stage tell Z that he should actually deal with the investigating officer, not you?
No, I did not tell him.
Why not? This wasn't your case.
Even though it was not my case, but as a police official, I felt that if there is a case open that I'm aware about, I could assist where I can or where I could.
But you're being called upon to assist a great deal here. He's phoning you on a regular basis.
Can you repeat again?
You are being called upon to assist a great deal here. He's phoning you on a regular basis.
I don't know what maybe the commission he means when he say assist on a great deal.
Well, he's making very many requests of you. He keeps on pushing you with information about Mr. Kawula, which he expects you to act on. Is that not correct?
I don't feel, I never felt that he was pushing me. I felt maybe he was just venting out the frustration that he opened a case and there is no movement, then he calls people that think might help. So I took it in that version.
I see. Did you discuss this matter with General Sabia at all?
That's correct.
And what was General Sabia's attitude to the matter?
Okay, maybe to start back. When he started to communicate to me about this matter, automatically the team, Brigadier Ramangwa and the team were also investigating this matter. So because I'm part and parcel of Brigadier Ramangwa's team reporting to General Sabia, that is the reason I got this information.
So were you part of Brigadier Ramangwa's team?
That's correct.
On this case?
That's correct.
And Brigadier Ramangwa would report regularly
to
General Sabia on this case?
That's correct.
And did you feed all of your information to Brigadier Ramangwa?
Each and everything that I get from Z, General Sabia, Brigadier Ramangwa.
And how does Brigadier Ramangwa's team interface with the investigating officer, Sergeant Mabunda?
They were communicating regularly.
So, although there is an investigating officer, there's a separate team under Brigadier Ramangwa investigating Musa Kawula.
That's correct.
Why? Did you ever find out?
Musa Kawula had many cases. He had, I think, 3 or 4 warrants on him, other than this one of Z. I think it was on those bases that, no, maybe they should address it. That is according to me, but I did not ask why.
I see. Can I take you back to your evidence in February?
Can I just ask the question, Mr. Shaskalson? Sergeant, what made this, if at all, an organized crime case that falls within that category of cases?
I don't know if I will be answering correctly. In my level, we don't ask, we execute.
I accept that, and now I'm asking you, as an organized crime police officer, you
Yes,
fall under that unit.
Yes.
Was this, according to you, forget what you've been instructed to do,
Yes.
according to you, understanding the functions
Yes.
of the organized crime unit, I think that's what it's called.
That's correct.
Was this one of those kind of cases? This complaint by Mr. Ngumalo against Mr. Kawula, does it fall in the category of organized crime cases?
No. It does not fall on organized crime.
Yes.
But according to me, based on Mr. Kawula is being arrested, given bail does not appear, warrant of arrest is issued, and then is not arrested somewhere again, does not attend, and then another warrant of arrest is issued. Then, as organized crime, we start to dig into why is this one not being arrested? Then we start to get involved. That is according to my...
So you suspected him because he's been missing appearances, you suspected him to be involved with organized crime?
Yes.
Is that what it is?
That's correct.
Okay. And was this a provincial or national matter, the docket that was with Sergeant Mabunda?
It was a station.
It wasn't a national?
No, it was a station.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalson.
Sergeant, I just want to take you back, take issue with your answer that you don't ask questions, you just execute. Because that was essentially General Sibia's statement about you that you said was false. Remember when he denied that you had asked him what was so important about this investigation into Mr. Kawula, he said he'd never asked me that. He never asks. He's 5 rungs below me. He would never ask me a question like that. And you said, no, that's false. I often ask him a question like that.
Yes.
So you do ask questions about what's the purpose of this sort of investigation when you think that you need to know what the purpose is.
It depends on the relationship. My relationship with General Sibia, it was a relationship where I could ask. And now my relationship with Brigadier Ramangwa is the relationship that I just take instruction, that because of he took instructions from somewhere. So I'm answering on that basis. That the reason that this docket came to national office, I did not ask. It was just like that.
But you knew that General Sibia was interested in this case. You knew that General Sibia was interested in this case against Kawula.
I don't know how to answer that.
Well, your evidence earlier was that General Sibia had said he's under pressure in relation to this case because the complainants are Minister Mbalula and Z, and they carry political weight.
Yeah, That was the time now we started to execute, but I did not know that he had an interest on that before.
Sorry, you did not know that?
I did not know that he did have an interest before. I only knew when we started now to push in. That is when I said I got instructions from him.
Yes, but you'll recall that conversation.
That's correct.
Was on the 21st of October.
That's correct.
And we're now long past the 21st of October.
Pardon?
We're in December.
I can't hear you clearly.
We are long past the 21st of October. We're already in December now.
Yes.
And throughout the period, from the 21st of October onwards, you're getting constant pieces of information from Z wanting you to act on it.
I'm not avoiding the question.
This wasn't really a question there, I must confess.
I don't know. Maybe you can repeat it.
Yeah, sure. Throughout this period, from 21 October into December, where we've now landed, you are aware that General Sibia has an interest in this case?
Yes.
And you're aware that he's under pressure because of the identities of the two complainants, yes. Minister Mbalula and Z.
Yes.
Let's continue through December. On the 7th of December, you send Z a message saying, "Morning, brother, we're waiting for you in terms of the tickets."
Yes.
What was that about?
Now we received the information that Musa Kaula was going to perform somewhere. And then as a result, he contacted the IO to also go there. And then I've raised the issue that if he's performing into an event, there are two possibilities. We might be refused entry as the police. Two, the information might leak that we are looking for him because of he's a public figure. So the best way, then he suggested, now let me get the ticket so that you might, if the issue of the appointment certificate being rejected, use the tickets. Or the best way is to use the tickets to be undercover, then you go there and do our work.
Now, presumably you've got a budget for eventualities like this. If you can justify buying tickets to a concert for an operation to go undercover, SAPS will pay for it. Is that correct?
I don't know if I understand your question correctly or your comment.
So your answer is we needed to go undercover at this concert?
No, not per se as undercover. Maybe it came out wrongly. There are two things. When we get to the event, there are possibilities that we might be rejected entry. One. Two, the information might leak when we produce that we are the police, we are working on this case, because of we did not know who is who on that particular day. So we said, no, the best way is to get the ticket for in case.
So the plan is that you're going to go to this concert with tickets dressed like ordinary members of the public coming to a concert.
Yes.
And that way, nobody will know that you're police actually coming to arrest Mr. Kaula.
That's correct.
My question to you is, if that is the plan, why doesn't the SAPS pay for the tickets?
It was on weekends that day, and we did not think, to be very honest with you, we did not think that there would be any problem.
Ms. Chaskalson, my question is, why is it you who is effecting the arrest? Why is it not the investigating officer and his team?
The investigating officer was already in his way there, according to the information that I received from Mr. Kaula. And as part and parcel of our project in head office, as I've explained to Commissioner Baloyi, that there were other talkers that they were working on there. So we decided, no, let us also as well go.
Your exchange with Mr. Kaula in relation to the tickets takes place at 6:18 in the morning on Saturday, the 7th of December, 2024.
Yes.
Are you saying to me that between 6:18 in the morning and when the concert begins that afternoon or evening, it was not possible to arrange for SAPS to buy tickets themselves?
It's the weekends. Usually finance offices, they open during the course of the week. And at that particular time, I'm just being honest, we did not think it's a problematic thing to do.
So what happens then is Mr. Kaula gives you tickets, does he not? Sorry, Mr. Nkumalo gives you tickets.
Yes, you send them.
Can I just ask this? You have this conversation about tickets at 6:18:45 a.m. So the conversation would have started earlier. So this is a Saturday morning, you say. The conversation about Mr. Nkumalo giving you tickets must have happened earlier than 6:18, and I want to suggest on a weekday, such as Friday.
No.
When did this happen?
On the very same day.
On the Saturday itself?
Yes.
That he told you before 6:18?
Yes.
And how do we see that in these chats? That you would have had an earlier conversation?
When myself and sometimes it's through the WhatsApp, sometimes it's a straight phone call. I don't recall, Commissioner, that how did we communicate, but on Friday, we did not communicate about it.
This would have been a straight call, one of those straight calls, if it's not in your chats.
Yes, I'm just assuming. But it was on that day that we were communicating.
Thank you.
So he gives you the tickets.
That's correct.
And we see the tickets at page 1238.
One, 2, 3, 8, yes.
38. And you see it starts with a general admission ticket
Yes.
for 200 rands.
Yes.
Then there's a VIP ticket for 1,000.
Yes.
Another VIP for 1,000.
Yes.
Another VIP for 1,000.
Yes.
And then 2 more generals for 200. So you had 3 generals and 3 VIPs. Which one did you take?
I took the general one.
Did? Can we go to page 1244? 1244. There's a picture of somebody's wrist with one of those concert bracelets that you get for admission.
Yes.
Is that your wrist?
See, this one is too black. I'm not that.
You sent it to Mr. Nkumalo. Do you remember whose wrist you sent to Mr. Nkumalo? Was it yours or somebody else's?
Hey, I'm trying to check my wrist and that one.
No, Sergeant. The complexion may sometimes even depend on the lighting, so you can't lay too much stress on the...
I'm also checking the size, Commissioner. You see, mine is big. This one is too big. But
I'm looking at your shoulders. Your wrist must be quite big as well.
No, let me say this one might be mine, but thank you, Commissioner.
Let's go to the next picture that you sent him, 1245. It's a picture of the stage.
That's correct.
Did you take this picture or did somebody else take it?
I took it.
You see, I want to suggest to you that you can only take a picture like this if you've got VIP access, because a general admission is not going to get you to the side of the stage.
I had a general admission because of there was no order here, we just cross in and come back. But I had a normal ticket, not this one VIP.
So you sort of like wandered in and out of the VIP area too. Can I ask, was this operation to arrest Mr. Kawula successful?
No.
No. Why not?
He was not there.
He wasn't there.
That's correct.
Did the SAP ever reimburse Mr. Nxumalo for the 3,600 that he'd paid for these tickets for you to go to the concert?
I advised him to write a short statement that he assisted with his personal finances on this particular investigation. Then they must send it to the office of the Brigadier Ramango, then we'll make application to reimburse him. I don't know, I did not make a follow-up if he did that or not.
I see.
The docket in this matter, where did it end up? Does it remain in the station? Did it ever become an organized crime docket? Because now you have organized crime seriously involved in this matter.
It was still there.
You mean it was still there?
It was still there in the station. But the plan was, once he's arrested, the docket is going to be called.
So as matters ended, organized crime never had this docket? Or just explain what has happened. Where is a record of this matter kept? Is it at the station? Is it at organized crime?
It was kept at organized crime head office. I think it was now taken over by Sergeant Makapane. Yeah.
At organized crime?
That's correct.
Yeah. I still ask the question, what is it about this matter or Mr. Kawula that was organized crime? Maybe as you carry on with Mr. Chaskalson, it will become clearer. It's not clear to me why organized crime as a unit would have gotten involved with this. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Sorry, who did you allocate the other 5 tickets to? So it's 3 VIP, 2 general, and the 1 general that you have. Who did you allocate the other 5 tickets
to? Captain Zungu, the one that I was with, and 3 other members from the trekking team that we found there.
So you had a team of 6, including you?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And was Brigadier Ramangwa there?
No, Brigadier Ramangwa was not there.
So you said 3 other members of the team, Captain Zungu, yourself. Who's the 6th?
We were 6, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the other ones is a trekking team, but I will provide their names shortly. I can't recall them.
So it was you and Captain Zungu and then 4 members of the tracking team?
Yes.
Was the investigating officer there, Sergeant Mabunda?
No, he was not there as yet when we arrived there.
Well, how was he going to get into the concert without a ticket?
No, if he was going to come in, we were obviously going to make other arrangements.
Sorry, what arrangements would you make?
For him to get in.
So he would arrive in uniform at the concert and get in?
I don't understand.
You see, I mean, I'm the one who's struggling here. I also don't understand. I thought that the whole purpose of this operation was to have SAPS members at the concert not identifiable as SAPS members, so that they could establish where Mr. Kawula was and arrest him. That was the purpose.
Yes.
But the 6 tickets are not given, or none of the 6 tickets are given to the investigating officer who is going to effectively, perform the arrest.
Okay.
So how is he going to arrest Mr. Kawula without a ticket?
No, it's us who they were going to arrest.
So you're going to do the arrest, and then what? How does the investigating officer fit in here? Is he going to play no role?
Okay. According to me, when I phoned him, that the information said or suggests that Mr. Kawula is at the concert, the investigation officer promised to follow us there. But on that particular time, when we arrived, he was not there. So it was a blessing in disguise because of the tickets were 6. I gave them and then I took mine.
But why wouldn't you provide a ticket for the investigating officer if the plan was for him to come there with you?
He's not there.
No, but you didn't know that when you got the tickets in the morning and you decided who was going to come to the concert.
He's not there.
I do understand that, but you said the plan was for him to follow you there and be at the concert.
Yes.
And how would he get into the concert without a ticket?
If he arrived there, we would have made arrangements for him to get in.
But you were expecting him to be there, were you not?
Yes. But he was
so one of those 6 tickets should have been dedicated to him.
At that time, we're prioritizing. The members are here. We give those who are there. This one did not come, or at that time, maybe he was late. Then we decided that, no, this one, if he comes late, we'll see what to do with him, but let's proceed. That is what we did.
So now the investigating officer is going to arrive at the concert without a ticket. What is how's he going to get in?
I think we were going to make a plan once he arrived there.
And what sort of plan would that have been?
I can't say what is the plan, because if he did not arrive there, so we did not make any plan. So we thought we would, as a team, make a plan for him to get in when he's there.
Okay. Was he going to arrive in civvies or in uniform?
He's a detective, he does not wear a uniform.
I see. So he would arrive in civvies and he'd have to get a ticket at the gate. Could you buy tickets at the gate?
I don't know how to answer it. We were going to make a plan when he arrived there. So the plan, I don't know what was going to be the plan. Maybe the team, one of the team members would come up with another plan. So by that time...
This suggests to me, Sergeant, that you had not even applied your minds to that. That is how he would get in. Is that not correct? I'm saying your response suggests to me that you had not even applied your mind as to how he would get in if he did arrive.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Yes, Mr. Shaskalson.
I'm assuming you could have asked Zay to buy a ticket online and send you the ticket on WhatsApp. That was one of the possibilities. You didn't think that far?
I don't know what I lie and say this
That's
is what
fine.
I thought.
Let's
But I
leave
did
it
not.
there. Thanks.
Look, we've spent quite a long time on this. Maybe we can just take you to the end. And the end is on...
Maybe before you do the end, Mr. Chairperson, Did the investigating officer ever arrive at the scene?
No, it did not, Commissioner.
He never did?
No, Commissioner.
So, no, thank you.
So the end starts on page 1207 when Mr. Kawula is arrested on the 8th of January 2025.
1207.
1207.
1207.
1207. And there you'll see at chat number 6, you get sent by Mr. Nkumalo a picture of Mr. Kawula in custody at Sandton Police Station. You see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Looks like a club to me, Mr. Chaskalson, or a tavern.
It's a tavern, actually, Commissioner.
Apparently it's a tavern, not Sandton Police Station. My apologies to the policemen at Sandton Police Station.
1246.
1246.
Yes.
The picture itself is at 1246. Do you want to go to 1240? Can you check on 12? Heavens. It is most definitely not the Sandton Police Station. 1246. But then, at 3:29 p.m., you get sent a SAPS 14 number. It says SAPS 14 is 30/1/2025. Yes. What's a SAPS 14 number?
It's a constitutional right.
A constitutional right?
No, I think it's a book. It's a book to receive the prisoner, if I'm not mistaken. Cell register.
It's the arrest register, is it not?
Yes.
And then at 3:29, there's a picture of Mr. Kawula in custody.
Yes.
1247. You see that? At page 1247.
Yes.
Now, and then at 1248, you'll see that Mr. Nkumalo has not just sent you a picture of Mr. Kawula in custody, he's also sent you a picture of the arrest register itself.
Yes.
With all names other than Mr. Kawula sort of half crossed out. You can see some of the names, you can work out some of the names because it's not fully crossed out.
Yes.
Now, can I ask, is it consistent with SAPS practice for pictures of accused persons in custody and their arrest registers to be provided to complainants? Do you normally send pictures of arrested persons in custody and the arrest register to the complainant in each case?
No.
Is it lawful?
No.
Do you know who sent this picture to Mr. Nkumalo?
I think it's the arresting officers from KZN.
The arresting officers from KZN.
That's correct.
Is it lawful for Mr. Nkumalo to distribute this information?
I'm not sure.
Would it be lawful for you to distribute it further?
It depends whom do I distribute it to. Sometimes maybe if I cannot even distribute, maybe send it to the IO or to the team that are investigating that.
I see. Then, if we continue down the chat, we see at 4:36 p.m. on the 8th of January, 12:09, Mr. Ngumalo says, please send the numbers. Whose numbers is he referring to? He asks you to send numbers. Whose numbers did you understand him to be referring to?
I can't recall.
Let me help you. The first number you send him at 4:41 is Brigadier Ramangwa's number.
Okay.
So why would you send him Brigadier Ramangwa's number?
Why would I send Brigadier Ramangwa's number?
That's correct.
Yeah, Brigadier Ramangwa was the leading investigator on the project.
So he wanted you to send him the numbers of the lead investigator on the project, is what you thought?
That's correct.
Then he says, thanks, and Ubaba Oko. Excuse my pronunciation.
No, it's fine.
Baba Skoko. That's SGQOKO, and Skoko means head.
The man with a hat. Who's the man with a hat?
The man with the hat?
Yes, who's the man with the hat?
General Sibia said it's him. They sometimes call him Skoko.
Yes, because of
his communist head.
I just wanted to sit in the chair, but I will answer, however, it's the general.
It is the general. So why would you want the general's number?
No. You are confusing me now, Commissioner.
He wants you to send you the number, to send him the number of the general. That's what he's asking for.
Yes.
Why would he want it?
I don't know.
Well, isn't the answer in your evidence on the 4th of February that this was an investigation that General Sibia was taking very seriously?
Yes.
And Mr. Kawula knew it.
Mm-hmm.
And you'll recall right at the start of this process, shortly before the warrant was issued. The warrant was issued on the 21st of October, and on the th of October,
yes,
he was asking you how far away is General Sibia. You remember that when we showed you the screenshot?
Yes.
So General Sibia seems to have been involved in this process from shortly before the warrant was exercised to the point at which at the end of the process he was thanked by Z. Would that be correct?
I'm not sure.
All right. I have reached the end of this topic.
But Mr. Cheskasen, if you look at page 1210 and chat 1, it seems that the thanks was to request the number of Babasko, not to thank him so much. Because you have that chat 1 at the top.
Indeed. And the number that you send at 1210 is in fact General Sibia's number. You'll see that at 1251.
Is that correct?
It's correct, Commissioner. It's just that I'm quiet because I did not know whether he's asking or he's commenting. But it's correct.
Maybe before you leave this, Mr. Chesterton, this trip to KZN, this festival or music show, it was in KZN?
No.
Where was it?
It was somewhere in Fierinacheng, there in those farms there.
You said Didier, I think.
Didier, that's correct.
Is
That's
that where
correct.
it was? Yes. And why does DPCI Tom's Captain Zungu get involved with this? It doesn't seem like a DPCI matter.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. He was recently appointed now in our office, so I was no longer referring him as DPCI, even though we call him or we address him like DPCI. So he was working in our office then.
So at the time of this operation, he was now in your office?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just to clarify an issue, the tickets for the concert where you failed to find Mr. Kaula, if one goes to that ticket at page 1238, one sees that the concert was held at Kroon Park Holiday Resort. 1238.
Okay.
That's correct. Now that's in Kroonstad, isn't it? That's in Kroonstad, Kroon Park Holiday Resort.
Yes.
So this operation took 6 policemen from Gauteng to Kroonstad.
Yes.
With the possibility of a 7th, the investigating officer.
Yes, Commissioner.
But at least you got to go to a concert. I do want to move to another topic, and we may not finish it before lunch, but let's start it at least.
May I quickly make this suggestion, Sergeant? I want to suggest to you that it was never ever intended for the investigating officer to be there.
Can you repeat that, my Commissioner?
I'm suggesting to you that it was never intended for the investigating officer to be there.
No, it was intended.
I mean, you said earlier that Mr. Malo was frustrated about the investigation not going anywhere, but it seems that in fact Mr. Malo was directing this investigation. If you look at 1209, page 1209, where now Mr. Malo is asking you for numbers, he in fact at chat number 5 tells you that the investigating officer will call you. So he is in touch with the investigating officer, and he's now arranged with the investigating officer to call you. It suggests that, and all the facts about tickets, him providing you with information about where Mr. Kaula is, and giving you tickets, and then concluding in this chat 5 where he says Mabunda will call you. It gives the impression, the unavoidable impression, that in fact you had a complainant who was directing this investigation and telling the police what to do, where to go. That's the impression I get from this. Is that not a fair impression?
Maybe I can say 50-50 from the suggestion of the Commission, but to me, I think maybe it was desperation because it was affecting him in his marriage, or he's a public figure as well. So I think it's desperation and direction. Maybe let's share, take 50, I take 50, and then we make what I'm suggesting.
No, Sergeant, the important point I'm making is you have a civilian who is a complainant, who's basically telling police what to do, when, where. That's the important issue I'm raising with you. Yes, clearly his motives or the reasons for doing what he's doing, maybe it is. He's desperate because it's affecting his marriage. But this sequence of WhatsApp texts and the action that follows on that, you have a complainant who is really directing and telling the police what to do. That's the picture that has emerged from these WhatsApp exchanges.
I think it's the issue with Zulu men, they like to take over and take control. And I think...
You think, so that's what he did because that's what Zulu men do. But I'm more interested in that's what he did. Okay, thank you.
Oh, Zulu now.
No.
But there is does beg the question. Why does SAPS let a Zulu man, in this case, take over an investigation?
The Zulu man referring to who? Mabunda is not a Zulu man, it's a Tsonga man.
No.
Well, then your earlier explanation that this is what Zulu men do doesn't really wash here.
I'm just answering that thing of why it seems that Mr. Ngumalo is directing the investigation on how it should be conducted. I said maybe, this Zulu man and authority. So, but we did not see it like that, Commissioner. We saw it as, to me, as desperation and the Commissioner's direction. So that's why I'm suggesting.
Look, I mean, I don't think we want to get into any ethnic stereotypes here, but the question remains, why was this individual allowed to take over the investigation? Not why did he want to take over the investigation, why was he allowed to take over the investigation?
Who's that? Now, is Mr. Ngumalo?
Yes.
We did not allow him. I think it was a matter of assistance. Sometimes police officials will run from here to there, then from there we need another assistance. We took advantage of that. We did not see as, but I leave it to that.
He facilitates your presence at the concert in order for you to arrest Mr.
Kaula.
Yes. And there's a whole lot of other exchanges culminating in him saying Mabunda, the investigating officer, will call you. So he's basically there again, playing a facilitative role. So it's in that sense that it's being suggested to you by Commissioner Baloyi and Mr. Shaskalsin that he was in the driving seat, as it were, with regard to effecting an arrest. And the question is, why was that so?
Commissioners, with due respect, I still go back to that thing of desperation and...
Yes, Mr. Shaskalsin.
Maybe just finally, also that in fact, the reason that Mr. Kaula is arrested in the end is for contravening the Cybercrime Act and criminal injuria, not because of murder or the other many things that you have said, failure to appear in court. It is in fact for the simple crime of contravening the Cybercrime Act and criminal injuria. You accept that because that's what this cell register says. It states why he was arrested, and that's what the warrant was about. Yes.
Yes. At that time, this cell register, those people who arrested him on these charges, but once he was transported from KZN to Sandton now, that is whereby all the charges of attempted murder, malicious to damage property, their warrant were executed.
Those did not involve Mr. Ngumalo.
That's correct.
Thank you.
My issue, Sergeant, is what appears to be abuse of state resources. I mean, the fact that there's 6 of you, I'm not sure whether you are traveling from DDR or from Pretoria, but from here to Kronstadt is about 3 hours, right? More or less.
No, let's say 1.5, because it's not exactly Kronstadt. This member is intimidating me. When I talk, he's shaking his head. Now I get disturbed.
Don't look at him, look at me.
Yes, please, Commissioners. Sorry. I was actually very concerned about that kind of conduct because it's quite intimidating to the witness as if he's saying wrong and makes him to change his mind. Can the colleague then stop with that, please?
Sergeant, just look at me. Don't look at the people on the other table. So,
Sorry, I did not see what Mr. Ngwato is complaining about. What are you complaining about, Mr. Ngwato?
Okay, I'll be very specific. There's one of the team evidence leaders. I can't remember. I met him the last time when he was introduced. I'm on that side. He's doing this when the witness is answering. So the witness starts bothering, am I saying something wrong? And therefore, he's interfering with the witness giving evidence, as if what he's saying is wrong, and that makes him to now start thinking twice. So he should keep his opinion about the matter to himself, but not to then do gestures that affect the witness in terms of his testimony.
Yeah, but to the extent that, gestures may be intimidating, perhaps, and let us try to avoid them. But I'm sure that can never suggest, for example, that if something that we all find funny is said, we should not laugh. I hope it doesn't go that far. But no, I take your point, Mr. Ngwato.
Chair, it's important that the witness be given a comfortable environment to present his evidence.
I take your point, but I'm just saying sometimes there will be those natural responses that sometimes testimony will evoke, especially amongst all of us. There will be those moments where you yourself would have heard everybody either responding with a laughter or whatever else. I'm sure your point cannot relate to all of those, but I have already made the point, and that's because I take your point, that let us avoid those responses or gestures that may make the witness to feel intimidated. I take
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Sergeant Gorsi, see, if you look at me and you avoid those people, you won't run into this difficulty. Remember, my starting point was, this seems to me to be an abuse of state resources, and I had suggested to you that depending on where you are traveling from, you could have been in Pretoria or De Deer in the Vaal. It's about 3 hours traveling to Kronstadt, and you say, no, maybe 1.5.
Yes.
I'll take your word that it is 1.5, so don't look at the heads that are shaking. Still, 6 people, 6 police officers, including the trackers or tracers, as you call them, are sent by Mr. Zay to Kronstadt to go look for a suspect, and he's not there, and they then come back empty-handed. To me, it's abuse of state resources for the benefit of a single individual. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, I want to comment on that. According to me, I would not see or suggest it's a state funds abuse, because one, Mr. Kaula is a public figure. Sometimes we go there and want to effect arrest, then the community, they start to turn against you. What are you going to do? It's another problem. And then number 2, I think that the reason that maybe, let me leave it to that. Let me not add more.
Because there's no reason why the police in Kronstadt cannot assist. If Mr. Kaula happened to be in Kronstadt, There's no reason why 6 resources from Pretoria had to be sent there and come back. The police in Kroonstad could have assisted with the arrest if Mr. Kaula happened to be there. Just as in the case of KZN when he was eventually arrested. You didn't have to travel to KZN on Mr. Zay's instructions. The police in KZN, in fact, effected the arrest. Is that not so?
That's correct, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Just before leaving this topic, there is one issue that I want to raise. If one looks at this warrant at page 1133, the primary count is contravening Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act. Now, Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act doesn't create an offence.
Mr. Gustafson, you said
1233. 1233.
Thank you.
You were saying, Mr. Gustafson?
The primary count is contravening Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act. Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act does not create an offence. It is, in fact, a definition section. There is no offence of contravening Section 13 of the Cybercrime Act. Have you ever looked at the Cybercrime Act?
No.
No. Can we then... well, can I ask further? Did you know what the allegation against Mr. Kawula was in relation to the Cybercrime Act? Because I've looked at the Cybercrime Act. I can't really identify with any certainty what he was alleged to have done to have contravened that act. It certainly wasn't contravening Section 13. Do you know what the allegation was that created an offence here?
Yes, I know. I've noted them down. I'll tell you maybe after.
Thanks.
Yes.
When you went to Kroonstad, this is the warrant that you were going to execute.
Yes.
This is the warrant that you had.
That's correct,
with you.
Commissioner.
Okay, so you were not executing the other warrants that you say had brought him within the scope of organized crime. You didn't have a murder warrant to execute. You didn't have a warrant for not appearing in court when you went to Kroonstad. This is the warrant you were going to execute.
No, I had them. They are in my
no,
phone.
What I'm asking is, on the day that you went with Captain Zungu
Yes, Commissioner.
to Kroonstad,
That's correct, Commissioner.
this is the warrant that you had.
Yes, and the other one.
You had other warrants.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And you say you have them, your attorney has got them for
Yeah,
us.
I'll switch on my phone,
Okay.
then I'll give exact, yeah.
And we will see from that you had those warrants on the day that you went to Kroonstad.
Yeah, I think it's a copy of that warrant.
Okay, thank you.
Now, moving to a completely different topic. You told us earlier that you retrieved Mr. Msibi's jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm approximately in September 2024. You recall that?
Yes.
Now, and you took it back to Mr. Msibi's farm in Hammanskraal.
That's correct.
Now, after the jet ski was brought back to Hammanskraal, did you effectively exercise control over it?
No.
So who controlled the jet ski?
There are securities there in the farms.
Okay. And did you use the jet ski after it was brought back to Hammanskraal?
Yes.
When would you use the jet ski?
I don't know exact dates.
And what arrangements would you make to use the jet ski? If you wanted to use it, what arrangements would you make?
I would phone my brother's Tembizo, Baba's other son, and then I'll make arrangement that he must inform the security that I'm coming to pick up the jet ski.
And you know if Mr. Matlalo used the jet ski?
I know that he used it.
After it had gone back to Hammanskraal?
I don't know that.
Who would have records of who used the jet ski when? Would security at Hammanskraal keep any records of who was taking the jet ski? Now, if we go to your statement, you describe...
Sorry, Chair, I'm pressed. Can I?
Sorry?
I'm pressed. Can I use the restroom?
Let's take the lunch adjournment and resume at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And see if perhaps we can bring you up to speed with one or two stories before the top of the hour.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
As the nation seeks answers, SAFM brings you live, uninterrupted coverage of Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating allegations made by KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. You can also stay up to date with the Judicial Commission of Inquiry into criminality, political interference, and corruption in the criminal justice system. Stay informed, stay connected. Tune in live on SAFM 104 to 107 and follow the coverage across our digital platforms live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Whether it is a CCMA referral, problems with a mechanic, unfair blacklisting, or an uncontested divorce, Clientele Legal offers professional legal services to all South Africans. Our plans are affordable, and you receive up to 745,000 Rand worth of legal services per year. We cover civil, criminal, and labor-related matters. Our nationwide legal teams are standing by to support you 24 hours a day. Plus, all plans include a 5,000 Rand bail benefit. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
SAFM supports a litter-free South Africa. Play your part in keeping our surroundings and environment clean. SAFM, leading the conversation. Update at...
Well, we have about 4 minutes before the top of the hour, and here's a sweet story. Now, the family of a centenarian in Litswatla village in the Malibogo area of Limpopo is organizing a birthday celebration for one of the oldest centenarians. Now, Masilolo Ratsela will be celebrating 112th birthday on the 24th of March. And she's presumed to be the oldest person in her village, with South Africa's life expectancy averaging around 65 to 66 years. Masilolo's longevity is testament to her strength and wisdom. SABC News reporter Baatiba Mabua has more on this story.
bophelo bja ke bophelang nna ke bo tshwerwe ke Jesu kere le motho a nyaka ke se sa dula ba o tla ilwa mbitsa le na le motho o hwile na se ya go ya phela.
The elderly woman Koko Maselelo Rachela, dressed in her finest attire, boasts of her long life, her eyes shining with joy ahead of her 112th birthday on the 24th of March. She was born in 1914, just months before World War I. She has lived through World War II, witnessed apartheid from start to finish. She has also seen the transition to democracy and now the current GNU government. She and her late husband were blessed with 6 children, 3 males and 3 females. Her third-born daughter and fourth-born son are her only surviving children in their 80s. Kuku Rachela explains.
I
know that I'm the eldest person in this village and I'm still feeling strong. This one you see next to me is my youngest daughter, and you can see that she's an old woman. I'm grateful to God for giving me this life because I have lived to see many generations. Her eyesight is still sharp, but she's slightly hard of hearing. Despite her advanced age, Kuku Maselelo remains active, tending to her garden, cooking, and keeping her yard clean. She says she eats ordinary food like anyone else and lives life one day at a time, trusting in prayer. I am from heaven, and Jesus brought me to this world to live fully and enjoy this world that He has created for me. He has placed me here, and therefore He's the one who can take me out. I enjoy eating pap with meat, sometimes with milk, and green vegetables that I pluck from my own garden that I tend to myself. I'm also the one who cleans the house. Her family says they wish the government would recognize her and help celebrate this milestone. I'm just amazed by my mom's strength and spirit. She's lived through so much, but she's still going strong. She taught us prayer and to trust in our Lord Jesus Christ. I'm grateful to be her daughter and learn from her wisdom.
We wish Kuku could be recognized and maybe even make it to the Guinness World Records. We've been writing to the Blowback municipality every year on her birthday, asking them to come and honor her, but they've never shown up. We are calling on the public to join us, make donations, and help make her party special.
Kuku Maselelo advises young people to stay active by doing household chores and yard work. She also urges them to avoid alcohol, saying she has never touched a drop in her 112 years. Batsiba Mabua, SABC News, Letswatla, Gamaleboro.
Oh, what an interesting story. I just quickly Googled, the oldest person, and as of April the 30th, 2025, the world's oldest verified living person is Ethel May Cateran, and she is from the UK, and at 115 years old became the oldest living person following the death of Ina Lucas. She was the oldest British person ever, and the last surviving person born in the 1900s decade. So Coco is right up there. So we're going to watch this one. Already 112. So she's like 3 years behind the oldest verified living person. So let's see how far this is going to go. Well, that's all we have time for this afternoon. Thanks so much for tuning in to Updated Noon. And of course, the Madlanga Commission continues, but thanks to the team for making sure it all went out loud and clear. It's time now for your news at 1 with Ondelambana.
Thank you, Sakina, and the team on the top stories. Witness D murder accused appears in court in Japan. Stats releasing oil reserves. For SAFM News, I am Mondela Mbana, and a very good day. Police believe there is a mastermind behind the murder of Marius van der Merwe, also known as Witness D, at the Madlanga Commission. He was shot dead last year outside his home in front of his family in Brakpan, east of Johannesburg. 41-year-old Masipandile Soteni briefly appeared in the Brakpan Magistrates Court facing 6 charges, including murder, attempted murder, possession of unlicensed ammunition, and premeditated murder. The case has been postponed to next Wednesday for a bail application. SAPS national spokesperson Athlenda Mate says investigations into other role players in the murder of Van der Merwe are continuing.
Matipandile Soteni is a former member of the SAPS. He joined the ranks in 2005, and in 2010 he joined the Special Task Force. So that a highly trained, specialized former member can appear in court on such a serious charge.
Lawyers for former President Jacob Zuma want to be given access to emails and WhatsApp messages between TRC Cases Inquiry Chairperson, retired Justice Sisi Khambembe, and Chief Evidence Leader Advocate Ishmael Semenya. A full court of High Court in Johannesburg is over the next 2 days hearing former President Zuma and Thabo Mbeki for a review of Khambembe's refusal to recuse herself from the helm of the Judicial Commission. Advocate Dalimpofu alleges that Khambembe improperly intervened in the failed attempt last year to have Semenya step down and wants the correspondence which proves this.
Sometime in November 2025, says President Zuma, it was reported to me by a whistleblower that the chairperson had committed actions which amount to bias, gross misconduct and or corruption, in that she had inter alia coached and colluded.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
ngikhathali eyonto phela isuke inzima hard work yena ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo melela benza njalo I owe myself impumelelo sesiseduze nayo
makanana, shilo ini makanana, shilo ini makanana, shigepisha macharma, shilo ini makanana, shilo ini makanana, shilo ini makanana, shigepisha macharma, yes makanana, yes makanana, yes makanana, yes makanana, shigepisha macharma, shilo ini makanana, shilo ini makanana, shilo ini makanana, shigepisha macharma, yes makanana, yes makanana, yes makanana, yes makanana, shigepisha macharma, yes makanana, yes makanana, yes makanana, yes makanana.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
phelisa uyinzima. Hard work I am. Ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo, melela benza njalo. I owe myself impumelelo. Sesiseduze nayo.
Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha majarma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha majarma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
phela isuke inzima. Hard work I am. Ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo, kumele benza njalo. I hold myself impumelelo. Ngathi siseduze nayo.
Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarmane. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarmane. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha majarmane. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarmane. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha majarmane. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
phela inzima. Hard work I am. Ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo melela benza njalo. I hold myself impumelelo. Sesiseduze nayo.
Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepesha majarma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepesha majarma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepesha majarma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepesha majarma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepesha majarma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday? This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday? This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
phela isuke inzima. Hard work I am. Ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo, melela benza njalo. I hold myself impumelelo. Sesiseduze nayo.
Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
kuyabikwa angikhathali eyonto phela isuyinzima hard work I am ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo kumele benza njalo I hold myself impumelelo ngathi siseduze nayo
Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shigepisha majarman Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shigepisha majarman Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Shigepisha majarman Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shigepisha majarman Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Shigepisha majarman Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
angikhathali eyonto phela isuke inzima hard work I am ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo melela benza njalo I hold myself impumelelo sesiseduze nayo
Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shigepisha macharma Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shigepisha macharma Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Shigepisha macharma Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shilo ini makanana Shigepisha macharma Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Shigepisha macharma Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana Yes makanana
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
phelisa uyinzima. Hard work I am. Ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo, melela benza njalo. I owe myself impumelelo. Sesiseduze nayo.
Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarman. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarman. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha majarman. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha majarman. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha majarman. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM.
Music never sleeps, and neither do we.
phela isuka inzima. Hard work I am. Ngivuke ekuseni ngenza uhlelo, melela benza njalo. I hold myself impumelelo. Ngasesiseduze nayo.
Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shilo ini makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Shigepisha macharma. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana. Yes makanana.
This is SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this concert series fits in with what you are trying to do with these young people.
The reality is that private funders do not just thoughtlessly throw their resources around.
It is one thing to get a backtrack like that for a finance guy, hey?
Somebody just WhatsApped me to say that she has a daughter who has hearing loss.
Corruption in South Africa has reached disgraceful levels.
First things first, let's get to my daily that's my point feature. So, did you see Cristiano Ronaldo cry yesterday?
This is SAFM. This is SAFM.
Just tell me about how this
Family often creates a special moment where everyone gathers in one place, shares food, and talks about their day. When families eat together, it can bring a feeling of warmth, belonging, and happiness. Meal time allows our parents, guardians, and us as children to check in with each other, talk about school, work, achievements, challenges, or plans for the next day. These conversations help families understand one another better and build stronger relationships. Sometimes families laugh, share stories, give advice, or encourage each other during these moments. Eating together can also teach important life skills such as good manners, patience, listening, and taking turns speaking. Children learn how to respect others during conversations and how to appreciate the effort someone made to prepare the meal. It also encourages healthier eating habits. As children, we learn how to respect others during conversations and how to appreciate the effort someone made to prepare the meal. It also encourages healthier eating habits because families can guide children to make balanced.
Come to your statement where you explain the credit card belonging to one of Mr. Matlala's companies that you found in the jet ski. And if we go to your statement file, that's the small file. On page 1, you say that on the 23rd day of December, you found that Mr. Matlala left a Luxo African Brand Investments business gold card in the jet ski boat of Mr. Msibi. Now, can you explain the circumstances in which you found it? Did you find it, was the jet ski at Hammanskraal when you found it? Was the jet ski somewhere else?
I found it on my way back.
Sorry, on your way back?
To collect it, yes. On my way back to collect the jet ski.
To collect the jet ski from where?
From the farm where it was at Mr. Matlala's place, Mr. Matlala's farm.
So you, on the way back from Mr. Matlala's farm,
yes,
you found the card in the jet ski?
Yes.
Was this when you collected the jet ski to bring it back to Hammanskraal?
That's correct.
But then that would have been in September 2024, not December.
I think maybe you can, maybe I was quicker to answer. Maybe can you repeat your question so that must be clear?
Where were you when you found the card inside the jet ski?
I was in the dam.
Which dam?
RTPS Port Dam.
Hartbeespoort Port Dam. And when was that?
When or where was that?
When?
I can't remember exact date.
In your statement, you say it was the 23rd of December 2024.
Yes, it's possible.
Well, why would you have said in your statement, which is a statement under oath, that it was the 23rd of December if you're not sure that it was? And the statement reads like you were certain that you found the card on the 23rd of December.
Yes.
Why are you doubtful now?
Why am I doubtful now?
Yes.
I'm not doubtful.
So you found the card on the 23rd of December?
Yes.
But earlier you said you found the card on your way back from Mr. Matlala's farm when you were bringing the jet ski to Mr. Msibi's farm.
I think I was quick to answer on that.
Slow down with your answers. Now, you say you found it at Hartbeespoort. How did the jet ski get to Hartbeespoort?
I took it there.
So you collected it from Mr. Msibi's house, a farm, and you took it to Hartbeespoort.
That's correct.
And when you collected it from Mr. Msibi's house, did you check whether there was anything, in the compartment of the jet ski or not? Do you do a check on the jet ski before you collect it or not?
I didn't check.
So how did you find that there was a credit card inside the jet ski's glove compartment, or whatever one calls it in a jet ski?
It was when I arrived in RTBS, searching for the key in the compound. That is when I realized there is a card there.
So when you searched for the key, you realized that there was a card left there?
That's correct.
And was Mr. Matlala with you at Hartbeespoort?
No.
Not that day? So, had you taken the jet ski to Hartbeespoort previously, between the time that you returned it from Mr. Matlala's farm and the 23rd of December? So that would be between September and 23rd of December. Had you been to Hartbeespoort with the jet ski before?
No.
So that card may have been there since you collected the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's, or when you collected the jet ski from Mr. Matlala's farm in September.
I think so.
It may have been.
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Matlala used the jet ski between September and December when you found the card?
I don't know if he might have used it, but I know that he had an access to it as well.
He also had access to it, so it's possible he used it.
Yes.
You see, there are several cash withdrawals on that card between September and December 2024.
Okay.
So if the card was left in the jet ski when you collected it from Mr. Matlala's farm, then it is not possible that Mr. Matlala would have made those withdrawals. Well, let me take that back. It would only be possible for Mr. Matlala to have made those withdrawals if he found the jet ski in Hammanskraal, found the card in the glove compartment, took it out of the glove compartment, withdrew some cash, put it back in the glove compartment, and then forgot about it again. That's the only way it would be possible for Mr. Matlala to have withdrawn that cash. You accept that?
I'm not sure if I understand you clearly.
You see, if the card was in the jet ski when you collected it, and between the time that you collected the jet ski and 23 December when you say you found the card, cash was withdrawn on that card, then those cash withdrawals wouldn't have been made by Mr. Matlala, because the only way they could have been made by Mr. Matlala is if the card was in the jet ski in September. It then went back with the jet ski to Hammanskraal. Mr. Matlala then took the jet ski, found his card that he'd left behind once before, used the card to withdraw cash, put the card back in the jet ski, forgot about it again, and left the card in the jet ski while you, where you ultimately found it on the 23rd of December. That's the only way Mr. Matlala could have withdrawn that cash.
Commissioner. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Ngwato.
I don't recall if the witness has the bank statement of Mr. Matlala to confirm if there are withdrawals, number one. Number two, I've not heard of any evidence where it was indeed confirmed that when the jet ski was taken from the farm, there was no card inside, or there was a card inside, because he never checked it.
I understand the first part about withdrawals. I'll ask Mr. Chaskalson to respond, but the latter part you should leave to the witness to respond to. That's factual or evidentiary matter. So the witness can give a response, whatever that response may be.
Chair, I'm happy to leave this topic for now because Mr. Ngwato's right. Due to an oversight, we haven't included the Luxo African Band bank statements. We'll give them to Mr. Ngwato and the witness now, and we can come back to this either tomorrow or if later if necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
So if I move to a completely different topic, Sergeant, can I ask you to go to page 56 in file 104.
Which one is
Mr. Chairperson, can we close?
104, 56.
Should we close the statement file, put it away?
The statement file can go away for a while.
And where do we go on this file?
To page 56.
56.
There you'll see that on the 25th of November 2024, Mr. Matlala at 13:48 sends you 3 SAPS payment screens. You see them?
That's correct, I see them.
Underneath, he sends a text saying maybe it will reflect tomorrow. And then he sends a text below that that appears to be forwarded to him and says, yes, it is paid on 24 November 2024, but deposited into account will probably be tomorrow, but I will monitor. Did you understand that second text to be Mr. Matlala speaking himself, or him forwarding a text from somebody else who said they would monitor?
It was Mr. Matlala forwarding the message.
So he's forwarding a message from someone saying they will monitor.
That's correct.
Now, who would be monitoring? Who would be able to monitor payments out of SAPS?
I would not know.
Presumably someone within SAPS is the only person who can monitor if payments are going to be deposited the next day.
I wouldn't know.
Your response is, please, my brother. What did you mean by please, my brother?
I don't know what really I meant, because of this payment and these messages, according to me, they had nothing to do with me. So I can't remember what was this please my brother all about.
So these statement screens had nothing to do with you, and you don't know why you were sent them?
Yes.
Why then did you forward them all to General Shabiri? Can you go to page 384?
384 or 284?
384, and that would be in file 2 of 4.
.284.
384, file 2. 384, file 2.
Okay. Yes, I see.
Well, if they had nothing to do with you, why did you forward them to General Shabiri?
I assumed it was for him. That's why I sent it to him.
Well, why would you assume it's for him?
Okay. If I recall, Mr. Matlala had an issue with the payment from SAPS. And this was one of the reasons I sent it to General Shibiri, because I know for a fact he was talking about same with General Shibiri and General Sibia. That is the reason when he sent to me, immediately I pushed them to General Shibiri.
So you thought they had nothing to do with you, but you thought they might have something to do with General Shibiri?
Yes.
Why? What would the payment screens, why would that be of relevance to General Shibiri?
I know that Mr. Matala also complained to him about the payment that were late from SAPS. So when he sent me those proof of payment, I forwarded to General Shibiri.
Before you forwarded them to General Shibiri, you respond to Mr. Matlala saying, please, my brother. Are you not saying you're really hoping he's going to get paid tomorrow?
No.
Well, his messages to you are, maybe it will reflect tomorrow, and then a forwarded message, yes, it's paid on 24 November, but deposited into account will probably be tomorrow, but I will monitor. And you say, please, my brother. What meaning could please, my brother have other than, I hope this happens?
No. Did not mean that to me.
Well, can you give me a plausible meaning for your message, please, my brother, that you sent on 25 November at 13:49?
I don't know what I meant by that, but I believe that if maybe I wanted something from him, I was going to specify that I want this or that, please, my brother. So I don't know where did I take it from, this please, my brother, but it was from me.
So it wasn't that you wanted something from him?
No, I would have written if I wanted something.
But then if it wasn't that you wanted something from him, it was that you wanted him to be paid, as his messages said would probably happen. What's your response to that?
No.
Well, so you can't offer us any plausible meaning of what you had in mind when you said, please, my brother?
No.
What I find strange with that response, Sergeant, is that you say you do not know what you were talking about when you said, please, my brother, but you categorically deny that you may as well have been wishing for payment to take place soon. How can you not know what you meant, but at the same time be sure of what you did not mean? I find it difficult to understand that response.
I did not recall what I meant, Commissioners.
But you know what you did not mean. That's my difficulty.
That's the unfortunate part.
Sorry?
I said that is an unfortunate part that I can't remember what I meant.
Is it not because you actually know what you meant, but you do not want to tell us what you meant?
No. I'm not like that. If there is something to tell, I will tell the Commissioner as it transpired.
Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
Can we then go to page 167 in file 104?
Before you leave, Sergeant Gorsi, you say the reason you were forwarding these screenshots to General Shibiri is because you knew that Mr. Matlala was discussing the issue of non-payment of his invoices with both General Shibiri and General Sibia. Did I hear you correctly?
That's correct.
How do you know that he was discussing the issue of non-payment of his invoices with General Shibiri and General Sibia?
Okay, because of at some stage I knew, even though I can't be exact with dates, that I've once taken him up to the office of General Sibia to complain about his payments and non-cooperative from the SAPS procurement.
Wait a minute. I thought the only time you had taken him to General Sibia's office was when he was going to complain about not being given access to the clinic.
Yes.
Now you are saying on another occasion you took him to General Sibia's office to complain about non-payment of invoices.
No, it's in addition. Remember now, sorry to say, remember now, Commissioner, is when they don't give him facilities, it affects his payment. So the issue of the payment and the facilities is one thing, it's a package. And the issue of General Shibiri himself told me that Kurt complained that he's not being paid on time. That is the reason when Kurt sent me such, I don't even hesitate to send it to General Shibiri. I know he's got knowledge about it.
So let's keep it short then. You are aware of a specific instance where Kurt Matlala came to General Sibia's office to complain about non-payment of his invoices. Is that what you are saying?
Yeah, but not exact data, but I know that.
No, I'm talking about the subject matter of the discussion.
Yes.
You are aware that at some point, Matlala came to General Sibia's office to complain about the issue of non-payment.
That's correct.
You're just not sure when it was.
Yes.
Okay.
So Gorsi, you are not involved with finance and payment of invoices. Why does Mr. Matlala share this with you?
Okay.
If you're not discussing with him about his invoices, why would he share this with you?
I think, even though I'm not involved, but when it is something to do with issues of his project there in college, he would send me those things. So I think I took it from that angle that this is one of the things that why is he sending me is because of the previous complaint. And then the person who are relevant to these things, I just send it to them.
So he sends you this so that you know he's getting paid? Because this is what these texts are about.
Yes.
He's telling you that I'm getting paid. Why would he tell you that I'm getting paid? Have you, before this, been discussing with him about payment of his invoices, and why would you be discussing it with him, because you're not involved in payments?
I think to answer that, it was a matter of giving feedback that at least after my complaint, now they have paid. I then failed to send it to relevant people that he complained to.
And if he's giving you feedback, why do you pass this on? If this is feedback to you, why is this being passed on to General Shibiri, who is not involved with payments? It's not his job. It has nothing to do with his job. In the same way that it has nothing to do with your job, why are you passing it to General Shibiri?
I think, as I've answered, is that maybe he was giving feedback that my complaint at least is attended to. So he sent to me, then I sent to General Shibiri.
You and General Shibiri had discussed this contract and the payments to Mr. Matlala?
No, I did not.
So why would you send this to him? Why did you think he has an interest in knowing that Mr. Matlala is going to be paid and the money is going to be in the account on the 24th, that kind of detail?
General Shibir had an interest.
What was his interest in this? He's not the one that's buying the service or using the service. He's not the one that is making payments or authorizing payments. What would be his interest?
I think his interest, it was based on the complaint from Mr. Matlala, the same complaint that he informed him that Kat phoned me and told me that they are giving him problems with his payment. So that is the reason I said he had an interest, because of maybe it was because of that complaint.
Is he not sharing this with you because you have used your position internally to assist him get payment, and he's now showing you that it's bearing fruit? Is that not why? I mean, he's complained to you, obviously expects you to do something about it. And if he's complained to General Shibiri, he obviously, otherwise he's a silly man. He sends this, or he complains, as you say, because he wants you to do something about it, and he expects you to do something about it. And now he's reporting to you to show you that that which I asked you to do for me, it's now delivering. That seems to be the picture here.
Can I answer that?
Yes, yes.
Commissioners, with regards to the payment, with my rank, I'm far from those things. And there was no way on earth that Mr. Matlala will personally complain to me, because I know for the fact that Mr. Matlala in finance, he had Brigadier Bukaba, he had General Fani, those were his people. So there was no way that he could complain to me. And Mr. Matlala was somebody who always wanted to flex his muscles towards the police. When he's communicating with this person, he will tell you that, no, I've got this one, he's going to do this thing for me. I've got this one, he's going to do this for me. I've complained to this one, he's going to do it for me. That is the reason I did not even wait for him to instruct me that forward this message to who and who, because for the fact, when he sent me this thing, I personally phoned him. Hey, where did you get this? He said, I got it from Brigadier Bukaba. I got it from General Fani. So I did not have a problem. I just forwarded as it is to where it's supposed to go.
Do you see, Sergeant, it's still, maybe your answer actually opens another inquiry. If he received this from, if he's told you
yes,
that he's received this from General Fani, I think
yes,
you say,
yes,
and General Bukaba, both of whom are in finance.
La Brigadier.
Yes, Brigadier Bukaba.
Yes.
If he tells you, I got this information from people in finance, then why are you sending it to General Shibiri? Because the people with standing and first-hand information, Mr. Matlala tells you, they gave me this information.
Yes.
Why would you be sending this to General Shibiri? What is his interest in knowing that Mr. Matlala has been paid?
Okay. His interest, Commissioner, is because he complained, according to me now, and maybe at some stage, maybe he wanted General Shibiri to push these two, to push his payments. That is according to me. So as a result, he sent it to him, even though he did not say it. But because of I've got that knowledge, that is the reason I did that.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up something that you said in that answer to Commissioner Baloyi? You said that Mr. Matlala would, as it were, drop the name of General Fani and, is it Brigadier Bukaba?
Mm.
In what context did he refer to General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba?
It was
In what context did he refer to General Fani and Brigadier Bokaba to you? What did he say about them?
What did he say about them?
Yes.
No. He said he got these things or this proof of payment from Brigadier Bokaba and General Fani.
Is it Mokaba or Bokaba?
Bokaba.
Mokaba with an M.
I will just remember her name now. Brigadier, it's a woman.
So you understood that these payment screens that we see in the chats were given to Mr. Matlala either by General Fani or by Brigadier Mokaba?
Bokaba.
Bokaba.
Maybe I will, through you, Chair, my attorney there can just give me the exact name of the brigadier so that I must be sure which brigadier, because there are many Bokabas. I want to exact one.
Thank you.
Or you can give us the name later. You may confer with the...
You've got the name, Mr. Watu, of that brigadier there. It's written there in my notes.
It is referred into General Sibia's transcripts.
Yes.
And it is referred into your chart with Kat Matlala as well. It's Brigadier Glenda Bokaba.
Brigadier who?
Glenda Bokaba.
That's correct.
That's both in Sibia's transcript.
Glenda. Yes. And to add on that is what it was indeed Brigadier Glenda Bokaba. In one of the newspapers, he was quoted that she advised Mr. Matlala to go to General Sibia to push her to give her facilities of the training. So I'm just adding that indeed it was this Glenda, Brigadier Bokaba, yes.
So Brigadier Bokaba is reported as having advised Mr. Matlala to approach General Sibia to arrange facilities.
That's correct.
And would those be the facilities at the police college?
That's correct.
But in relation to the payment screens on the contract itself, as opposed to the question of facilities, did you understand that those payment screens were provided by General Fani or Brigadier Bokaba or someone else?
Yes.
Who?
These two.
These two?
Yes.
They gave them the payment screens?
That's correct.
And how do you know that?
He's the one who told me.
Mr. Matlala told you that he received these payment screens from
That's
General Fani
correct.
and Brigadier Bokaba?
That's correct.
Can I then take you to page 167?
Are we going back to file one?
File 1.
Of the
File
same,
1 of 4.
Of the same file, eh? 167 of the same file.
You may be in file. You may just have been in file 2, but it's file 1 of 4 that we need to go to.
Yes. Is this one, eh? Yeah.
And there you'll see at page 167, on the 22nd of March, 2025, General Sibia forwards you, and I think we discussed this when you were last here, he forwards you 3 documents.
Yes.
Actually, 4. The first is an inquiry from a journalist, Abra Mashego,
Yes.
asking about the Matlala contract and whether it was going to be terminated. The second is a message circulated from General Pokani to the National Commission and all Lieutenant Generals, alerting them to the inquiry from Mr. Mashego. The third is General Pokani's response. Good morning, Mr. Mashego. This is an internal matter regarding SAPS and suppliers. We reserve our comments for now. And the last is the final page of an internal audit report done by SAPS, which recommends termination of the contract. And that recommendation, if you want to see it to refresh your mind, or refresh your memory, it is file 3 of 4, page 105. It's being displayed, actually.
Okay.
And it has the recommendation at the end of it. Based on the findings above, we recommend that the National Commission should consider the following. The expenditure incurred should be declared as possible irregular expenditure. For further assessment and determination, test investigation is required by the framework of the National Treasury. The bid should be terminated. The accounting officer should seek legal counsel on how to proceed with the termination. The termination of the bid is consistent with Section 23(1)(c) of General Condition of Contracts, which states that the purchaser, without prejudice to any other remedy for breach of contract, by written notice of default sent to the supplier, may terminate this contract in whole or in part if the supplier, in the judgment of the purchaser, has engaged in corrupt or fraudulent practices in competing for or in executing the contract. You recall receiving that from General Sibia?
That's correct.
Now, if you go to page 413, you'll see that later on the
Page 413 on the same.
413, it's now going to be file 2 of 4. File 2 of 4. Or maybe while you're looking for 413, can I ask an earlier question, is why would General Sabia send these messages to you? What was the relevance of all of this to you? The fact that that a journalist was asking about termination of Mr. Matlala's contract and that there was an internal audit report recommending termination.
Just a minute. I'm multitasking. Sorry.
Sure. You have 413 now in front of you.
That's correct.
So you'll see in 413 you forward these materials to General Shabiri, but before we get there, why would General Sabia send these messages to you? An internal message from General Pokani to all lieutenant generals about the journalist's inquiry, the response to the journalist, and the recommendation page of the internal audit report that said that the contract should be terminated for fraud and corruption. Why would General Sabia send that to you?
I don't know.
We'll have to ask him if he comes back. You don't have any idea?
No, I don't know.
But you forwarded it to General Shabiri.
Yes.
We see in 413. Why did you forward it to General Shabiri?
What I get from this side, I forward it to this side. I think my answer still goes back to that one that I said earlier, that maybe because Mr. Makala was also complaining to General Shabiri, that's why I felt that I should send it to General Shabiri.
And do you think General Sabia intended for you to send it to General Shabiri?
I wouldn't know. Because of myself and him past messages, then I forward it to this General Shibiri or vice versa.
So you knew that Mr. Matlala had complained about termination of his contract, about problems with his contract to General Shibiri, and that's why you forwarded these messages to General Shibiri.
That's correct.
But he'd also been complaining to General Fani, had he not?
He also been controlled by two.
Complaining about non-payment to General Fani.
Yes.
And you didn't choose to forward to General Fani?
I don't have his numbers.
You don't have his number?
No.
Did you forward to anybody else?
I forwarded to many people.
This message about termination of the contract?
That's correct.
Who else did you forward to?
I forwarded to Kat himself. I forwarded to Mr. Mutsumi. These are people that I remember.
So to Kat and to Mr. Mutsumi?
That's correct.
Why did you forward to Kat?
I just assume, even though it was never said by General Sibia, to send it to Kat.
But why?
I don't know.
This was internal SAPS communication in relation to what SAPS internally was debating to do with Mr. Matlala's contract.
Yes, I agree, but by the time I forwarded and then I called, he said, hey, I've seen it on, he said Instagram or TikTok, somewhere there, that his contract has been terminated.
So when you forwarded it, he said, this isn't news to me, I've seen on TikTok that the contract's been terminated.
Yes, so
but you didn't know that when you forwarded it to him?
I did know that.
You did know that? How did you know that?
Because of it was in all the Facebooks.
So Facebook is now saying that the contract's terminated. Is that what you're saying?
Can you repeat the question again?
You said that before you forwarded it to Mr. Matlala, you knew that he knew that the contract was going to be terminated. And I asked you why, and you said, if I heard you correctly, that it's on Facebook.
No, I did not say that.
But then I misheard you. What did you say?
I said, I forwarded to Kat, Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
Mr. Matlala responded. He said, he already saw that on Facebook or on Instagram.
Or TikTok was what you said first time.
Yes.
Yes, but then my question to you was, at the time that you decided to forward it to Mr. Matlala, you didn't know that he already knew.
I knew.
Well, how did you know?
Facebook.
So then you knew that because of what was circulating on Facebook, Mr. Matlala already knew.
That's correct. Actually, General Sibia was sending me old news because of I knew.
So you knew before General Sibia sent you these documents that the contract was going to be, that a decision had been taken to, a recommendation had been made to terminate the contract.
That's correct.
Where did you find it on social media?
On some page, I can't remember, but it was on Facebook. I remember. No, let me just leave it at that. In Facebook.
Why did you wait until General Sibia had sent you this correspondence to tell Mr. Matlala?
You know, Facebook has got a lot of false stories. So I couldn't run with something that is not even confirmed or verified. So when General Sibia sent me, then I realized, oh, that means that thing of a Facebook is the truth.
So you had seen something on Facebook, but you didn't know whether it was fake news or not?
Yes.
By the same token, Mr. Matlala would not have known whether it was fake news or not.
I would not know.
Well, if he said he only saw it on TikTok and Facebook, by your reasoning, he wouldn't have known whether he could rely on it or not.
Yes.
Mr. Shaskelson, Sergeant, I'm interested in what you said, I remember. But then you said, no, and you stopped yourself from saying whatever it is you remembered. I'm interested, what do you remember?
I wanted to add more, but I didn't realize, I think it will be unnecessarily for the commission to waste the commission's time.
All right. Yes, Mr. Shaskelson.
So when you sent this information to Mr. Matlala, you were providing confirmation that he could rely on that the contract was subject to a recommendation of cancellation. You knew that when you sent this to Mr. Matlala, he would be in a position now to know that there was actually a recommendation that his contract be terminated.
I'm not sure if I understand you. Maybe.
So before Mr. Matlala gets this message from you, all he can depend on for his source of information is TikTok and Facebook. And he, like you, must know that there is a possibility of fake news on TikTok and Facebook.
Okay.
So when you sent him this message, this is the first time that Mr. Matlala gets confirmation on which he can depend that this news is not fake, it is true.
You see, now I understand you clearly. I would not say Mr. Matlala heard it from me that this thing is not fake, it's real, because Mr. Matlala had his own people within the SAPS. I think already he knew, as he said, but I was not the bearer of the bad news. His own people was.
Who were his own people inside the SAPS?
I've mentioned earlier.
Are you referring to General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba?
That's correct.
And why do you describe?
That I don't know.
Sorry?
And more that I don't know.
Well, have you mentioned any more? Who are the more to whom you refer?
Pardon?
Who are these more?
I don't know.
So you know about General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba, but you don't know about other members of SAPS who were Mr. Matlala's people in SAPS?
Yes, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
And how do you know that General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba were his people inside SAPS?
One, from him directly.
And what did he say in this regard? Sorry, let's take them one step at a time. One from him directly.
Yes.
What did he tell you about Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani?
Not exact words, what did he tell me, but I know that sometimes he will say he's coming to head office to meet with Brigadier Bukaba and to meet either with General Fani and even on the news it's seconded out when he filed his court papers that he was advised by Brigadier Bukaba that he must approach the Deputy National Commissioner, General Sibia, by then he was acting as a national commissioner to help him with the training facilities. So that confirmed that indeed Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani were his people.
So he would tell you from time to time he's coming to head office to speak to Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani.
Not time to time, as in when.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're saying. Are you saying often or 1 or 2 times? What?
4 to 5 times, or like Brigadier Commissioner Commander said, maybe more or less 5 or 10. Yeah, let me measure it like that.
And was there any innocent reason for him to be speaking to Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani as far as you were concerned?
Can you repeat that? I just want to be sure before I answer.
When you thought that he was coming to head office to speak to Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani, was there an innocent reason for him to be speaking to these 2 SAPS senior officials?
I would not know.
You would not know? What did you think he was coming to speak to them about?
His contract.
And what in particular? What was he asking from them?
I would not know.
And were they in a position where they were obliged to deal with him in relation to his contract? Was that part of their official duties at SAPS?
I would not know.
You would not know?
Yes.
And apart from that, you say that you infer that they were his people inside SAPS because Brigadier Bukaba was the one who suggested that he approached General Sibia as acting national commissioner when he wanted to get access to the facilities. Did I understand your evidence correctly?
That's correct.
So it's really just those 2 elements that makes you think that Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani were his people inside SAPS. Is that correct? Is there anything more?
Not that I can prove, but there is. Not that I can prove, but...
Not that you can prove?
Yeah.
What can't you prove?
Pardon?
What can't you prove?
That there is more of them meeting Mr. Cat. But okay, no.
Sorry, there are more people meeting Mr. Cat, or that there is more to the relationship between Brigadier Bukaba and General Fani with Mr. Cat?
I'm saying within the office of General Fani and the office of Brigadier Bukaba, there are people there.
So when you forwarded all of these messages from General Sibia to Cat, or to Mr. Matlala, you thought that he would probably already know this from General Fani and Brigadier Bukaba?
I'm not sure about that, but I just assume.
You assumed that?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that part of saying I am the one who heard it from me. No, not from me.
He might have heard it from somewhere else.
Yeah.
But why then did you send it to him? What was the purpose of sending it to him?
I was just sending it.
But he is about to get involved in a dispute with your employer, the SAPS. SAPS are threatening to terminate his contract. That's correct, is it not?
That's correct.
So why do you think it's appropriate to give him advance notice of the fact that SAPS are threatening to terminate his contract?
would not say it's advance notice. It was in public domain, so that is the reason I said I did not see any problem to send it to him, and knowing that he also communicated with General Sibia, and General Sibia sent it to me, I just assumed that I must just pass it. So I did not think the worst of it.
What was in the public domain? Are you saying this document on page 105?
The one that was here?
The audit report.
That's correct.
Where did you see this audit report before you received it from General Sibia?
In a Facebook. I remember I was at head office, in my office at that particular when I saw it.
And are you aware that it's marked confidential?
That's correct.
So why do you think it's okay to share it with anybody else? If it's marked confidential, I mean, that must tell you that it's a confidential official document. Why do you deem it appropriate to share it with anybody else, especially people outside of SAPS?
Because, to be very honest with you, Commissioner, I did not see the danger of it or the problem about it, because I thought it's already in public, and in public it came as it is. Yes, to me it was no longer confidential. That is the reason I said.
But why do you deem it appropriate? Because other people could have stolen it and leaked it and illegally circulated it on Facebook. You are a police officer. You come across an audit report belonging to SAPS, and it is marked confidential. Why do you, I'm not talking about people who put it on Facebook.
Yes.
Why do you deem it appropriate to share it with somebody outside of SAPS? Can I give you an example?
Yes.
Say you give a statement to this commission.
Yes.
And then I see it on Facebook. But I'm a member of this commission. Are you saying because I see it on Facebook, I'm now entitled to share your statement with members of the public?
No.
No. So why did you deem it appropriate to share an internal confidential SAPS document with somebody outside of SAPS? You don't know?
I don't know.
Do you accept that it was wrong?
I don't accept that it was wrong, because of even General Sibia sent it to me.
I can't hear you. General Sibia sent it to you, you are within SAPS. I'm asking you a specific question. Why did you send it to somebody outside of SAPS? This is a SAPS document.
Yes.
Now, do you accept that it was wrong to send a SAPS document to somebody outside of SAPS? That's my simple question.
Can we pack that one? And
no, I don't want to pack it.
I'm begging you.
No, I don't want to pack it. I want you to answer me. I'm asking you a simple question. Why did you deem it appropriate to send it to somebody outside of SAPS when it is clearly marked confidential? You think it was correct? Because it's either it was correct or it was wrong. And I'm giving you those two options. Do you think it was correct?
Or not sure?
No.
Maybe let them be three, not sure.
Ms. Chaskasan, let me leave it there.
I've got a slightly different question. Leaving aside the rights and wrongs of doing it, what was your purpose in giving it to Mr. Matlala? Why did you want Mr. Matlala to know this information?
Is a service provider there. You know, the other thing that I also assumed at the time, I thought as a service provider, he was also issued with such officially. So I took it on that level.
No, but my question is, why did you think he was entitled to receive this information? Why did you give it to him? What were you trying to achieve?
I think the word achieve is a bit inappropriate.
Okay, what was your purpose in giving it to him?
I was just passing the message.
So you were just passing the message.
Yes.
In other words, you were giving him, as it were, a heads up, your contract may well be terminated.
No.
But then what is passing the message, if not that?
Passing the message, just forwarding the document as I received it.
So did you think that when General Sabia gave it to you, he wanted you to pass the message to Mr. Matlala? Is that what you're saying?
I can't say that in words that indeed he said I must send it. He just sent it to me, I sent it to Mr. Matlala. But bear in mind that the information that General Sabia, sometimes it is meant for Mr. Matlala, even that specific one, even though he did not say it. I just assumed on my own that maybe said pass it. I'm just...
You mentioned that you also sent this information to Mr. Motsumi.
That's correct.
Can you go to page 580?
Of the same to 580.
580, and that would be file 2 of 4.
Okay.
And these are your chats with Mr. Motsumi, and we see that on the 24th of March at 7:49 p.m., chat number 3, 4, 5, and 6.
That's correct.
You forward all of this, the same messages that you received from General Sabia, you forward to Mr. Motsumi.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you forward them to Mr. Motsumi?
Sorry, Commissioner, you said 5?
580.
580 over the page to 581.
580, okay. I'm on it.
Why did you forward these messages to Mr. Motsumi?
I wanted him to know what was happening in that set project.
I'm sorry, I must apologize, I didn't hear that answer. You wanted him to know?
Okay. I sent it to him to know what was happening on that contract.
What was his interest in that contract, that he needed to know about what was happening on that contract?
Mr. Matlala owed Mr. Mutumi money, so I was warning him that, hey, Baba, your money will never come back because where he invested in Mr. Matlala's company. So I was making him aware that his contract is about to be terminated.
So when you say he invested in Mr. Matlala's company, was that Medicare 24? Was he a silent partner in Medicare 24?
I think not Medicare 24 per se, but I knew that Cat owed him money long before Medicare, and he promised that he's going to start making payment when this Medicare start to function properly.
And how did you know that Cat owed Mr. Motsumi money?
Pardon?
How did you know that Mr. Matlala owed Mr. Motsumi money?
Mr. Motsumi told me.
And when did he tell you?
Okay. During our biking, when we bike with Mr. Motsumi, said, hey, that Cat must start paying me.
And approximately when would this have been? Would it have been before the contract was awarded, after the contract was awarded?
I think before the contract is awarded.
So you knew from Mr. Motsumi from before the contract being awarded that he was owed money from Mr. Matlala?
Yes.
And do you know if Mr. Matlala had started paying Mr. Motsumi back once the money flowed on the contract?
Can you repeat that?
Once the SAPS contract started paying Mr. Matlala, do you know if he had started to pay Mr. Motsumi back?
No, I don't know.
You don't know. So you don't know whether Mr. Matlala had paid anything to Mr. Motsumi?
Yes.
And did you ever raise this with Mr. Matlala? The fact that he owed money to Mr. Motsumi?
No. I think it was the matter of myself and Mr. Motsumi gossiping about Matlala.
So you were giving Mr. Motsumi this information about the Medicare 24 contract to let him know that Mr. Matlala was not going to be able to pay him back.
That's correct.
Can I just ask a different question? And this relates to your forwarding these messages to different people, not just Mr. Motsumi. You sent to Mr. Matlala, and you sent to General Shibiri. Now, maybe let me start with General Shibiri. What you testified earlier is that the discussion, why you forwarded the payment WhatsApp messages to General Shibiri is because you knew that there had been an inquiry to him for assistance. In fact, there had been an approach to him for assistance.
That's correct.
Yes. Now, I don't understand if that's all that you knew about the interaction between Mr. Matlala and General Shibiri. If that's all there was that you knew of, why would you send General Shibiri this inquiry from the media? And it's forwarding the next WhatsApp message where it's being forwarded, or a message is being sent by Pokane to generals, and then her response as well to Mr. Mashego. This is General Pokane, that it's an internal matter. Why would you share this with General Shibiri? Because it has nothing to do with payment.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I think being used to share information with this cycle of generals, General Shibiri, General Sibia, I just forwarded it as it came.
The thing, though, is this is not just any other information. It's very specific, and we do have evidence now.
Yes.
You would have heard that Mr. Matlala paid monies to General Shibiri, which he says was a loan. So we now know that monies have passed between Mr. Matlala and General Shibiri. So we know that he's got an interest in, at least where I'm sitting, General Shibiri would have an interest in Mr. Matlala keeping that contract at the SAPS, or what's happening with the contract. This suggests to me that you knew that General Shibiri has an interest more than just helping with payments. That's why you're sharing. Look at what the media is now asking. That's what this is. It suggests to me you were saying, look at the media is now asking questions. Look at the response of the SAPS and see that extract from the investigation or audit report. You share them because you know that there's a deeper involvement or interest that between General Shibiri and Mr. Matlala, not just a random, oh, I'm not getting paid, help me out. Sorry. That's the only way it makes sense to me that you would share this information with General Shibiri, is because you know something more than just an inquiry or a request for assistance to be paid. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense that you sent this, and I don't see that this is just a random sharing of information that you do on a regular basis with generals. This is very specific. So I think what I'm asking you is there has to be a better explanation for why you're sharing this with General Shibiri, for one, other than, well, I'm used to sharing information with generals.
To comment on that, maybe it came out wrong that I said I'm used to sharing information with generals. With General Shibiri, let me be direct with him. With General Shibiri, Commissioner, I share everything that I come across. Whether it's relevant to him or not, sometimes we'll not even comment or say anything on it. But according to me, I just share it because I'm used to share information with him. And any other than sharing information, he never mentioned to me that he's got maybe personal interest in coming to benefit in Mr. Matlala's contract. So on that part, I would not be in a position to answer that.
Why did you think he needed to know that Mr. Abraham Mashego is making those inquiries? Why did you think General Shibiri needs to know that?
I think, Commissioner, I took it from on the basis that Kat also complained to him about the payment. So that is when now the information about Kat, I also forwarded to him.
Let me suggest to you what it looks like.
Yes.
It looks like you were alerting him that, look at the media, it's inquiring about our contract. That's what it looks like. But in addition to that, you were alerting him, if he didn't know, that there is in fact an intention to terminate our contract and underline our contract. I say underline, and I call it our contract because your conduct here and his conduct suggests that you are much more interested in Mr. Matlala's contract than just random SAPS police officers who are assisting a member of the public. It suggests that you have a greater interest in this contract, and that's why you are sharing this out of concern. That's what it looks like to me. Do you want to comment?
It's not like that, Commissioner.
Sorry, say that again?
It's not like that. It's not like that.
Yes. And when you share with Mr. Matlala, it's the same thing. It is you appear to me to be warning him that, look, journalists are now asking questions about our contract or your contract, but in fact, in addition to that, they are aware that there is a recommendation or instruction to terminate the contract. You are alerting him to that. Do you have any comment to that? It's what it looks like to me, and it's what I'm suggesting was the whole point of you sharing these WhatsApp screens. If you were not instructed by General Shibiri to forward them, and you just forwarded them out of your own initiative, then I'm suggesting to you that you were forwarding them because you were alerting them about the media is onto this, and secondly, the SAPS there's been a recommendation to General Masemula to terminate. You were alerting him about that. Do you have any comment?
Yes, Commissioner.
Yes.
I think in my position, even on the structural level of SAPS, I wouldn't even when the media comes, they would not even come even nearer to me because of there is procurement, there is HR.
Yes.
The people who will be concerned and more worried are there in HR and procurement.
Yes.
So now taking out that issue of our contract, before the news could come to me, his people over there would have got that information. So I'm just taking off that thing that I was worried that, our money is going now or our tender is going now. No. I was just doing that innocently. Today, we are humble. This one sent me and then I sent. But I had no interest at all.
Yes. You see, my suggestion, and maybe you assist me by what you're saying, that my suggestion is based also on ordinarily you have no interest. You should have no interest whatsoever in this. And when it comes to you from General Sibia, unless he instructed you to forward it, it's something that you read and you forget about it. You pass it on because it's not in your station, has nothing to do with you.
It's true.
But it comes through and you quite actively send it to different people. So it's either you are acting on instructions to forward it to other people because you have a direct instruction, or you know that's how it works. When General Sibia gives you stuff, he's really saying to you, pass it on, and maybe you've said that when you say I was passing on a message. It's either that's what was happening, or it's I don't know if it's worse than that, which is, well, you are alerting them that the media is going to be reporting about this. Yes. That's what you're reporting, but also the contract is under threat. I'm suggesting it's one of the two. It's not as innocent as you saying, oh, I was just sharing. That's all there is. It's not.
But the Commissioner, I understood a bit about what I just explained, that there was no way that media could come to me, or I would be worried that the contract is, the people who would be worried is those ones who approved that project.
Yes.
So to me, when it was sent to me, I thought because of previous communication that I take this one and send it to one. Even though at that time they did not send it, I took it as a norm. Citoyen, they would take it as a pass. That is what I did.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can I sneak in one question and steal your time, Mr. Chaskalson? Sergeant, when you were sharing this page of the internal audit report to Mr. Mutsumi, whose interest were you advancing?
Mr. Mutsumi.
Because you knew that he had an interest in this contract.
Yes.
And it would be adverse to his interests if this contract was terminated by SAPS.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask you about meetings that you've had with Mr. Motsume? Now, I've been through the chats, and I can identify from March 2024 to September 2025, you have 12 different meetings with Mr. Motsumi that we can see on the chats. I can take you to them if you want, but I can assure you that there are 12 different meetings with Mr. Motsumi that I see either from invitations, sort of waterfall gates codes, or communications where you say you're at the gate or give me a code.
That's correct.
Beyond these 12 meetings, did you have other meetings with Mr. Motsumi that you're aware of over that period? And the period is March 2024 to September 2025.
Okay. You said you've seen 12.
I've seen 12 in relation to entry codes or messages about saying I'm at the gate or send a code. I can give you the dates if that would help. I can take you through them.
No need.
And one of those 12 is the meeting that we discussed last month with General Sabia when you appeared to be waiting with Mr. Motsumi, but he was stuck in a meeting with the National Commissioner and General Sentumule kept on talking longer than he expected. You remember that one?
Yes.
So I've identified these 12 from the chats. Are there meetings that you've had with Mr. Motsumi that wouldn't be reflected in the chats over that period?
Yes.
And where would those meetings be?
It's not necessarily meetings. I meet him on weekend. Either we go for boating or we go for biking. The reason that maybe you see 12 presumably be that it was meetings. It was not meeting. It was visits.
It was visits.
Visits.
In fairness to you, I should say 3 of the 12 are on weekends, but 9 of the 12 are not.
Pardon?
9 of the 12 are not on weekends. 3 of the 12 are on weekends.
Okay. I'm saying you've seen that I've met him 12 times, right?
Yes.
And you are asking if are there any meetings that you are not aware about that are on those charts, right?
Yes.
Now I'm saying to you, I'm meeting Mr. Motsumi regularly. So that means it can be more than 12 that you are meeting. Reason being.
I understand your answer now. Yes. So you also meet him regularly to ride, you meet him to go on the boat, yes. And that won't be reflected in entry codes at the waterfall estate.
Because if we meet on the road, yes.
Why are you meeting him so often? Why are you visiting with him so often?
Why do I meet him so often?
Yes.
I ride with him. I mentioned earlier that I was mentoring him. I was teaching him how to ride after I assisted him to buy his first bike. So time and again we'll ride, we'll do classes on the rides and on those bases.
So you meet him frequently to ride, and I presume also to go on the boat.
Even to chill. Okay, let me just take you through this. Mr. Motsumi was Mr. Jotam's friend. So
Sorry, he was Mr. Msibi's? I didn't. Friend.
Family friend. So, as I grew up, Mr. Mutsumi was on the picture as well with Mr. Msibi. So when they bought bikes, when I assisted them with bikes, it was both of them. So Mr. Mutsumi was more eager to learn fast and all. So after Mr. Musibi died, I became closer with Mr. Mutsumi. So we were doing rides and just social, sitting and just talking like a father and son. Not that there was anything specific that would phone each other, hey, let's have a meeting. No, there was nothing like that. It was a father and son.
Can I ask you about 2 of the 12 meetings that I have identified? On the 19th of May, 2025, if you go to page 591, and that would be file 2 of 4.
Yes.
If you see there on the 19th of May, he sends you an entry code for the first time at 1420. He sends it twice at 1420.
Yes.
2 different codes. If you then go to page 762, do you see it? 762 at the same time, 2:21:03 p.m. chat 6.
Okay.
You see, you forward a code to Sergeant Morocco, and you've saved him as Sergeant Morocco K9. Is that because he's a K9 unit sergeant?
Yes.
And if you go down to page 780,
780.
On the same day, same time essentially, you also forward a code to see Mr. Mutsumi to someone who you have saved as Impela K9. Is that Sergeant Impela of K9?
That's correct.
What were you organizing for yourself, Sergeant Morocco and Sergeant Impela, to meet at Mr. Mutsumi's house on the 25th of May, which was a Monday afternoon? Sorry, the 19th of May, 2025, which was a Monday afternoon. Why were the 3 of you meeting with Mr. Mutsumi?
We're just meeting, not say meeting. We're just sitting there.
But this is a Monday afternoon. You're all presumably on duty.
Afternoon?
Yes, if you look at those codes, they are codes. Let's just look at the one at 780. They're codes that are sent at 2:35 p.m. and they stop being valid at 17:30.
Yes.
So it was just a social meeting of the 3 of you, of the 4 of you.
Sergeant Moraka K9 is also a biker too. I usually go with him wherever I go on a bike. Same applies with other colleagues who are bikers that are not there. But on this one, I was with Sergeant Moraka. I got my coat, he got his coat. I think I was going to drop off the bike for service, and then Mpela was coming behind with the car. That is why I've sent him the code as well. But these two, they've got no relationship with Mr. Mutsumi. I'm the one who's got the relationship with him.
But this is on a Monday afternoon. What are you doing with two colleagues going to Mr. Mutsumi on a Monday afternoon?
His social life is after work.
No. We looked at the Sergeant Mpela code, which was valid until 5:30, and you said he came later. Take a look at the codes that are your codes and Sergeant Moraka at, let's go to Sergeant Moraka at page 762. Can you go to 762? And you'll see Sergeant Morocco's code expired at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Yes.
And your code also at 584, you'll see, at 591, you'll see also expired at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Okay.
So the two of you were going off to visit Mr. Mutsumi on a Monday afternoon between 2 and 2:30.
And Chair, maybe to rectify, it's a clubhouse. You know, in the estates, there are clubhouses.
Yes.
Where everybody gets in. So usually here, we might not have met or seen Mr. Mutsumi, I'm just saying, but I remember it was myself and Moraka, Sergeant Moraka, we go often to eat on the clubhouse there. We would phone Mr. Mutsumi, Baba, then he give us the code for the clubhouse. These are the codes for the clubhouse, and they might be numerous because we went numerous times there.
Yes, but if you look then at the Mpela code, the Mpela code is set to expire at 5:30 in the afternoon. So if Sergeant Mpela is coming with a car to pick you up later, it means that you contemplate that you will spend the entire afternoon at Waterfall Clubhouse, at the very least, even if you aren't meeting Mr. Mutsumi.
Yeah, I wouldn't be sure about that, but something like that.
So are you saying that you and Sergeant Moraka took the afternoon off, as it were, to go to Waterfall Clubhouse for lunch?
Afternoon off?
Yes, because you went to the clubhouse on an entry code that would only let you in latest 2:30, and you had Sergeant Mpela picking you up much later with a code that expired at 5:30. Is this just taking the afternoon off? There's no meeting with Mr. Mutsumi. What's going on?
I can't be sure about that. As I explained, that to me and between myself and Mr. Mutsumi, there is no template time when he stipulates let's have a meeting at 2 or at 5. So whenever that he feels he wants to see me, hey, make a turn, or I want to see Baba Nyeza, I will pass there. And then, so I can't comment, I can't be sure really, so that I must not say misquoted.
Well, let me ask the question differently. Was this visit to Mr. Motsumi relating to police business? With Mr. Moraka, let me assist you here possibly. If you go to 763, you'll see that early in the morning, the next day, so this visit is on the 19th of May.
Yes.
And at the top of the page on 763, on the 20th of May at 7:53 in the morning, you send a license plate to Sergeant Morocco.
Yes.
Do you know why you would, presumably you're sending it to him for him to trace it?
No, I can't remember.
Well, why would you send a license plate to Sergeant Morocco?
Okay. I've got in my phone, I've got the app that we usually use, we call it MCD, where you usually circulate vehicles and cell phone and so forth. Now, at that time I was revoked. Then when I'm revoked, I usually ask Sergeant Moraka to check for me. If he's not revoked, then he would. But in this matter, I can't recall on why did I send this registration, but I do send if there is a need.
But what possible reasons are there for sending Sergeant Morocco a license plate, a license registration number? What have you ever sent license registration numbers to him for? For what purpose? You see, when I look at your chats, I see you often seem to be sending him license plates to trace the registered owner. Even the very next chat, on the 29th of May, you send a picture of a man sitting on a car with a message, who's the registered owner of this vehicle?
Yes.
So, is there any other reason why you might have sent this license plate number to Sergeant Morocco other than trying to find out who the registered owner is?
No.
Well, then let's get back to the previous question then. Was this meeting with Sergeant Morocco at Waterfall, well, first of all, was it a meeting just the two of you, or was it with Mr. Motsumi? What I understood your evidence to be earlier was that you may have gone in early and had lunch together before proceeding to Mr. Motsumi.
Okay. I can't quite remember clearly if Mr. Motsumi was there, but at the guest house, when we want to go there at the clubhouse, I usually phone him that send the code, we are 3 or we are 4. So the person that I'm close with most, that is the reason you'll see most of the time, even when I do my other peace jobs, is I'm with Mr. Morata. So most of the time, my chat and Mr. Moraka will appear.
No, I understand that, but my question is, would this have been a meeting just the two of you for lunch, or would it, and with Sergeant Mpela picking you up later, or was it planned for you to meet for lunch and then go to see Mr. Motsumi? Have you ever met with Mr. Motsumi in the Waterfall estate with Sergeant Mpela?
Yes.
And this particular occasion, on the 19th of May. Do you have any recall about it?
No. Okay, to add on that, I do meet Mr. Mutsumi more often. It will depend on that particular day, who am I driving with. But Mr. Mpila and Moraka, they are my friends. Wherever I go, they are there. Sometimes the reason maybe this code is seen is because of he was driving a different vehicle.
But would this be police business? Because you're meeting him during working hours. I mean, is this meeting to do with police business, or is it just taking the day off?
No. These ones are working shifts, Sergeant Morak and Sergeant Mpila. So you'll find that most of the time they are not working on that day, or they are working night shift. Then I would call, hey, gents, let's go eat. Gents, let's go play. So
your assessment of the situation is that the two of you may not have been on duty. You may have been working shifts and off duty. And you phoned up Mr. Mutsumi to arrange to let you into the estate to have lunch at the clubhouse. And you may or may not have met Mr. Mutsumi afterwards, together, the three of you. Is that correct?
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
I'm trying to understand the nature of these, I'll call them meetings,
Yes.
where you go with more than one colleague, and you're all given entrance codes by Mr. Mutsumi, and you all enter. But your evidence seems to be that maybe you just go to the clubhouse and have lunch and have a long afternoon lunch together. And then, even though it's a Monday, but you can do that because maybe you're not on duty. Is that what you're saying?
Sort of, yes.
Can I ask you about another one? If we go to the 25th of June, and that one is on, it starts on page 602 in the same file.
Let me ask my question so that I don't forget it. When you answered a question earlier about Mr. Moraka, you said when you do your peace jobs, you are with him. Or what are these peace jobs you're referring to?
I do bike events, not exactly bike events, metric dance on bikes. I do funerals. I do, yes.
It's not SAPS business that you're referring to when you say peace jobs?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
And I'm assuming these people that you teach to ride, such as Mr. Mutsumi, they pay you for that. So when you teach him to ride a bike, when you give him lessons, I think maybe that's a better term. Does he pay you for that?
That's correct.
Why is it funny?
I'm trying to find a way to put it nicely.
You're giving people lessons. I mean, it's some expertise that you have. You're sharing it with other people. It's your time which is valuable to you. I'm assuming they would be paying you for your time and the lessons.
That's correct.
Thanks.
Can we look at 25 June, on page 602, you see there at 1803.42 again there are two codes that are sent to you, which will give you access. 6:03 p.m., 1803. 6:03 p.m. So,
Page 602.
sorry, page 602. 602. Sorry, I thought you were asking about time. 602, and the time is 6:03 p.m., 1803. And you see, Mr. Motsumi sends two codes to you. And then if you go down to 764, you'll see you send one of those codes again to Sergeant Moraka. This is a chat number 5, 6:10 in the afternoon.
Page mark. Which, oh, sorry. Which
764.
764.
And then you'll see on 775 that you also send a code to Constable Matule.
That's correct.
And, sorry, who's Constable Matule? You've explained who Sergeant Moraka is.
He's also my friend. I train with him.
You train in the gym with him?
Yes.
And then if you go back to 764, you'll see just like the last meeting where there were several police officers and yourself going to Waterfall Estate with an entry code from Mr. Motsumi, the day after that event, you send a license registration plate to Sergeant Moraka.
Sergeant who?
Sergeant Moraka, if you go to 764.
Okay.
So you see the entry code is chat number 5, chat number 6 the next day is yet again a license plate. And the following day there are 2 more license plates. So let me tell you what it looks like from the outside, and you need to disabuse me if I've got it wrong.
Yes.
What it looks like is that these are meetings at which, just like Mr. Ngumalo asked you to trace vehicles, coming out of these vehicles, coming out of these meetings, Mr. Motsumi is asking your assistance to trace vehicles. Because on both of the occasions where we see you and Sergeant Moraka meeting pursuant to entry code sent by Mr. Motsumi, the very next message that you send to Sergeant Moraka the next day just happens on both occasions to be a license plate, nothing more. So what's your response to that?
My first response is Sergeant Moraka does not necessarily need to go to Mr. Motsumi if Mr. Motsumi wants Mr. Moraka to check his number plate. He would do that telephonically, either through me or through Mr. Moraka. But because if he does not know Mr. Moraka, he will do that through me, obviously. And Mr. Motsumi, he would not use us or tell us to check registration for him. It is just a coincidence that after the code of Mr. Motsumi, then I sent the registration to Mr. Moraka. But Mr. Motsumi has got nothing to do with that. Vis-a-vis, I would, if Mr. Moraka send me feedback on the registration that I've sent to him, I would send it back to Mr. Motsumi on the very same time. So
So this is just an unfortunate coincidence that on both of these occasions, the next day you asked Sergeant Morocco, well, you sent a license plate to Sergeant Morocco.
That's correct.
What do you expect Sergeant Morocco to do with these license plates that you sent him? Are you asking him to trace owners?
To check circulation, yes. Sorry, I'm pressed. Can I?
Let's adjourn. We'll see you as you come back down, and we'll come in. Let's adjourn.
Right, so to call in live, 086002032, and then WhatsApp, we've banked them already, but send further voice notes, 0614-104-107. Always, who's been the big winner today and the big loser today at the Madlanga Commission? I'd like to get your thoughts and anything else you may wish to raise. Right, voice notes after this.
You're listening to the National Pulse on SAFM. SAFM.
Right, let's pick out, well, there's one direct response to Sergeant Gorsi.
I've just been listening to Sergeant Gorsi's testimony throughout the day, and his lies are so feeble. I think it's just out of pure arrogance. They never thought they'd ever have to answer for this, him and the whole cabal. And they totally underestimate the evidence leaders and the judges. And I don't know why, because witness after witness keeps on getting pummeled by these extremely professional people, especially Judge Beloy. She's relentless, and it's kind of like they brought a little pocket knife to a massive machine gun fight. Judge Beloy is sitting there with like this big turret, and she's just firing away like she's taking down like a big warship or something. And they've got their little pocket knife.
All right, so you're saying his testimony, unconvincing, in fact, lies are feeble, as you say, right? There's more on Sergeant Gorsi.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This Gorsi guy does not deserve to be a policeman at all. He does not deserve to be. This guy is lying through and through. And now he's using his father's strategy. I don't recall. I don't recall. He thinks he's avoiding questions. We can see through him that he's lying. He's a liar. Jesus Christ.
Hey, there's like no middle line with people listening. Like, he's a liar. What about Paseka in the Eastern Cape? Hi.
Yeah.
Paseka, hello.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. What's your point?
Yes, my point in the war in the Middle East. When someone is asking for help and refusing to admit that I'm defeated, it's when you speak of Donald Trump, where he's literally saying, NATO, please help me out. Iran is defeating me, as we don't know where is Benjamin Netanyahu, because no one is telling us anything, where is he still alive or is no longer alive and all that. But one of the things that I don't know, why is it not getting attention, we wish, there is an issue with Russia and Ukraine, where Russians were pulled out of any international event. But America has been kidnapping, bombing, killing people. World Cup is going to America, while it is the cause of any war that is happening in the Middle East and even in other countries, which we don't know on. Maybe there is some hand that America has over these international organizations that other people don't have or don't know about. Maybe there is something that we don't know.
But it's clear they have a hand. I mean, they, as you know, they have military bases in all those countries.
But for example, with the United Nations bodies, United States of America pulled out funding last year. What will it that the United Nations is looking for with America? Because there is nothing that America is giving them. They pulled out any funding and anything that has to do with the United Nations bodies.
Yeah, I hear that.
For example, with this case, ICC just says, Iran, what you are doing is wrong, and of which Iran is just defending itself, and of which, according to the charter, they are allowed to defend themselves when they are attacked, which was the attack that was done by Israel and America.
Yeah, but I don't know.
But they are not addressing anything. They are addressing Iran, not America.
Well, I mean, I've seen even that from the French president as well, right? That it's interesting. They are talking about the Iranian attack, the reprisals against the military bases in the Middle East, right? As if the first part did not even happen. Israel attack on Iran, U.S. attack on Iran as well. Paseka, thanks for putting that on the agenda. Thank you for that. Right, let's get to, there's more calls. What about the ANC? In fact, by the way, there's lots of potential changes regarding the ANC in Joburg. Unconfirmed, confirmed, we'll see about that, right? I'm talking of the mayor. But for now, in Tlantla and KZN, let's get your thoughts in Tlantla.
Ashraf,
yeah.
How are you, my brother?
I'm good indeed, man. Yeah.
We adjourn for the day. Does that suit you, Mr. Shaskalson, Mr. Mwatu, for us to adjourn now?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I don't want to proceed.
Mr. Mwatu?
I have no objection, Chair.
Thank you.
It's an opportune time.
Let's adjourn and resume at 9:30 tomorrow.
And they play a very crucial role to ensure that we get to be informed, and we also get to exercise our freedom of speech. So I so wish that the SABC could ensure that as much as the journalists have got a right of being physically protected in conflict situations, SAPC should take a huge step to ensure that they protect our journalists, because we want to protect our democracy, my brother.
Okay, sure. I mean, you've said a lot, but the end goal is protect our journalists. Sure. I hear that. Thank you for that. I've just heard with the Madlanga Commission, by the way. What did I say? There's going to be a short break. Well, it's not a short break; it's a longer break. They've adjourned to 9:30 tomorrow morning, which means that the plans we may have had to cross to the Madlanga Commission now, well, that's going to get thrown out of the window, but it does mean that you have the chance to engage with us even further, and we'll talk about other issues as and when they come, important issues at that, right? One of them would be a club called Kaizer Chiefs Football Club.
Hi, SAFM family, this is SQ in Mount Frey. Great show, as always. Finally, the Kaizer Chiefs fans are smiling today. Oh, I was feeling sorry for these guys, though I'm a Buchanan fan. Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work. Bye.
Thanks for the compliment. And I'm sure the team of, Keys and Temba and myself and Vusani all appreciate that. As far as Chiefs are concerned, I think you're being rather sarcastic. I get your point. Okay. All right. Let me tell you, by the way, you know that we had a fascinating chat on Friday, the podcast with Ibrahim Rasool, right? Former, amongst many things, South African ambassador to the USA. Listen to the podcast. I think you need to go to the website, safm.coza. On the podcast, you will find it. As you know, we house all the other podcasts on the show at that website. So look forward to that. Check it out. Share it with your friends. There's so much you can pick up on that, I can assure you. Right now, let's get the news. It's 4 o'clock. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, government explores options to mitigate high oil prices, and KZN hostage situation raises safety concerns. For SAFM News, I am Ondalambana, and a very good afternoon. The Director General of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Jacob Mbele, says the government is exploring options to mitigate high oil prices amid the ongoing conflict in Iran. The department says fuel prices are expected to increase next month on the back of much higher oil prices. He was addressing the media at the 5th Annual Southern Africa Oil and Gas Conference in Cape Town. Pele says people must prepare for higher fuel prices.
There is work that is happening within government to try and understand better what these increases will mean for the different sectors of the economy, and to look at what options or what levers do we have that we can pull to try and cushion the consumers and the economy at large.
Former Mamelodi Sundowns coach Rulani Mokoena is receiving consular assistance from the South African mission in Algeria after he was arrested for alleged violation of the country's currency regulations. The mission says it's in touch with Mokoena. Mokoena was reportedly stopped by customs officials at Ouari Boumediene Airport in Algeria amid allegations of attempting to leave the country with undeclared foreign currency. The 39-year-old recently left the MC Alger to link up with his former player and compatriot Thembi Gorsi at Libyan giants Al Ittihad SC. He parted ways with the Algerian champions just 8 months into his contract. Mokwena's deal with the Libyan outfit makes him one of Africa's highest paid club coaches. Nduzuma locals north of Durban are concerned about their safety following a hostage situation in which a suspect was shot dead at the local police station. The suspect held 2 police officers hostage at gunpoint in one of the holding cells of the Nduzuma police station this morning. It is alleged the man was arrested for attempted murder and the 2 officers had visited his cell to officially charge him. Police say he overpowered and disarmed the officers before locking them inside the cell. Mfanufikile Kumede is among the locals who were at the police station at the time.
In the morning, we were able to get assistance, but later they stopped offering assistance to us. Other offices had been closed, and this incident frightened us a lot as members of the community.
South African Human Rights Commission says South African government needs to widen policy-making processes to include more people with disabilities. This was part of the discussion at the Eastern Provincial Legislature's Commonwealth Women's Parliament, focusing on albinism as a form of disability. Participants from across the province voiced their concerns, which varied from bullying to accessible spaces. The Commission says it is concerned about the societal stigma against people living with albinism. Commissioner Aseza Gungubele says minority groups feel the highest level of exclusion in rural areas. The Eastern Cape's Aboriginal Commonwealth Parliament Chairperson Nozibele Nyalambisa says the concerns raised during the session will be escalated to government departments.
Now that Apangok says I've the resolutions, those resolutions will be official resolutions. And Tina, as legislators, will see that these resolutions are being implemented, because our core function is to make an oversight and accountability over the government departments. So we'll make sure that each departments are taking these resolutions and implementing.
More than a dozen whistleblowers have told the BBC that social media companies have allowed more harmful content on their platforms to maximize user engagement. The BBC's Mariana Spring has the detail.
More than a dozen insiders have revealed how the companies took risks with users' safety on issues ranging from violence and sexual blackmail to terrorism, while trying to maximize user engagement. An engineer at Meta, which owns Facebook and Instagram, says senior managers told him to allow more, quote, borderline harmful content in feeds to compete with TikTok. A TikTok employee offered evidence of staff being instructed to prioritise several cases involving politicians over some reports of harmful posts featuring children. Meta said any suggestion it had deliberately amplified harmful content for financial gain was wrong. TikTok said the claims were, quote, fabricated.
Recapping the top story, the Director General of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Jacob Mbele, says the government is exploring options to mitigate high oil prices amid the ongoing conflict in Iran. I'm Mundi Lambana for SAFM News, headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Manyonga named the South African team for World Indo Championships. Wadu urges Pirates to keep believing after Siwelele draw, and pressure mounts on Ackerman and Bulls after Stormers' loss. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N12 westbound and Ridgeway has a crash reported before Xavier Street, and on Winnie Mandela Drive northbound in Fourways, a crash at the N1 highway. In KZN, there's a stationary vehicle on the N3 northbound at Chatterton Road and Umgeni Road westbound, slow moving through Springfield Park. In Cape Town, the R300 southbound queuing towards Port Lorraine Road and Main Road northbound, slow moving through Newlands. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
Stay on top of all meaningful, top trending stories right here on SAFM. Leading the conversation. When you train for results, you don't quit halfway. Earn up to 7.35% interest with a Nedbank Just Invest account. Access your money within 24 hours. Keep your money agile. Get money fit with Nedbank. See money differently. Nedbank. For more information, visit nedbank.co.za. We're licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Oh, I'm so tired.
There's nothing on the TV.
Fanas, girls, let's take a break. We are going to A1 Lake.
Take a break with us. Get your One Day Cup domestic cricket 50 over game ticket at www.cricket.co.za. Wazana, where it's family time.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Okay, so there we are. Witness that from the Madlanga Commission, adjourned until tomorrow 9:30. So we can take your calls. Again, big winners for the day on the Madlanga Commission or at the Commission. Big losers, what would they be? But again, any other issues you wish to raise. Key amongst them, of course, is the position of the mayor of the city of Joburg. We already know that Helen Ziller is in the race. We already know that Herman Mashaba is in the race. And up to now, there's been this comment like, where has the ANC been? I've spoken to ANC officials, insiders, many of them off the record. Sure, man, very disgruntled. There's like no obvious person. But of course, there is an incumbent, isn't it? And you may wonder what's the position regarding the Mayor Dada Morero. And I say that because there were multiple reports over the weekend, first saw it in the Sunday Times, in fact, that there was going to be a call from the ANC to recall him from the position of the mayor. So in response to that, the ANC Greater Joburg region, they've responded to these calls. We tried to, in fact, speak to them to get an official response. They couldn't do so live, but the ANC Greater Joburg regional spokesperson, Mantombi Gorsi, sent this voice note. So listen to this.
Mantombi Gorsi, ANC Greater Joburg region spokesperson. The ANC in the Greater Joburg region convened a special regional executive committee meeting to assess the state of the organization and reflect on global political developments and their impact on the peace-loving residents of the city of Johannesburg. The REC received a comprehensive assessment based on engagements with branches across the length and breadth of the region over the past week. The REC noted that branches of the ANC in Johannesburg remain resolute and firmly convinced that for our revolution to succeed, organizational discipline must be the midwife that gives birth to a national democratic society. The branches further emphasize that unity and internal democracy remain our strongest weapons as we prepare for the upcoming local government elections. The REC also reflected on the recent global political developments and expressed concern over what it describes as aggression by ultra-right-wing imperialist forces against the people of Iran. The REC calls on progressive people across the world to condemn what it characterizes as attacks by Israel and the United States against the Iranian people. The organization encourages tangible expression of solidarity, including participation of the People's March scheduled for the 21st of March 2026. The REC also received a governance report and engaged extensively on progress in addressing major service delivery challenges affecting the residents of Johannesburg. The REC further noted with concern the leaking of internal discussions and urges media houses to allow internal organizational processes to unfold before publishing claims that may mislead the public and undermine governance stability. The ANC in Greater Joburg region remains committed to working collectively to strengthen the organization, advance service delivery, and improve the lives of all residents of Johannesburg.
Right, that's the position regarding the ANC. Regarding their mayor, that's the incumbent mayor in the city of Joburg, right? You may want to respond to that. They also commented, as you heard, about Iran, right, in their position. Yes, comment about the Middle East.
Hi, Ashraf. Gwena here in Pretoria. Ashraf, I beg to differ with Pasek. Is it Pasek or something like that? If they attack you at your home, it doesn't mean because the neighborhoods are family with the people who attacked you, you're supposed to go and attack the neighborhoods now and say, even you, because you are the family, we destroy you. Because you'll ruin your relationship with your neighbors. That's what Iran is doing. It's ruining the relationship with its neighbors. Doesn't matter if those neighbors were hosting America's bases or what. But like now, in the Middle East, many will be enemies of Iran. Thank you.
Right, there we are. You've stated your position regarding the ongoing war, really, in the Middle East, in Iran, and then, of course, extending beyond that, right? There's more comment about Madlanga, predictably.
Eta Grootman, you know what? These two, Usajin, Gorsi, Kuyeno Brown, Envelope Mokots, are the milli of the same bag. Amaputa Latin, they are the same item. Yo. They are the links, common denominator in linking up the top generals and the very dangerous criminal syndicates. And they are getting something there. We must not undermine these two. Yea, they've got a lot. They know a lot about corruption in our criminal justice system. Whoa. And this guy, he keeps saying, I don't know, I don't understand. Repeat. I don't know whether we need an interpreter for him or is he doing it deliberately to evade questions. That's Toro Tangamanta looks culture tango.
I've heard that before from many people, like, repeat, I don't understand. You think that's a tactic?
Afternoon, Ashraf. Yeah, I did a mistake. Yeah, I was saying that it's done and dusted with Sibia. He tried to deny everything that he did, everything that he agreed with the Ket Matlala. Sergeant Fani confirmed everything. He actually buried him. He's gone. OJ.
He's gone. Point noted. Sure, here's more.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and the listeners. Ashraf, Mr. Gorsi is doing the same that other generals did. Mr. Madlanga is always reminding them that they must remember that they are not just people like us. They are policemen. He emphasized to say even they are generals, but they answer questions like amateurs. These people deserve to be in the jail. Thanks, Ashwa.
They deserve to be in the jail, and many have similar views too.
Yo, konnichiwa, Ashraf. I just bought a Austin Martin, man. Can you help me pack it? Because the commissioner don't want to pack it for me. Yes, so, answer the questions, man. This is a lesson to all the police who are still engaging in wrongdoing. The time will come to answer, and they'll be like, "Ish, can you pack it? Luvo, your West of Western Cape, Clan William to be specific. I'm out."
Okay, got that.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. This Gorsi guy does not deserve to be a policeman at all. He does not deserve to be. This guy is lying through and through, and now he's using his father's strategy. I don't recall. I don't recall. He thinks he's avoiding questions. We can see through him that he's lying. He's a liar. Jesus Christ.
Lots of people are very angry, and what it tells you is just how, and what it tells me is just how emotionally connected people are to the goings on of the Madlanga Commission, really, which just tells you how many people listen and they respond, and in many ways, what's that soapy Days of Our Lives? In many ways, like the Madlanga Commission has become just that to many people, where they really integrate what's happening there into their daily offerings of what keeps them going.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and SAFM listeners. Always a great show, and this is Trevor from Coffee Bay. Why has multi-choice been allowed to be the dominant broadcaster of rugby and cricket in this country? There are millions of us proud South Africans who want to watch our world champions in rugby, cricket, and the recent Blitzbokke. We never get a chance to see these matches. Is SAFM ever going to do anything about this? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks for the, Trevor, for listening in and the compliments. In terms of what we can do, the problem with global sports, South Africa included, it is very much driven by subscription pay TV, very much so. So it requires people to pay extra, which clearly is what MultiChoice does. And that's what keeps their revenue going, and they get sponsorship to back that up. Whether that's going to change, I don't know, because look, it's well documented. Free-to-air channels like the SABC just don't have the muscle. They don't. I also know that things are changing, including with MultiChoice since the takeover of Canal Plus, and what that may mean for the future, I don't know. But right now, the reality is the subscription rules, not just in South Africa but around the world, and they get subscription fees from you and I, and that drives their revenue, that allows them to buy the most expensive rights to be able to broadcast sporting rights around the world, and that's what keeps them going. And unless you're able to compete with them, it's not going to happen, I think.
Hi, Ashraf. There's something that I don't understand with these oil prices. We are in South Africa. Angola is oil. Equatorial Guinea is oil. Why can't we trade with them and leave the people who are fighting their fights? Why can't we trade with our African countries? I don't understand this. Even the economists of South Africa, why can't they see that there's rumors of war? Let's just negotiating with Angola, Equatorial Guinea, and others. I think Namibia also has oil now. Why can't they negotiate with them? What are they employed for as economists? Couldn't they foresee this? I've foreseen this, even if I'm not a political fundi or an economist. People are taking us for a ride in the government.
I don't know if you're being taken for a ride. I mean, listen, how do you foresee a war where the US attacks and Israel attacks Iran, and the Iranians fight back and start bombing, military bases of Americans in the UAE and other neighboring countries, and the impact that it is. How do you foresee that? I think the question is, how do you mitigate against that? But your question of Equatorial Guinea and Angola is interesting. I don't have the facts and figures with me. It may be worth finding out why exactly, well, who do we buy our oil from besides our own, like Cecil? And clearly it's not enough. And then how do we choose to determine, which countries do we buy from? And do we buy, in fact, from Angola and Equatorial Guinea? There's a development around one of the witnesses, to the Madlanga Commission, as you know, was killed recently, a few months ago. There's a development around that, which we'll touch on right after this.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom, and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected, and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change, and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The National Pulse, weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Right, let's talk about the Madlanga Commission, although it's not about the Madlanga Commission. What do I mean by that? So the alleged killer of Marius van der Merwe, remember Marius van der Merwe, known as Witness D at the Madlanga Commission, who was then killed after he testified. So the alleged killer appeared before the Brakpan Magistrates Court today. And what we found was that this person was once part of the SAPS and a hot shot at that. Chad Thomas is with me, crime expert and CEO of the IRS Forensic Investigation. And of course, Chad was in court today, so followed the proceedings. Chad, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Good afternoon to you and the listeners.
Good afternoon. Right, so what have we uncovered today with regard to the alleged killer of Witness D?
Well, it's a scary turn of events. Matipandile Soteni joined the police as far back as 2004 and became a member of their elite task team around 2009-2010, leaving the police in 2019. Now, to have been a member of the elite task team means that he underwent some seriously difficult training. You must understand it's a very small percentage of people that can complete the selection course to become members of the elite Special Task Force of the South African Police Service. And that means that their skills are way, way, way above those of your average police officer. And it's a frightening development to see that these skill sets that they have are in such high demand in the private sector, and not just by the good actors looking to have well-trained individuals to work in security, but also bad actors to use them for nefarious purposes.
Yeah, and I mean, does this surprise you, by the way, that we find this hotshot person who was part of the SAPS now being the alleged killer? Meaning, what I mean by that is, how often does this happen?
It's happening more often than not, and it's such a small group of individuals that can wear those badges with pride, that have completed those courses to become qualified operators, that when you hear of them acting out, it impacts on the entire ecosystem of this very proud unit. Understand that the person accused in the murder of Mark Liftman is an ex-Special Task Force member. Vusimuzi Kakbatlala, the alleged crime king boss from Pretoria and who also operates on the East Rand, hired multiple ex-Special Task Force members to be part of his personal crew of bodyguards. Now you've got this murder of Witness D, Marius van der Merwe, who turns out to be an ex-member of the Special Task Force. And I can't stress enough to your listeners how small this unit is and how difficult it is to become a member of this exclusive group of individuals. It's like comparing them to the special forces that you see on television from the Rangers or the Green Berets of America. That's the type of person we're talking about. Super, super, super advanced training, super, super, super skilled at various disciplines, including the use of weapons, jumping out of aeroplanes, swimming under the sea, that type of thing.
And, we have, the Madlanga Commission, the Ad hoc Commission, the Ad hoc Committee. All talks about serious compromises within people in security and the SAPS. This one here is, although we're talking about one single killing as opposed to corruption, is another example of that, of how compromised people within and outside, but linked to some form of security are, isn't it?
It's a bizarre situation, because you had somebody like Suleiman Karim saying he fears for his life and he would like security, or he'd like to testify in camera. Yet he owns a very well-known security company called Fusion Tactical that provides bodyguards, and he himself drives around in a cavalcade, a convoy. This man is accused of plundering the public purse along with others, and yet he wants protection from the Madlanga Commission, whereas the average South African doesn't get that. The genuine witnesses that are coming with real information, that are assisting the Commission, that aren't actual persons of interest, deserve protection. They need that protection, and there's a glut of that protection available. You must understand that 3.5% of the police budget gets spent on VIP protection, and the ministers don't need 5 cars. They don't need 5 bodyguards. Some of those bodyguards are already trained. Those vehicles are available. They should be providing them to witnesses, because the only time the witness really needs protection is driving from his home to wherever the Commission's been held. And of course, you need static security at his home, and you need static security at the facility where the Commission's been held. You don't have to put the person in witness protection, change their entire life, put their family in danger, take their kids out of school. You can apply the same kind of security measures that you're applying for all of these ministers, mayors, city managers that don't really need the amount of protection that they have.
Well, let's then go back to the issue in terms of the actual appearance in court of now what we know as Mati Pandile Soteni, right? So it, of course, links back to the allegations of certainly we know that Marius van der Merwe killed very shortly after appearing as a witness at the Madlanga Commission. What was the story today? What came through in terms of the revelations today in court?
So nothing actually came out in court. It was a very quick appearance. It was postponed until the 25th for a formal bail application. It's a Schedule 6, which means the onus is on the accused to show exceptional circumstances why he should be released on bail. It's where the onus is switched from the state to the accused. But what came out was afterwards at the press conference, where Brigadier Mate mentioned that it was suspected that the driver of the vehicle was Viandre Pretorius. So the trigger man in that vehicle was the person accused today that was before the courts, Matipandile Soteni, but the person who was driving was Viandre Pretorius, the man who took his own life at that petrol station on the East Rand a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, what happens next? This is just first appearance. What happens next?
25th of March will be bail application. As I mentioned, the onus is on the accused to show exceptional circumstances why he should get bail. The onus is on him, not on the state, the way it would normally be. The chances of him getting bail are exceptionally slim. The state believes that they have overwhelming evidence and other charges are going to be added. So it now becomes an issue of waiting for a trial date to be set, and the man will be kept in custody.
Okay, and let's leave it at that. Quite bizarre and scary, that chat, Thomas. Much appreciate you connecting with us here on the National Pulse, right? So there you have it. Confirmation certainly from police themselves, from their spokesperson, that the person who appeared in court today, allegedly the driver of that grouping that actually killed off Marius van der Merwe, is himself an ex-cop and highly trained at that. And you just wonder. And therefore, when you often hear people saying, I really don't know who to trust anymore, the police or not. This is just one example of it. But the good news is it's come to the fore now. The question is what's going to be happening around it, what to do. 4:30, here's the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen says the lack of a border fence between South Africa and Zimbabwe is among the issues compounding the spread of foot and mouth disease, or FMD, in Limpopo. The Director General of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Jacob Mbele, says the government is exploring options to mitigate high oil prices amid the ongoing conflict in Iran. And Kenyan Foreign Minister Musalia Mudavadi says Moscow and Nairobi have agreed that Kenyan nationals will no longer fight for Russia in Ukraine. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg Hose.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
I don't know when last we've spoken about this, but let me take a jump into the long jumps to me.
Yeah, we start things off with athletics this hour, where former Olympic long jump silver medalist Luvo Mayonga will return to international competition after a 7-year absence. The 35-year-old has been selected for the South African team that will compete at the World Indoor Championships in Poland later this month. Mayonga's career has been affected by 2 doping bans linked to his struggle with recreational drug addiction. And despite these setbacks, he's determined to rebuild his career and hopes to qualify for the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles. So far this year, he has jumped a best distance of 8.11 meters, which currently ranks him 17th in the world. In rugby, Bulls coach Johan Ackerman says that his team increase the pressure on themselves. This is after the defeat to the Stormers. The Bulls lost at Loftus Versfeld on Saturday, a result that could hurt their chances of finishing high on the United Rugby Championship table. The Pretoria side is currently 8th with 6 wins and 6 losses and may now have to win most of the remaining matches to stay in the playoff contention. In terms of football, Orlando Pirates head coach Abdeslam Mwadu says that he still believes that they can compete in the title race despite dropping important points in a 1-1 draw against Suwalele in the Betway Premiership at the weekend. With 9 fixtures still to be played before the end of the league campaign, Mwadu believes that every point will matter as the race for the title intensifies.
We cannot lie that to say that we are not disappointed because we have the feeling that we have lost 2 points at home regarding the physiognomy of the match, the chance created, the ball possession, the shot on the target, like I told you. But for us, let's fight until the end of the season, because at the end of the season, maybe this point can be precious for us, but only at the end of the season we can make a feedback about this point. Is it 2 points lost that we lost, or is it 1 point regarding the opponent? Let's fight until the end.
Elsewhere, Chelsea have been fined £10.75 million, around 239 million rand, and given a 1-year transfer ban, which has been suspended for 2 years for breaching Premier League rules. Premier League officials investigated secret payments that the club made to agents and other individuals between 2011 and 2018, when the club was owned by Roman Abramovich. Now, Chelsea have also received a 9-month ban on signing academy players, which takes effective immediately. The punishment relates to the club's registrations of youth players between 2019 and 2022. In cricket, Proteas bowler Gerald Coetzee says that the pool of talent in South African cricket is in a healthy state, and the fight for places in the national team is at its fiercest. Now, Coetzee was speaking hot of an impressive performance in the green and gold as he helped them beat New Zealand by 7 wickets in the first of 5 T20 internationals. He is part of a whole facelift on the team from the players who took part in the recent T20 World Cup, and knows the only way to cement his place is to give 100% every single time.
I think South African cricket's in a very healthy place, and I think we've got really great pool of players. So where I'm in the pecking order, I don't really know. I'm playing now, which is great, and I think that will be my focus, just to play where I can, to do my best. And you can always get better at something, there's not one specific thing. So I think all facets, you'll always try and get better and use every opportunity you get.
So Ashraf,
yeah,
how's Manchester doing in terms of the
Manchester
league?
City, you mean? They're second on the log.
Manchester United.
And they need to beat Arsenal to have any chance of winning the league title. But they lost 3-0 to Real Madrid the other day.
I'm talking about Manchester United. Like I just wonder that, around this time of the season, how do fans feel about their clubs?
I think the big issue is and not just Manchester United. I can say ditto.
I'm
Sundowns.
asking you as a Man U fan.
Sundowns, Kaizer Chiefs, Orlando Pirates, and Liverpool and whatever.
Yeah.
The impact on their psyche when their team wins or loses. So I've noticed today, I mean, Keys is wearing a Man United top. He hasn't worn it for a while.
Mhm.
There are one or two guys backstage, let's call it that. They're wearing Arsenal tops every day this last week. like every day. When is that going to stop? So to ask me this, I wore my Man United top on Saturday.
On Saturday.
In anticipation. And suddenly things are looking brighter.
Hey,
Yes.
Champions League.
Oh,
It's
goodness.
just there. Attainable.
But before, finishing third was a failure. Getting into Champions League was not an achievement. It was the absolute base level.
Of course.
But hey, we have to accept when you drop a peg or two, then you have to reimagine what is success. Ask Kaiser Chiefs, they'll tell you too.
Rebuilding face. I'll have more on other sports in the next hour.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng on Santon Drive westbound, there's a crash at Winnie Mandela Drive and Cedar Road westbound in four ways, slow moving at Uranium Street. In KZN, the N3 northbound has a stationary truck near Van Reden Town and a stationary vehicle on the N3 northbound at the R56 ramp. In Cape Town, the N2 outbound is slow moving towards Bunga Avenue, and on Marine Drive northbound in Milnerton, slow moving traffic towards Loxton Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
They say the best kept secret is the one you already know. Welcome to Indaba Hotel Fourways, where world-class conferences and unforgettable African feasts at the Chief Boba meet pure relaxation at Moana Spa. Meetings done? Tuck into a legendary courtyard burger, create your signature gin at our gin school, enjoy a wine farm experience, or simply wander landscaped gardens. Visit indabahotel.co.za for the secret you've always known.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, there's significant results regarding MTN, their full year results. With all of that and more, here's Paswani Mpatlele.
Afternoon, Ashraf, and to all your listeners. Yeah, it's their full year results for 2025. The MTN reported on strong recovery, and that's thanks to the strong growth that we've seen. Profits as per headline earnings per share adjusted up 67%, as revenue and margins are showing green shoots, supported by the strong demand for their data up 38%, and fintech is scaling up well with services across Africa, the likes of Nigeria and Ghana being the highlight, while South African market still faces some pressure from competition. You can see that user base is up 5.6% at 307 million. Profits are converted to cash in improving. We see that cash flows are increasing. They've got 27 billion there. Their CapExes are well funded. The balance sheet is stronger because they have reduced their debt. They have lower financial risk, and they've paid a dividend of 500 cents per share. In addition to buyback projects over the next 3 years, the stock was up as high as 8%. When we look into the market, coming out of last week, Ashraf, the dollar and the yields were rising at the back of the war inflation. The real interest rates expected to hold higher by central banks. And we're kicking off this new week with some loss of momentum in that price action, with the dollar down 0.4% away from a key level of 100. Yields are also backing off as buyers step in to buy. All this is driven by Trump's demand for more countries like NATO to join forces to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. So there's hope there, and we're seeing oil prices ease down 2.5% at $100.80 a barrel. Gold gets a bid up 0.1 at $5,028 an ounce. Bitcoin is also getting a bid up 2% at 74,000. Platinum is up 3.7% at $2,120 an ounce. So there's hope and a bit of risk on taking place. When we look at the likes of China, they reported on January and February data, and they signal the economy is stabilizing. Industrial activities recovering up 3.6%, supported by government stimulus through construction and manufacturing. Consumer recovery is still weak, but improving up 2.8%, supported by those holiday spending they've been through. Meanwhile, in terms of their fixed investments, it's up 1.8%. However, the property market is still under pressure, down 11%, reflecting that the structural risks still remain. But overall, the economy is coming out of a recovery. When we look at the likes of the equities, how they're performing, the US is opening on greens over 1%, rebounding across the board. Europe, FTSE up 1%, DAX up 0.8. Locally, we're up 1.7%, with the resource sector supportive up 2.1, industrials up 1.8% gains, and financials up 1.5%. Then we look at the rand, it shows a bit of strength because the dollar is coming under pressure there. Rand against the dollar is at 16.71, rand against the euro 19.21, and rand against the pound 22.23.
With all of that, thanks for that, Paswani. We'll connect again tomorrow. But a reminder, 6 to 7, you have an hour of the markets with Jimmy Moyaha in the hot seat.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
But by the way, if you're in Joburg, I know you have water problems, but there's also been stinky problems, like rotten egg problems last week. What more is going to trouble you? No wonder there's questions about changing mayors and a battle for the leadership. We're going to talk about that. Did that happen to you, where you battled with like a rotten egg smell in your suburb in the city of Joburg in the last few days? If that's the case, I'd love to know, because we're going to talk about it. Maybe share your testimony. You can tweet it out, hashtag the National Pulse, tag SAfmRadio, but also you can WhatsApp us, text or voice note. In the meantime, let's get to some of your calls. Moses in Bramley, hi.
Hey, Ashraf, good afternoon. How are you?
Yeah, good talking to you, Moses. Right, what's your point?
Yeah, I'm from Bramley, but I'm currently in Makado.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Traveling, yeah.
Yeah. So, when Ashraf, man, I just want to talk about BMA, this Michael Masiapatwa's organization.
Border management, yeah?
Yeah, the border, okay. Yeah. You know, Ashraf, I still remember 3 years ago when this organization was formed. I still remember it was on Power FM. Yeah. We were discussing about this issue on a weekend. It was towards December, yeah? Yeah. Pejo Faso was hosting the show, and it was after the initiation of this organization. We spoke to Pejo Faso, Michael Masiapatwa. I've been saying to them, it's just a matter of time before these guys are corruptible. There's nothing that in this country that will go right until accountability could be the buzzword in whatever we engaged in when Ashraf.
So what's your point? I mean, to bring it to the present tense.
It's illicit cigarette. I'm at home. I'm in Makado. I'm in Lutrihat now.
Yeah.
Illicit cigarettes are still flying all over here, and the influx of illegal immigrants. I'm actually born. I was born in Chikota, where I reside now. Long ago, before.
All right, quick. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we've got influx of Zimbabweans here, left, right, center, who are coming through our border post. I mean, what is that? There's nothing in this country that will come right unless we remove the ANC. We remove all these people who are corrupt. It's then that will become a country.
Okay,
now we are just a banana republic.
All right, I got that. And of course, you call Moses, you ought to know, wise man. But hey, listen, I mean, the issue of corruption and compromises at the upper echelons of, state infrastructure, I mean, is well documented. Something has got to give. I don't know how many times I've said that. Nazir in Joburg, let's talk about war.
Good day, Ashraf. How are you doing?
Yeah, good talking to you. Right.
Ashraf, you had Ibrahim Rasool there the other day. And
on Friday. Yes.
On Friday,
yeah.
They spoke about why Trump is doing what he's doing for resource acquisition.
Yeah.
They have nothing in America. They want to take it from the rest of the world. So I say, how do we beat the system? We have to build another system, a system within the system that will outlive that system. The system of ownership needs to change to a system of stewardship. God created this world. Everything in this world belongs to God. We're supposed to be guardians of whatever is in this world. Today we want to have ownership. That's why you'll always have people like Trump that's going to want to acquire your resources because they have ownership.
Okay, but practically, how do you go about doing that right now? Like what I'm saying,
I got the whole blueprint. But I want to write a book about it. It's going to be a long discussion. It can't happen like this over the radio.
Either it's a bestseller or it may be banned. You know that, one of the two, right?
Exactly, one of the two. Let's see where it goes.
Okay, need to read it. Get writing, Nazir. Thanks. Nazir is saying, change the system, build an alternative system with God at the very center. That will change. At the moment, it's Trump and the USA trying to acquire as much resources and access to other wealth as possible. Gole in Polokwane. Let's talk about Joburg. Yeah.
Yes, Ashraf. When we grew up, born and raised in Alexander, it used to be Bucket's toilet.
Yeah.
But the place was clean and neat. And it was dusty streets before tar road, surface road during apartheid. But today you go there, you find the rat that even a child will be running away from that rat in the mud. it's so bad. I don't know what we can do. Joburg, you can no longer go there. Only the poor and the lower middle class go to there. The rich and the upper middle class go to the malls because you cannot walk in the city. You know, when we were still studying Durban, we would go from Rotunda, Park Station. You will go down Small Street. You will buy fancy things that will last. Today you go there, you are going to be mad.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's
How
a...
do we have street people who don't have toilet in the abolition block? Where do they help themselves? Are you surprised what the city is thinking?
No, it's a good point. I mean, I think absolutely true. You know, you have to provide for that as well. Golia, thank you for that. I mean, I was in Joburg City Friday, by the way, because I think I mentioned to you, you know, my son was admitted as an attorney at the High Court, so I was there. And of course, you know, that's just a block away from Small Street, right? And, you know, many of those areas are no-go areas. The court area is pretty safe, lots of security, very, very safe. 2 blocks away, you can see the decay is just massive. And, you know, the Joburg Sun is you just look up from the court and you see that Joburg Sun, the glass blue building that I think has been mothballed for a long time, and that was a top-notch 5-star hotel. You have to wonder, I mean, that's a story, like how did we let Joburg slip? And God forbid, or goodness forbid, that we let our country slip as well, isn't it? Right, more thoughts on Iran. David in Gqeberha, hi.
Yes, Ashraf, thank you so much for taking my call.
Pleasure.
Ashraf, I've been listening to your show for a very long time, and if I listen to your show, and if I didn't know, and having done some research on Iran, I would get the impression from you that you think Iran is a normal country with normal democratic values. Is that your position?
Why would you get that impression? Because you said you do.
So for example, a month ago you had a guy on the show that spoke about 70 people had been killed so far in the protests, and half of them security. And then he went on about the agents of Mossad and America. But 3 weeks later, when they had killed between 20 and 40,000 protesters, I don't think I heard it on your show. You could have dealt with it. Now, I've never heard you spoke about the atrocities of that regime. I don't think you recognize it as a terrorist organization. Can I ask you that question?
Yeah, look, I tell you what. Let me go back. When we pass comments, when we do content, a lot depends on how much space we have. So, for example, when we cover the Madlanga Commission and we cover the ad hoc committee, as we do right now, extensively, it does mean practically there's a lot of other things that we'd like to do that we can't do. Often we would have a 3:45, global watch, which we're not doing at the moment because of that, right? So there has been conversations about Iran, and we did it a few days ago, for example. But I've actually said, regarding the claim of 20, 30,000 people, I'll tell you where the problem with that is. There's been claim and counterclaim around that, as there's been claim and counterclaim about what's happening in Gaza. So it's very difficult to say, because Trump said 20,000 people have died or 40,000 people have died in a matter of a few weeks, then that's exactly the truth, because we don't really know. What I can say is I think it's very clear. There's been protests, and I do agree with one point, that, I mean, Iran is a theocracy, if I've got it right, which means it's a political system, because people get elected, by the way. It is a, I won't call it a democracy, but the leadership gets elected, but it is a theocracy based upon their Islamic ideological principles, right?
Yeah.
But there's a call that a lot of what they've done, they've overplayed their hands, and therefore you're getting the type of responses that people in that country are, and the way they're responding around issues of human rights abuses. Now, clearly, if people are being killed because of opposition to that country, that's just wrong. On the other hand, there are sufficient numbers of people who are supportive of that country. And on the other hand, to bring in the Shah's son, Reza Pahlavi, who's making a play for Iran right now, it's clear he's being propped up by other parties. Because even if you go back to Iran in the 1950s, I think it is 50s, Mohammad Mossadegh, who was the democratically elected leader of that country, was kicked out, toppled by US and British influence, and replaced by a monarchy. Now, can you see how confusing that entire region is? So I can tell you now that a lot of what I read daily, you have to take with a pinch of salt about everything. You just don't know. Even, for example, as I talk to you now, I see the Iranian footballers now returning back from Australia, and the one story is they're returning because they've given up their rights for to be given that type of amnesty or in Australia. The other is that in fact their parents, their families have been threatened in Iran. Who really knows? I mean, seriously. So some of it you just have to take a step back because you don't know.
I mean, again, I'm getting the sense that you're underplaying the gravity of the situation there. I mean, you must accept surely that Iran and the RGC have got a jihadist agenda. I mean, that's plain to see. The numbers stack. Any superficial inquiry to what's going on there and from Iranians themselves will tell you we can dispute the extent or the veracity.
Yeah, but you see what you don't know when you say a jihadist agenda. What does a jihadist agenda mean? You get my point. Like, for example, what would you call the U.S. attack on Iran when with Israel when there's been multiple sources? No. Listen, I'm telling you this is a fact. There's been multiple examples that a deal was struck the day before in Oman, and the next day the Iranians were attacked. Do you get my point?
That's your point. The point I'm asking you, and you're straying off the point, is do you believe that they've got a jihadist agenda, judging by their actions, the amount of Americans they've killed over the years?
No, I don't know enough to make. I don't know enough to make that definitive comment. Either
but
way,
you would if you did just do some official.
Well, you're asking me today, so I don't know enough to make a definitive comment.
It's going to reveal the facts to you, but you don't seem to be interested in the facts, and that's the impression I'm getting.
All right. Well, of course you're entitled.
You underplay the facts, and you don't want to go into the facts, which is a form of denialism.
David, okay, so you've made your judgment on myself. Thank you for that. We've engaged, and we'll do it again, and you know that. As far as the reality is concerned about all matters, sometimes it's difficult when you don't really know the facts. And I must tell you now, often I don't know the facts. I really don't know. So David in Klebecha, thank you for that. Gavin in Noordhoek. Go for it, Gavin.
Hi, Ashraf. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good talking to you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Ashraf, it's Gavin in Noordhoek. Just wondering, do you ever get to vet your voice messages before they're played?
Well, why? Why are you asking that?
Because one of your previous callers used the name Jesus Christ as an exclamation and not out of reverence. And as a Christian, it doesn't sit comfortably with me. I know it is normalized to use Christ's name as an exclamation or worse, but I don't think we should be hearing it on the radio.
All right, fair. Look, I won't say fair comment. I mean, let me tell you what happens. People call in, they drop in. We have a production team, Keys and Temba specifically. They then pass on all the voice notes to me. So obviously they would check it out in terms of the processes, right? Now, and this, I must again say this. For example, if the person said as an exclamation, Jesus Christ, as you've just mentioned, is that derogatory or defamatory for a person of the Christian faith? If they're using it as a figure of speech, not to knock another faith, but to use it as like, oh my goodness, man, this is just terrible, and they would use, Jesus Christ at the end of it. I don't know, and I'd love to learn from someone. In fact, from you clearly, but certainly from my production team and others. Do we have a problem with that? Living in a society where it's a multi-faith society, and we allow different expressions where there's no one that is, superior to the other at the extent of another. I mean, am I making sense? I don't know. Gavin?
I hear the point you're making, but Jesus as the center of my faith, I give reverence to. So when his name is reduced to a word or a phrase to use it to exclaim about something you feel strongly about, it's not being used appropriately. And yeah, I think I do find that offensive.
Although, and I must say this, I assume the person who said it would be part of the Christian faith. That's why they would use that. They would use it. And I understand what you're saying in the context, but it's not like another person from another faith knocking Jesus Christ. It's someone who probably is of that faith using that point. I mean, so you find it offensive. And I'm sure maybe others may or may not, yeah?
Ashraf, I feel differently to you on that point.
No, I didn't say I do find it offensive or I don't. I'm asking you whether you find it offensive.
Yes, no, I do. And I don't believe a Christian would use the name Jesus Christ as an exclamation.
Okay. Well, I mean, we're learning something. That's why it's good we're having this chat. Seriously, we're learning. And I'm glad that you called in. I really am. Gavin,
hearing me out.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Right, further comment on the Jesus issue. Salo in Mokopane. Hi, Salo.
Hi, Ashraf.
Yeah, how's
Thanks
it?
for having me.
You're laughing.
Look,
This is serious stuff, man.
No. I'm not just laughing. We were speaking this afternoon with my boss.
Yeah.
We were having lunch, and I was not using as to insult Christian or to demean the Christian. We were just talking, and then I was just saying Jesus Christ, and I was corrected by my boss. He said, "No, Silo, don't use that word Jesus Christ in what you're talking about." And I think the caller has a point. But in this sense, if it has been used in a manner that is insultive, I think I will agree with the caller. But we do not know much. I did not know that using exclamation as Jesus Christ, it will sound insultive to a Christian person. But we have learned today. I think we have to ask more Christianity if these words it is insultive, if you do know what you mean by using it at that particular time, or it has a context on what at that time we are talking about.
I agree with you. I think that's why it's such a good education, Salo. You see, my understanding is... So let me ask you this. Are you a Christian yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm saying, I'm learning, okay?
Yes.
You have Christians who are very steeped in their faith. That means they are very committed to it, very conscious of it. And you could get that sort of person who feels that using Jesus Christ as an exclamation, like how you also did, right, is unacceptable. You get others who are also Christian who would use it in a normal figure of speech. I hear that every day. And I very rarely hear people who are Hindu or Muslim or Jewish using the word Jesus Christ as an exclamation. I don't hear that. So in fact, it would be Christian people who would do so. But I accept, like everywhere else, you have different grades of faith, and we all express it very differently, don't we?
It is true. I agree 100%. Like I said, Ashraf, I was just using it as an exclamation mark. And then I think I am not that deep into Christianity, but I go to church, and so I'm not that one who, if you used to, I'm not sure if it is still there because I'm no longer listening it. There was a program that Naya was doing on
Yes,
Sunday.
I remember the religious show.
Yes, that was amazing. And you will hear Christian people there, and then you will feel like they don't really like what has been said about their religion, Christian or Hindus and what, and then they will challenge Naya. We will debate about it. Ashraf, let's leave it here. Let's go to the news.
You're taking my job. We still got a minute. We still have a minute to go to the news at 4 o'clock. I can assure you of that. Yeah. Thank you for that. I mean, here's another one. But thank you for that. Here's another from Tao. Jesus Christ! Exclamation mark. We say that all the time, and I'm a Christian. From Tao. You get my point. Another one saying, but anyone can use the Christ name as long as you're human. It cannot be offensive to anyone. No, man. That's shallow. So you see the diversity of opinions, and these are people who may well be Christian who are saying that as well. I mean, I do know, just for example, and again, listen, that's why I agree. You said the point about Naya's show in the evenings those years. It was tremendous because we learned a lot about faith, right? I think, if I'm not mistaken, people of the Jewish faith, they don't ever spell God out in text form. So they would do like a G and miss the O and then a D, something like that, because, and for the reasons I can only guess, they don't want God's name to be thrown around, if you get my point, in any form, I think. But certainly when it comes to Christians or even Muslims, I don't think they have a problem with that. So can you see what's good for one is not good for another? That sounds confusing. That also reflects the diversity of not just the people in our country, but the world, isn't it? So who's right? It's 5 o'clock. Here's the news with Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Concern over border fence and foot and mouth disease, and Kenyan nationals will no longer fight for Russia and Ukraine. Good day to you. Agriculture Minister John Steenhuisen says the lack of a border fence between South Africa and Zimbabwe is among the issues compounding the spread of foot and mouth disease. In Limpopo, the broken fence in areas bordering the Kruger National Park is another problem, as buffalo can spread the disease. The minister was leading a nationwide max vaccination rollout in Polokwane.
Limpopo is one of those provinces that will always have to have some form of prophylactic vaccination on that interface. There's two big problems. Zimbabwe has a major outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease, and a lot of the infection that we have comes cross-border. But the second thing is the border here in Limpopo with the Kruger National Park. The buffalo here in the Kruger Park are a carrier of FMD. When the fences are broken, either through by elephants or other animals, the buffalo get out and there's a cross-contamination that happens with the cattle. And it obviously creates a unique problem here in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga and in KwaZulu-Natal.
Livestock farmers in the Western Cape are being urged to remain vigilant as authorities intensify efforts to contain foot and mouth disease. About 170,000 doses have arrived in the province and have been distributed in hotspot areas, including George, Mossel Bay and Cape Town. Yanni Strydom is from Agri Western Cape.
In relation to the other provinces in the country, we are very fortunate that we only have 25 cases reported, of which 6 are positive confirmed. But still, 1 is too much. So it is a real challenge and a real concern for us. And it impacts our whole livestock industry, specifically the dairy industry. It's very vulnerable and exposed with regards to foot and mouth.
The Director General of the Department of Mineral and Petroleum Resources, Jacob Mbele, says the government is exploring options to mitigate high oil prices amid the ongoing conflict in Iran. He was speaking at the Southern Africa Oil and Gas Conference in Cape Town.
There is work that is happening within government to try and understand better what these increases will mean for the different sectors of the economy, and to look at what options or what levers do we have that we can pull to try and cushion the consumers and the economy at large.
The low-lying bridge connecting Swingo Village and Toyando in Limpopo has been submerged by persistent rainfall. Earlier this year, a vehicle with 2 occupants was swept away at the same bridge during flooding. The Education Department has suspended schooling in flood-hit areas. Local resident Tadi Mwando travelled from Johannesburg.
This is so heartbreaking for me because I was in Joburg, so my husband had texted me to say I mustn't come back to the other side, which is home. And my worry is my kids are left there alone, so there's a lot that my husband has to be assisting with cooking and the like. So the alternative route that I have to use, it's far, and for my car, I won't be able to cross that side because of the potholes. And it's also not safe because I don't know the route very well. So as a woman, I can't take chances. So it's affecting me, and now I have to just spend money and get a boutique or guest house.
The Kenyan Foreign Minister, Musalia Mudavadi, says Russia and Nairobi have agreed that Kenyan nationals will no longer fight for Russia and Ukraine. He's held talks with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Lavrov, in Moscow. Kailikle Kumala reports.
Kenyan Foreign Minister Mudavadi says the two countries have agreed that Kenyans shall not be enlisted through the Russian Ministry of Defense. He says consular services will be organized for those requiring assistance. Russian Foreign Minister Lavrov says Kenyan citizens had voluntarily signed contracts to fight alongside the Russian army. Some Kenyan politicians have described what they say is a network of rogue state officials who have colluded with human trafficking syndicates to recruit Kenyans to fight for Russia in Ukraine. Kailikle Kumalo, SABC News, Johannesburg.
Top story. The Agriculture Minister says the lack of a border fence between South Africa and Zimbabwe is among the issues compounding the spread of foot and mouth disease in Limpopo. That's SAFM News. I'm Greg Khos.
In sports, the SAFmRadio leads Proteas to mark 50th T20 milestone, and Manyonga named the South African team for World Indo Championships. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the M1 southbound in Omonde has a crash after Xavier Street, the M1 northbound in Sandton, a crash near Grayston Drive, and Eskampa Drive northbound in Pretoria, queuing towards Moot Street. In KZN, there's an obstruction on the N2 northbound at the ramp to Mount Edgecombe and a stationary vehicle on the N3 northbound after Ashburton interchange. In Cape Town, the R44 southbound in Stellenbosch slow moving at Jamestown, Cromboom Road eastbound in Rondebosch East, queuing towards Jan Smuts Drive, and Stellenbosch Artiel Road eastbound in Kells River, slow moving at Noyensfontein Road. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
This February, love the shows that keep you guessing. Every case tells a story. Every clue brings you closer to the truth. From shocking twists to unforgettable investigations, Homicide returns with seasons 3 and 4, where justice is hard-won and nothing is ever simple. Because loving what you watch sometimes means leaning into the darkness. Homicide seasons 3 and 4, weekdays at 12 p.m. only on S3. Open up. S3.
Right, without insurance, saving on your car insurance feels like arriving at the school reunion in your dream car. 32-year-old Parushka saves a whopping 729 rands on her 2020 Haval H2. So get a quote now, and if our insurance can't save you money, well, you ask for $500 or 1,500 rands if you've been claim-free and with the same insurer for 3 years. Get savings or cash. SMS ouch to 30754. You got it right. Ouch to 30754. Outsurance. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's and C's and information available online.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
We're going to pick up on the Joburg foul smell just now, but I'm looking at some of your tweets, and again, interesting one. Someone called Cyrus, I think it is, quoting from the Bible, from Exodus, saying, "You shall not take the name of the Lord your God in vain." And then saying it depends on the conviction of the person speaking and where, how, and where it is spoken. But isn't that the point? The conviction for different people, even of the same faith, they have different levels of conviction, right? There's another from Stonehenge. Ashraf Jesus Christ exclamation mark is a common, often taboo exclamation used to express shock, anger, annoyance, surprise. It's frequently considered profane and blasphemous by religious individuals as it uses a sacred name in vain. It's commonly used as a secular expletive today. You see, that last part is interesting. The first part I get. When it's used as a secular expletive, who uses it? Would you say that many of the people who do so are people who actually do follow the Christian faith? Maybe more secular, but they do follow that faith, as opposed to people of another faith. I don't know until we do a survey on it, but it's a very, very interesting conversation, I think, to have, and I welcome further thoughts on, the way forward around that. Okay, what about the way forward regarding the post office, man? Goodness, that was such an important issue before of our lives, that is. Now we know they went into business rescue, but after that, there's been a move that there's been a letter received sent to the Minister of Communications that suggests that the post office business rescue practitioners now intend to apply for liquidation, which means final closure, right? What are the implications of all of that? Certainly from the perspective of the Creative Workers Union. Let's find out with Nathan Bowers, who is the National Bargaining Coordinator for the CWU. Nathan, thank you for joining us on the National Pulse.
No, thank you so much for having us, and greetings to your listeners.
Thank you. I mean, listen, so what's your understanding here from business rescue, which really means an administration that oversees the process and hopefully to rescue the South African Post Office, to an actual application for liquidation, which means now it's unworkable as an entity and therefore needs to be liquidated and shut, right?
Look, this is very interesting developments around the post office, because remember, when the post office was placed under provisional liquidation, the government then guaranteed the 3.8 billion rand in the court of law. And based on the government's guarantee, the business rescue process then proceeded. Because if the government did not guarantee that money, the post office would have been placed into liquidation months ago.
Yeah.
So when we woke up Friday afternoon, when we realized that this liquidation notice has also been sent to the minister, we were quite surprised, because we then also last year spoke to Parliament when Parliament called us as the Communication Workers Union, and we said to Parliament, but you are aware that government has guaranteed the 3.8 billion. In your oversight duties, ensure that government does that. Now, it is out in the public domain that the cabinet resolved on that. And now what is happening? The workers are caught between the government's inaction and the BRPs. So in that regard, we were caught off guard with this liquidation process which the BRPs is running with at this present juncture. And if the post office is going to be placed under liquidation, it means that we are going again the full circle, where all the workers, remember, 5,000 odd workers were retrenched based on the BRP's plan. Now, the government is not forthcoming with the 3.8 billion, and now communities face this type of service inaction by the government, because the post office is an important SOE for developmental reasons. The post office services poor communities, it serves deep rural areas, it's got a footprint all over South Africa, and if this liquidation takes place, then we are going to be again at the point we were the last time.
Well, what about I mean, obviously from where you sit, right, it's obvious you have people linked to your union, and it means massive amounts of losses of jobs. What numbers are we talking about here?
We are talking about the rest of the workers that remained after the first Section 189. So it's again around 5,000 workers that will lose their jobs. It will be families that will suffer, and it will be a devastation on the workers. So therefore, we as the Communication Workers Union, we are saying liquidation is out of the question. Because if we allow this liquidation, we are going to allow countless hardships for workers as also for communities. So this evening, the national leadership of the Communication Workers Union will meet to discuss our response. And already we are saying that we are going to go to the streets. Our workers are ready to take action. There is no way that the Communication Workers Union is going to allow that the People's Post Office goes down. We are, after this meeting tonight, we are definitely going to meet with COSATU. We are going to meet with SANCO so that we are able then to mobilize our workers to the streets. We are going to mobilize the communities to the streets so that once and for all, we have a showdown with government. Because remember, government policies are now incoherent since the GNU is there. The 1 kilogram, which we have a monopoly on, the DA minister went, and when Parliament sat down, got up last year, he then puts in the government gazette that the post office no longer has the monopoly. Now, that is totally wrong.
But what happens if it's true? I mean, what I'm saying, he may be just expressing a reality that the post office no more has a monopoly, in the same way that SAA, before, when no one's a stranger, have I got that right? Everybody knew SAA. I mean, it's not the case any longer. Things have changed because the model at some stage became unworkable. And in this case, is he not expressing a reality, which is that the post office no more has a reality, a monopoly? Because yes, people use Postnet and many others that I can't even remember the names. They have other options.
It's the middle class that uses Postnet. It is the middle class that uses the other options because they can afford it. But the working class and the poor are utilizing the South African Post Office. So that is quite clear that there is definitely something going on. Now, just on your question, the business rescue plan stipulates that the 1 kilogram is essential for the sustaining of the post office in the short term. And the minister had no right not to consult with his deputy minister, because his deputy minister came out in public to say that, in fact, the minister did not consult with him, and then to put flames to fire. The chairperson of the portfolio committee, she also came to say that the minister was out of order. Now, at this present juncture, the VRP is calling on ICASA to come and make this thing right. Because ICASA alone has the right. But if you understand the business rescue plan, and if the minister read the plan, you would have understood that the 1 kilogram is a imperative to sustain the post office.
All right. Here's the thing. Look, I think there's absolutely, you spoke about 5,000 workers that have remained. I mean, the impact on them will be devastating. It's obvious, right? Even multiply by an average of 4 or 5 people, 25,000 people affected by that. There's no question about it. But let's look at the reality of the post office. When you say we can't let it go down, there are many who believe it's already gone down, that over the last 10 years or so, it has declined considerably to the point that in its current form, it's unworkable. That means it may be reshaped perhaps in a new form. And yes, maybe you don't want the people to join the middle class at Postnet, but maybe there can be a new entity that replaces the current post office. But the current post office in its current form appears to have gone down already. And you say it can't go down. We won't let it go down, but it's gone down. That's why we have the problem where we are.
Look, I'm saying that, in fact, the fact that the post office was placed into provisional liquidation was already a sign that it is done. And the creditors, they marched on and said they want their money. The provisional liquidation was done, and government then said, but they are going to put up the 3.8 billion rand. And on that basis, so when you look at the Post Office Amendment Act that the president signed into law last year, we are speaking about modernizing the post office. We are speaking about bringing the post office on par. The Post Office Amendment Act is actually 10 years late, but it is there. So the Post Office Amendment Act tells us what we can do with the 3.8 billion to modernize the post office, to ensure that workers remain in their jobs, to ensure that workers get skilled and upskilled. However, what is the crux of the matter here? The post office were promised that 3.8 billion. And we are not saying the BRPs is correct in what they have done, because they did not consult with us as the Communication Workers Union, so that we could understand what they are going out with on Friday afternoon. And that thing hit us drastically. So at this point in time, of course the post office can be turned around. Of course the post office can be modernized. Of course, the post office can be brought online in terms of international best practice. However, what is here is the government's reluctance to say that they pledged the 3.8 billion. And guess what? We have credible information that the government and the Ministry of Treasury, has now sided with a legal opinion that says that the government does not have to give us that 3.8 billion. Okay. But guess what?
Yeah, guess
the
what?
The business rescue plan outlines what the 3.8 billion rand is there for. And if they didn't pledge that money, the post office would have been liquidated as we stand now. As we talk now, it would have been liquidated.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay, yeah. All right, listen. So, here's the last thing that we need to conclude this, right? Okay. So I heard your points. Obviously, your concern about the 5,000 workers is absolutely valid. Got it, right? Having said that, right, what for you would be the solution? That means, assuming the money comes in, and a quick answer because we're out of time, what would be the solution then in terms of turning this into a world-class entity when it has actually literally collapsed in the last 10, 15 years?
If we can get the 3.8 billion, and we don't even have to get the 3.8 billion, we can get it in tranches. But what needs to happen is the minister and the Minister of Communications and the Minister of Finance must meet with the Communication Workers Union, with the PRP, and so that we can then have a discussion on how we bring that 3.8 billion, and it doesn't have to come all at once, but we need that money. We need it.
Got that. Meetings with you. Why is that meetings not happening is another big question. Nathan Bowers, thanks for your time. You've certainly given us an insight in terms of your position and your absolute frustration, and I hear you. Thank you for your time. From the National Bargaining Coordinator for the Creative Workers Union, with the workers linked to the South African Post Office, a plan now to shut it down completely from provisional to business rescue to final liquidation. What do you think? Should it go? Post Office, all things considered? Or is there a business case to actually rescue the South African Post Office? Are you being nostalgic now when I say, remember the Post Office?
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This Human Rights Month, we commemorate a significant milestone, the Bill of Rights at 30, making human dignity real. For 3 decades, South Africa's constitution has been a beacon of equality, freedom and justice for all. Yet dignity is not just written in our constitution. It must be lived, protected and upheld every single day. Join SAFM as we unpack the issues that matter, elevate voices driving change and reflect on the progress we've made while confronting the work that still lies ahead. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, listen, when somebody says something's rotten about the post office being allowed to collapse, and we move from that to the rotten smell of Joburg, then you just know, like, oh my goodness, what are we going to do next around this issue? So let's talk about it. If you were one of those people in the city of Joburg and you had this rotten egg type of smell over the last few days, let's find out more about it, this terrible air pollution, right? Dr. Jamie Kelly is with me, Health Impact Assessment Team Leader at the CREA, right? Jamie, appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Okay, first tell us what actually happened. What are the facts?
So we know that there are some big industrial facilities such as Segunda, as well as coal-fired power plants that are quite far away from Joburg, but the emissions from these facilities can actually travel hundreds of kilometers, and under certain wind conditions, then they can affect the smell in the city. So yeah, the smell that you're referring to is coming from these industrial facilities.
Okay, so first things first, Joburg may say, you see, it's not our fault, it's come from somewhere else, right? But it certainly has affected the people in the city of Joburg. What was the smell? I mean, what did they actually smell?
So the smell is coming from a particular chemical called hydrogen sulfide, and it's giving this smell of like rotten eggs. It's because of the sulfur. And while at the moment this hydrogen sulfide is not the thing that's really harmful, coming along with that is actually invisible particles that are actually really toxic to human health.
And that follows that, you're saying?
Yes, yeah. So it's the collection of these hydrogen sulfide that you're smelling in the air that's really strong, and it's coming also with these toxic pollution from facilities that are damaging people's health.
Okay. So what's the position now? Has that smell come and gone, or does it still persist? I mean, keeping in mind, the city is a large city. It could affect certain suburbs, but not all suburbs, right?
Yeah, so the concentrations were always they're still quite low, and I'm not quite sure how high they are at the moment. But some of the pollutants that come along with it, they can actually persist in the atmosphere for 1 to 2 weeks. So that's a really long time, and they're going to continue to linger on even after the smell is gone.
Okay, so you're saying at the moment there's no health risk for the moment, but there's discomfort, and I can understand the irritation and the frustration that people have. But you're saying what follows next could well be a health issue. Tell me more about that.
Yeah, so many of these particles, they're really small, and so when they're breathed in by humans, they can penetrate the lungs, enter the blood system, and do damage in all of the major organs of the system, the body. They can cause asthma, diabetes, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, and just in Gauteng, exposure to fine particles leads to around 16,000 deaths every single year.
So in this case here, what can, the city of Joburg, healthcare practitioners, what should we be doing about it?
Yeah, so the answer is quite straightforward. It's about focusing on these sources of pollution, which are these industrial facilities and the power sources, installing air pollution control measures and monitoring and making sure that these emissions are transparent so that people can see when the emissions are high and so that people can be warned about these episodic events.
And has that happened? Are you aware of it?
They're currently lacking in how transparent it could be. There are public apps where you can see the levels of pollution, but one of the biggest sources of why it's not transparent is because many of these industrial facilities, their emissions are not being monitored and made open to the public. So it's really quite difficult for us to see when these emissions are occurring.
Okay, let's leave it at that. Dr. Jamie Kelly, Health Impact Assessment Team Leader at CREA, and that CREA, that relates to the issue of air pollution, rotten eggs type of smell that has engulfed, well, some parts of Joburg over the last few days. They've got enough problems, that city, don't they? Right, let's get to your thoughts after this.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda. Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
I did say, are you being nostalgic when we talk about the post office? There's reaction.
Hi, Ashraf. This is Mike from Polokwane. I just want to respond to the guy who was calling from South African Communications Workers Union or something. That guy is talking nonsense. That thing has fallen. Post office has done. They looted it to the bone, and now they want government to save it. No, let it fall. Somebody will come and take it and upskill it and employ people. We can't, as a South African taxpayers, keep on bailing out failing institutions. And they are not failing on their own. They are failing because they are hiring wrong people to manage those things. No, let it fall. It can't be the end of the world because of post office dying. No, let it die.
Sure, let it die. Thank you for that. I mean, you're Sean from Cape Town saying, Ashraf, to be honest, the model of the post office was outdated 20 years ago. You may be right, isn't it? The repercussions are the workers and the families yet again. It proves poor leadership at the post office. So I'm Sean saying effectively unable to respond to the changes of the world. And that maybe will be true. How many times have you sent a letter nowadays? A WhatsApp does it, right?
No, Ashraf, I'm very sorry. This post office guy, no. He was talking about he needs that 3.8 million. He wants that 3.8 million. He needs the 3.8 million. For what? To pay the same corrupt staff. Not all the staff, but a lot of the staff in the post office were corrupt. That's how the post office fell. So now he wants the 3.8 million so they can pay staff. And then in another few years, it's down again. No ways. The post office is dead. Leave it dead. Cut our losses and move on. There are courier companies now that we use. There's Postnet that we use. There's no need for the post office.
Listen, one correction. 3.8 million? No. 3.8 billion. Yes. Let's get the news headlines. It's 5:30. Here's Greg.
In the headlines, with more than 90% of the country's trade volume moving by sea, President Ramaphosa says the current conflict in the Middle East has affected the South African ports and their strategic value. The Agriculture Minister says the lack of a border fence between South Africa and Zimbabwe is among the issues compounding the spread of foot and mouth disease. And Kusadu says it strongly rejects the possibility of liquidation of the post office. A full update at the top of the hour.
This is SAFM Sports with Tuming Khapele.
So FIFA has been busy about hosting of the World Cup, but they've got other work to do, right?
Yeah, FIFA has fined both the Nigerian Football Federation and the Congolese Association Football Federation following incidents during the 2026 World Cup qualifying playoff final. Nigeria have been fined 1,000 Swiss francs after supporters were found guilty of throwing objects during the match. The Congolese side has been fined 5,000 Swiss francs after fans were reported to have used laser pointers during the game. The disciplinary report, though, that However, the disciplinary report made no mention of a separate protest lodged by the Nigerian Football Federation over the alleged use of ineligible players by DR Congo during the playoff, and we're still on the lookout for that one. Elsewhere, Chelsea have been fined £10.75 million and given a 1-year transfer ban, which has been suspended for 2 years for breaching Premier League rules. Premier League officials investigated secret payments that the club made to agents and other individuals between 2011 and 2018, when the club was owned by Roman Abramovich. Now, Chelsea have also received a 9-month ban on signing academy players, which takes immediate effect, and the punishment relates to the club's registrations of youth players between 2019 and 2022. In rugby, Blitzboks coach Philip Snyman has praised his side after they beat Fiji 10-7 to win the New York Sevens and secure the Sevens Series title. He said that the victory was special because of the team's heart, intensity and strong defense under pressure. Snyman also praised the squad for embracing his plan to build depth by blending new players with experienced leaders. In athletics, former Olympic long jump silver medalist Luvo Manyonga will return to international competition after a 7-year absence. The 35-year-old has been selected for the South African team that will compete at the World Indoor Championships in Poland later this month. Manyonga's career has been affected by 2 doping bans linked to his struggle with recreational drug addiction. And despite these setbacks, he is determined to rebuild his career and hopes to qualify for the 2028 Olympic Games in LA. So far this year, he has jumped a best distance of 8.11 meters, which currently ranks him 17th in the world. Meanwhile, seasoned long-distance runner Edward Mutibi has set his sights on capturing a second crown at the iconic Comrades Marathon, having claimed his maiden title in 2019 in the green colors of Nedbank Running Club. The experienced runner will this time be chasing glory in the colors of Hollywood Athletics Club.
Slender is going for full force for preparation for the Comrades. Some training run next week in Omdidam. Not racing, just training run. Back in April, 18th of April, I'll be running TNU on the 18th of April. Yes. It's a dream for everyone, and for me as well. As an athlete, it's a dream, but it takes hard work to do that. My body is still there, it's still giving me what I want. I can still push harder. I only ran 2 up runs so far, so I can say no, I still shot more up runs. So I'm going to fight harder to get onto the podium.
With that said, Ashraf, I want to congratulate the Springbok Sevens for winning the Sevens Series title. I think they did well this year and they were very determined to win it, and they won it properly, beating Fiji.
I mean, I saw a tweet from one of the rugby writers who I just can't find the tweet right now, but making the point, yes, they didn't just win the New York American leg, they won the entire, basically like they're the champions for the year.
They are the champions.
And he was making the point of just how incredible this team is, the enthusiasm, the quality, the commitment to working for each other. And, you know, that team The Sevens were great before. Then they had a dip, I think, a couple of
Yeah.
years, right? But they've come back strongly.
And Snyman has really also done a great job with the team, also just finding the balance of the team. So a big congratulations to them.
But I mean, here's the point. Like it or not, 15-man rugby, Sevens rugby, they're doing something that even the post office could learn from. And I'm being serious. Meaning there's a model that's working. And what it needs is more and more institutions, even in education and like running a city, to apply the principles that they've put in, because they're getting the results.
Absolutely. Rugby as a whole in the country. Well, with that said, ke natumeng kgapele, Modimo ke yo.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good afternoon. Starting off in Gauteng, the N1 southbound in four ways queuing towards Winnie Mandela Drive, the M1 southbound in central Johannesburg queuing towards Crown Interchange, and the N12 R24 westbound in Bedfordview slow moving on both routes towards Giluli's Interchange. In KZN, the M4 northbound queuing towards Virginia Airport. On South Coast Road southbound, there's a crash before Kenyon Howden Road, and Ananda Road westbound slow moving towards the N2 highway. In Cape Town, Tygerberg Road eastbound queuing approaching Durbanville, Mike Pinard Boulevard northbound in Belleville queuing towards Frans Conradi Drive, and Albert Road outbound slow moving through Woodstock. With your traffic update, I'm Irma G.
You can become a victim of a legal problem: wrongful arrest, assault, uncontested divorce, rental disputes, maintenance matters, or labor problems. It can happen to you. Clientele Legal provides tough professional lawyers for an affordable monthly premium. Our legal team is standing by to assist you 24 hours a day. Join today. SMS SAFM to 32195. That's SAFM to 32195. Clientele General is an authorized FSP and licensed non-life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
This February, fall in love with food that tells a story. From bold new culinary stars to untamed destinations and unforgettable flavors, Gordon Ramsay brings passion, pressure, and purpose to your screen. Gordon Ramsay Uncharted, Sundays 5 p.m. Only on S3. Open up.
The Morning Brief.
This kind of form of this fraud as a subcategory of insurance fraud, how prevalent is it?
In terms of the number of insurance frauds reported over 2024, there were 5,505. Of that, 38 cases were linked to murder for money. 2 were involving life policies, the harder risk cover to take, and the other ones involved, the 36 remaining involved funeral cover.
That's Sean Pillay, Deputy Convener of the Association for Savings and Investments South Africa, ASISA, Forensic Standing Committee.
Tulasizwe Simelane on The Morning Brief. Find the podcast at safm.co.za.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Right, Jimmy Moyahar, you got a show coming up 6 to 7, but to set the scene, you may well talk about the post office. I don't know, but definitely MTN you will.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners. Yes, the developments of the post office certainly are quite interesting. We are still trying to get the relevant individuals to speak to on that. We have covered the story in the past. We've looked at the post office business rescue. We've spoken to former post office CEO Mark Barnes to get his thoughts around what's happening at the post office. And the latest developments aren't surprising, but we will definitely see how it is that we can get the government to speak on that, given that they are being looked to at this point as the sole solution for the 3 or 4 billion rands that's needed there. But that's not what's coming up on the show today. What is coming up are results from MTN, results out of the Sun International business, both companies providing us with year-end results, giving us a sense of how they fared throughout the financial year. And then we're going to have a conversation taking a look at business rescue lessons that we've learned from the likes of the Post Office, Tongaat, Hewlett, Murray and Roberts, and so on. We're going to speak to Head of Business Rescue at Worksman's Attorneys, Dr. Eric Levenstein, around that and get his thoughts on how it is that companies should be navigating these processes to come out of it in a better situation than the likes of the post office have. So we are covering it in some respects, but we are still going to see if we can follow up on that post office story directly. Then we've got a conversation taking a look at the banking space. It looks as though the likes of Pepkor and the Shoprite Group, with the announcement that they made today, more retailers seem to be going into the banking and financial service offering space. We're going to take a look at that and see what it means for banks, what it means for these retail organizations, and see if we can make sense of the financial services landscape. And then we're going to wrap up the show with a personal finance segment, taking a look at bad habits that can potentially damage your credit score or prevent you from improving it. So that's what's coming up on the show today. Before we get to that, a sense of market movements. It's been a positive start to the day from a market, or to the week rather, from a market's perspective. Equity markets in the green by and large. The gold price holding steady at exactly $5,000 a fine ounce. The Brent crude price briefly dipping below $100 a barrel, back above that at $101 a barrel. We saw, I think in the early hours of this morning during Asian session, I saw as high as $104 a barrel when the Asian markets opened after the weekend. So very volatile prices from that perspective. Equity markets having a green day, as I mentioned. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong, the only market in Asian session that finished in the green, up about 1.4%. European markets all in the green. The biggest winner there, the FTSE in London, up 0.8%. South African markets in the green as well, to the tune of more than 1%. Financials up 1.4%, industrials 1.4%, and resources 1.5%. The all share up 1.43%, the top 40 up 1.5%. I want to be optimistic about the week, but given how markets have been behaving, it does seem like we're still in for that topsy-turvy up and down kind of movements on the markets. The rand, though, against the US dollar, back from 16 rand 90 at 16.74 at the moment. Still above 22 rand against the British pound, still above 19 against the euro, and still almost at 12 rand against the Australian dollar. One Bitcoin, though, is at 73,600 odd dollars a coin in rand terms. Still puts it above 1.2 million rand and 1.23 million. So I have Gary Boyson of Rand Swiss on markets later on. I want to get his thoughts around the gold price briefly dipping below $2.7 million, or 2.7 million rand a kilogram in that respect, but also some of the geopolitical conversations that have been unfolding and affecting markets over the course of the weekend. It seems, as I mentioned on Friday, that we are continuing with the trend of weekend movements shocking the markets on Mondays, and so market participants kind of get out on a Friday and kind of re-enter on a Monday. This week we've also got numbers coming out from the US's perspective in the form of interest rate decisions. We've got inflation numbers out of South Africa and the Eurozone. So we've got lots of data that's going to be affecting markets. We're going to dig into all of those numbers just after the 6 p.m. news. For now, Ashraf, back to you.
Right, enjoy your show. Lots to cover, I'm sure about that, with Jimmy Moya. We're going to talk to you next.
Call us on 086 000 2032.
So yeah, Ashraf, afternoon, and the National Pulse family, community maybe, like to comment about SAPO. It shouldn't be allowed to die. Modernization for it is important. Comes from Tumelo Molefe. But you see, how do you modernize it at a time when they need a massive amount of money and they're just not getting anywhere near market share? I also heard the comment from the representative from the union to say, yeah, the middle class are shopping at all these replacements for the post office, but can they claw back that lost ground?
Good afternoon, Ashraf. That union rep who's talking about saving the post office should stop daydreaming or having wet dreams. The post office is dead. The influx of time has killed it. There's now competition that is far ahead, and nobody really still considers the post office as a usable option.
Daydreaming, and then you said something else? I can't believe you said that on radio. Oh, my goodness. Colin in Cape Town, hi.
Ashraf, the post office.
Yeah.
Some time back, I went to the post office because I got a little account, I keep some money in the post office. So I wanted to draw 2,000 rand.
Yeah.
The lady said to me, no, sir, we haven't got that type of money. Come back later on. I said, what do you mean come back later on? Now when we collect money, people pay license and pay this and pay that. And what's your phone number? So we can phone you and let you know we got the amount of money. I said, hey, no ways, man. Hey, you don't operate like that. Then she said to me, yes, go to the bank and draw on your post bank card. So eventually I went there. I had a surcharge of 40 Rand. They charged me for using, I went to Standard Bank and I used a post bank card. 40 Rand I was charged. So I thought to myself, no man, how can this lady tell me that she'll phone me? I don't say she'll do something or whatever, but I thought, going home, I thought to myself, what if there's somebody waiting for me? Somebody in the post office, no, I'm coming back this afternoon to collect 2,000 Rand or something like that. So eventually I closed my account. No, the post office is useless. Go in there, Ashraf. You stand, it's one or two windows open, but it's about four walking around the counter, up and down, in, out. No, they can rather close down, Ashraf.
Okay.
Post office is useless,
All
my
right.
friend.
All right, Colin.
Thank you,
close down.
Ashraf.
But you see,
Bye.
the point is, I think there's no doubt everybody agrees in its current form, it's a mess. It's unworkable. We agree. The question is, with the amount of people that are impacted working for a post office, can we afford it to shut down and lose all those people, become unemployed? Where do they get the money from? 5,000 people? There's 25,000 people affected already immediately by that. Or do we innovate and find a way that they can turn around the post office as it stands? Is it possible or is it unworkable? That's the big issue, isn't it? Right, Dintwe in Tabanchu High.
No, the post office is useless, as other callers are saying, because now it doesn't have work anywhere. And the government also must be blamed because it licensed other entities like Pep Store. Pep Store is, we are posting our parcels and they are going to the post office. There are speed carriers and all those, and the internet also. We don't emails, we don't write letters anymore that the post office must deliver. So the post office actually doesn't have work. I don't know if they turn it around. How are they going to turn it around? Because all things are electronically being made, and parcels are moving with speed couriers and Pep Store also.
Yeah, I mean, you raise an important point. I agree with you. I agree with what you're saying, Dintwe. The current position of the post office is not workable. Also, the services the post office used to offer before versus what it can offer now in terms of being optimum, they don't exist. Like letters, the numbers have just dropped off drastically. We know that as one classic example of that, Dintwe. Thank you for that. But maybe that point
for the people that are going to lose their jobs. But this is information technology is working, but it's chowing other people's jobs.
Yeah, look, I don't know. Thanks for that, Dintwe. I don't know, for example, and I know with Home Affairs they processing Home Affairs documents in banks, right? And I know some, like the EFF, are very critical of that. But maybe isn't that the way to go? To look at existing, organizations like banks, and they can do the job of the post office and create a division within that, so the same workers who've lost their jobs can be utilized and channeled into these type of banks or financial services that will allow them. I mean, some of the services can still be retained, but as an entity on its own, it just doesn't have enough work. It really doesn't. I think you may have a different story. KG in Bloemfontein, hello.
Thank you so much for taking my call.
Pleasure indeed. Go for it.
Yes, what I think is it would be so much better if you could invite Magbans in the studio, and he must be there simultaneously together with the people who were responsible in government, that is, who were responsible for the post office and the post bank at the time when Magbans was the chief executive of the SAPS.
Yeah.
Because for a very brief period when that gentleman was in charge, I could walk into a post office and send fast mail, and you could get there at the appointed time without any hassles, none whatsoever.
Well, look, I mean, Mark Barnes, if I'm not mistaken, he literally applied not for a job. He sent a proposal to the relevant authorities and said, hey, I've got a proposal for you. This is how you need to turn around this mess. And they gave him a job. And then he got out of it because he felt he was not being supported enough. And I think his departure in many ways marked the death knell of the post office.
Yes.
Yeah.
That is why I think it will be very useful, so that those people can come and explain to us what is it that McBurns was saying to them that was not making sense.
Yeah, but I tell you what I'd like to
resulting-
do, besides him, maybe if we got the time, to speak to the people who've now, in terms of whether it's the trustees who've now made the recommendation that it must be liquidated, to say they've looked at the model, obviously, and they found that it's not good enough to be rescued. I think that's the position. But perhaps listen to Jimmy Moya's show this evening. I have a feeling that's going to come up as well. So, KG, in Bloemfontein, appreciate your time. Everybody has been to the post offices, and we all have. In fact, my most ridiculous nostalgic memory of a post office is in the community that I lived in, called Vrededorp, by the way, colloquially Fitas, and that area had a post office, all did, of course, a white door and a black door. That's my memory of that post office. You just knew which color you were, and you knew which door you had to enter, isn't it? Go to the Apartheid Museum, you'll get the same sense of it, right? We're going to pick out your voice notes after this.
So you thought you were building a business in this economy, but day by day, somehow it grew. You kept going when the freezer didn't freeze, the bucket didn't budge, and the bank balance barely blinked. So you thought you were building a business. You weren't. It was building you. Because this isn't just what you do anymore. It's who you are. And you don't trust just anybody to protect it. Chat to your broker about Old Mutual Insure Business Insurance. Protect what built you. Old Mutual Insure Limited is a licensed FSP and non-life insurer.
It's a new day, new deadlines. You're gonna do your best. You're only human.
Thank you for your patience.
So why, when contacting your business's current provider, an automated voice adds you to an imaginary queue, like you're just another number?
Caller number 17.
Not exactly humane, is it? Don't let bad tech choices get in the way. Switch to a dedicated human specialist, because nothing should stop your business. Call 084 1234. Cell C.
For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Call us on 086 000 2032.
I'm looking at the TV news, and it talks about Italians saying goodbye to the Winter Paralympics. So, you had the Winter Olympics and then the Paralympics. I mean, South Africa is not very much a Winter Olympics nation, right, for reasons that are pretty obvious. But have you been still following it between the Olympics and the Paralympics, or has it just gone off the radar completely? Question. A comment: AI has destroyed post offices. Well, I think the post office sort of slipped down that slope a long time before AI.
Ashraf, the post office, like all and many other state departments, they are doomed to fail. They are in a critical stage. Now, if the health department can be rescued and be given the tax money, why not the post office? Why is the post office being let to die? Companies like Eskom, SAA, etc., kept being given the lifeline. So everything in government has collapsed. Give them the lifeline. Mahoka from Johannesburg.
Thanks for that. And that's the counter argument, to say if something has failed, how do you take, when I say government money, I mean your money, taxpayers' money, to effectively fund and prop up a failed institution?
Khalishima from Mokopan. The post office was destroyed intentionally by the ANC cadres. because they are benefiting from those couriers and other services. Initially, when it started, you should have been given a mandate to operate as a post. When things changed, it should have been given a mandate to work as a courier like these other couriers. But because of the ANC, there are limitations that the post office could not do things, and those responsibilities were relegated to private entities. As a result, the post is now destroyed. Thank you very much.
But I'm having difficulty with what you're saying. To say the post office is destroyed because of poor leadership, I may say, yeah. Poor management, yeah. Maybe a lack of foresight and vision and inability to navigate a changing business landscape also may be true, right? But to say it was destroyed very intentionally by the ANC for one sole reason, for them to be able to benefit elsewhere, is like, you've got all the facts. You have the data. I'm just asking, do you have the facts? Or are you just fishing?
Hi, Ashraf. Andrew here from Durban. Very quickly on the post office, I think one of the things that people are not taking into consideration is that the whole landscape has changed. The traditional post is very rarely used these days anyway, and so it would take an entirely new model for the post office to be successful. Most bills are now sent via email, and packages are sent via courier. There's just not a lot of opportunity for an organization like the post office to go into the future. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, I mean, you see, your point is valid. It's horrible that people lose their jobs. Absolutely horrible. But in the same way that people go to cinemas less than they used to go because of the rise of, besides television, then the rise of Netflix, and I was going to say Showmax, but they've got their own problems, unable to be able to break into a market, right? They have choices, and as a result of that, they go the easy route. The same applies here to the post office. So the question is, yes, I mean, is it truly workable now, or is it okay to let it go? Because that's the nature of it. I mean, what about handheld telephones? Do we still be nostalgic and say we do not want mobile phones because, you know what, the handheld telephones are number one, and my grandfather is a manufacturer and he's employed 100 people because of that. We can't let that slip. Modern technology and innovation is always going to change the terrain, and you have to respond to that.
Good evening, Ashraf and the fellow listeners of SAFM. The post office is supposed to transform, to be modernized. The services of post office are still needed. We still need to courier, send documents and all those things. The only problem is that we need to do that overnight at a faster pace. The post office has a backup of government. So it has to continue, but in a modernized way. We must not go to these companies I'm not going to mention, but we need to go to post office, but doing things the modern way. Thank you. It's Tulani in Pietermaritzburg.
Thanks for that, Tulani. But can the post office do things the modern way right now? Have they slipped? I'm thinking about Kodak cameras. They didn't respond. Things changed. What about Prince Mashela? I had him as the Fireside Chat guest a few weeks ago, remember?
Hola, Grootman Ashraf. Hey, Grootman Ashraf. The recent announcement by Prince Mashela that he is forming a new political party. You know what? I'm a fan of Prince Mashela in the current position, in the field that is occupying, that is dissecting the political landscape, but not a new political party. Because that space that is entering now, it's already polluted. We've got so many political parties and we don't need any new ones. No. He's getting into a wrong direction now. Because that space was once held by Ubandu Olumisa together with Rolf Meyer. They tried it, but they failed it. Now he's wanting to steal some middle class people from both the ANC and DA. That's what Rolf Meyer and Olumisa failed. No, that's the wrong move by Prince Mashela. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Grootman Ashraf
Thank you
will
for that.
remain humble. Mapagani.
Much appreciated. But I'll tell you what, we had Prince Mashele as the Friday Fireside Chat guest about a month, maybe 6 weeks ago. Check out on our website, you'll get it. But maybe I'll tweet it out as well. But he made the point, he's looking for an opportunity for a non-racial party that must start, and if he does, he would join it. Now it appears like he's leading it. The big question that I saw just yesterday is his funders, potential. Who would be his funders? And yeah, that will tell you something. We should have that debate. Look, my time's up. So let's leave it at that. Set your alarms for tomorrow, 3 to 6. Get the Prince Mashele podcast. It's an important one. And thanks for listening. We'll do it again tomorrow. Right now, the news at 6 with Greg.
Thank you again, Ashraf. President Ramaphosa speaks on the conflict in the Middle East and concern over our border fence and foot and mouth disease. Good evening. With over 90% of the country's trade volume moving by sea, President Cyril Ramaphosa says the current conflict in the Middle East could have positive implications for South African ports and their strategic value. He was speaking at the National Transport Conference in Midrand, north of Johannesburg. He says the country's ports should be ready for any eventuality.
When major shipping routes are disrupted, South Africa has an opportunity